Welcome to the sleepy underworld, a place where romance blooms, magic sparkles, and timeless fairy tales are reimagined for the dreamers of today. From heart-stirring romances to spellbinding adventures, every story is a soothing escape into a realm of love, wonder, and charm. So curl up, press play, and let us carry you away to the land of dreams. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. We'd love to know in what part of the world you are watching and what is your favorite tip for a good night's sleep. Thank you for watching and enjoy the video. The cardboard box felt heavier than it should have as I carried it down from the attic. Perhaps it was the weight of memories rather than its physical contents. 6 months had passed since I buried Ronnie, but time had done little to fill the void he left behind. Our brick colonial house, once warm with laughter and whispered promises, now echoed with silence and unanswered questions. I placed the box on our bedroom floor, dust particles dancing in the afternoon sunlight that filtered through half-drawn curtains. This was the last of Ronnie's personal items I needed to sort through. I'd been putting it off, postponing this final acknowledgement that he was truly gone. "Just do it, Shayla," I whispered to myself, running my fingers along the edge of the worn cardboard. "You can't keep hiding from this forever." Inside, I found the expected items: old college textbooks, faded concert tickets from our early dating years, and a collection of baseball cards Ronnie had sworn would be valuable someday. Memories flooded back with each discovery. Our first apartment with the leaky faucet, weekend road trips with no destination in mind, lazy Sunday mornings with coffee and crossword puzzles. I smiled despite the tears forming in my eyes. This is what I needed. Tangible reminders that our 15 years together had been real, that the love we shared wasn't just a beautiful dream from which I'd painfully awakened. Then my fingers brushed against a manila envelope at the bottom of the box. The paper felt cool to the touch as I pulled it out, nothing written on the outside. I opened it and slid the contents onto the plush cream carpet. Photo prints, dozens of them spilled out around my knees. I picked one up, expecting to see familiar faces of friends or family gatherings. Instead, I found myself staring at something incomprehensible. Ronnie stood before a modest ranch-style house I'd never seen, his arm wrapped around a young woman with caramel-colored skin and a hesitant smile. 2 small children, a boy and a girl, perhaps 5 and 3 years old, stood in front of them. The boy had Ronnie's unmistakable cowlick, the same stubborn tuft of hair that refused to lie flat no matter how much product was applied. My breath caught. The world tilted. "This can't be right," I murmured, flipping through more photos with trembling hands. Ronnie pushing the little girl on a swing set. Ronnie at what appeared to be a birthday party, candles casting a warm glow on his face as he leaned toward the young woman. Ronnie helping the boy ride a bicycle, his large hands steadying the small frame as training wheels kicked up dust on a driveway. I felt a peculiar numbness spreading through my body, as if I were watching myself from a distance. There had to be an explanation. Perhaps these were distant relatives I'd never met, or children of a friend from his business trips to Kansas City. But as I examined more photos, the truth became undeniable. The casual intimacy, the ease of their body language, the way Ronnie looked at this woman, it was the same way he had looked at me. The dates on the backs of some photos confirmed what my heart already knew. These weren't old pictures from before we met. They were recent, some taken just months before the accident that claimed his life. I sank back against the bed frame, clutching a photo to my chest. Ronnie had been living a double life. The man I thought I knew better than anyone, the man who whispered, "You're my everything," each night before sleep claimed him, had created a whole separate world away from me. A world with another woman, with children who shared his blood. The realization hit me with physical force, doubling me over. I rushed to the bathroom, barely making it before the contents of my stomach emptied themselves violently. Afterward, I slid to the cool tile floor, pressing my cheek against it as sobs racked my body. This couldn't be happening. Not to us, not to me. But the evidence lay scattered across our bedroom floor. Irrefutable proof that the foundation of my life had been built on lies. The next morning, I called in sick to the elementary school where I taught 4th grade. My students would have to learn about the water cycle from a substitute. I couldn't fathom standing before 28 eager faces, pretending my world hadn't just imploded. I spent hours online, searching social media for any trace of the woman from the photos. It didn't take long to find her. Marissa Taylor, interior designer, single mother of 2. Resides in Pleasant Hill, just 30 minutes from our home in Kansas City. I stared at her profile picture, studying the woman who had unknowingly shared my husband with me. She was beautiful, in an understated way, with kind eyes and a genuine smile. Not the homewrecker I wanted to vilify in my mind, but a real person with a life and children who had lost their father just as suddenly as I'd lost my husband. Did she know about me? Was she also discovering that her relationship had been built on deception? I picked up my phone a dozen times that day, composing messages I never sent. What would I even say? Hello, I'm the wife of the man you loved. The absurdity of the situation might have made me laugh if it hadn't been tearing me apart. Instead, I drove. With no destination in mind, I let the wheels carry me through familiar neighborhoods that now seemed foreign. The world continued around me, people walking dogs, checking mail, living normal lives. While mine had shattered into unrecognizable fragments, I found myself at Swope Park, where Ronnie and I used to picnic in the early years of our marriage. Settling on a bench overlooking the duck pond, I watched children throw bread to eager waterfowl as families laughed together in the late spring sunshine. Why? I whispered, my question carried away by a gentle breeze. Why wasn't I enough? No answer came, just the distant laughter of children and the gentle rippling of water. That evening, I attended my grief support group at Covenant Presbyterian, our church for the past decade. I sat in the circle of folding chairs, listening to others share their journeys through loss, wondering if anyone would believe my story if I told it. Instead, I spoke vaguely about having a difficult day, about missing Ronnie more than usual. Pastor James approached me afterward, his weathered face creased with concern. Shayla, I sense there's more weighing on you tonight than you've shared, he said gently. My door is always open if you need to talk. I nodded, managing a weak smile before hurrying to my car. I couldn't tell him, couldn't tell anyone, about the photographs. Speaking the truth aloud would make it real in a way I wasn't prepared to face. The next few days passed in a haze of sleepless nights and mechanical actions. I returned to teaching, grateful for the distraction of 28 energetic 9-year-olds who needed me to be present. But each evening brought me back to the same questions that circled like vultures in my mind. How had Ronnie maintained this deception for years? Where had the money come from to support another household? Had any part of our marriage been genuine? On Sunday, I almost skipped church, not feeling spiritually connected enough for worship. But habit drove me to slip into a back pew just as the service began. I stared at the stained glass windows, barely registering the hymns or responsive readings. Then Pastor James stepped to the pulpit to deliver his sermon. Today, we're exploring one of the most challenging commands in Scripture, he began. Forgiveness. Not the easy kind that comes when someone steps on your toe and immediately apologizes. I'm talking about the forgiveness that seems impossible. The kind that requires divine intervention because our human hearts simply aren't designed to bear such weight alone. My attention sharpened as he continued. Ephesians 4:32 tells us, "Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you." Notice it doesn't say forgive if they deserve it, or forgive if they're sorry. It simply calls us to forgive as we have been forgiven. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. Forgiveness is not about excusing the sin. It's about setting yourself free. Pastor James's voice resonated through the sanctuary. When we hold on to resentment, we become prisoners of our own making. The person who wronged us may never know or care that we're suffering, while we continue to carry the burden of anger day after day. His words pierced through the protective numbness I'd cultivated. Tears slid down my cheeks as I recognized the truth in what he was saying. I was angry, furious even. But my anger couldn't change what had happened. It couldn't bring Ronnie back to explain himself, or undo the betrayal that now colored every memory of our life together. After the service, I drove to East Patrol Cemetery. Ronnie's grave was marked with a simple headstone, his name and dates etched in granite. I placed fresh flowers in the bronze vase and sank to the ground beside the plot that contained what remained of the man I thought I knew. "I don't know how to forgive you for this," I whispered, running my fingers over the cool stone. "I don't even know if I want to." But Pastor James's words echoed in my mind. Setting yourself free. Was that even possible? Could I find a way forward that didn't involve carrying this anger and betrayal for the rest of my life? As I drove home, a crazy thought took root in my mind. What if I met her, this Marissa Taylor? What if, instead of hiding from this painful truth, I faced it directly? The idea terrified me, yet it also offered something I desperately needed. Action instead of paralysis, movement instead of stagnation. Before I could reconsider, I turned my car toward Pleasant Hill. The modest rancher looked exactly as it had in the photographs. Pale yellow siding, neatly trimmed hedges, and a small concrete porch with a patio swing. A tricycle lay on its side in the front yard, evidence of the children who lived inside. I sat in my car for nearly an hour, my courage faltering each time I reached for the door handle. What was I hoping to accomplish? What could possibly come from confronting this woman? But as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the quiet street, I knew I couldn't leave without answers. I needed to see her face, to hear her voice, to make sense of this shared tragedy that connected us in the most painful way imaginable. The porch light flickered on as I approached the front door, my legs moving as if operating on their own accord. My hand trembled as I raised it to knock. 3 soft raps that seemed to echo in the evening stillness. Footsteps approached from inside. The door opened, and there she stood, the woman from the photographs. Marissa Taylor. In person, she appeared more tired than in her pictures, dark circles shadowing her eyes. She wore simple jeans and a faded blue t-shirt, her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. "Can I help you?" she asked, confusion evident in her voice. I opened my mouth, but no words came. How do you introduce yourself in such a situation? Finally, I managed to speak. "I'm Shayla Larson," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. For a moment, there was no reaction. Then recognition dawned in her eyes, followed by a complex series of emotions: guilt, sadness, and something unexpected: fear. "Ronnie's wife," she breathed, her hand gripping the doorframe for support. I nodded, unable to form words as the reality of our situation hung heavy between us. I don't know what to say," Marissa finally managed, her voice thick with emotion. Neither did I, but standing there on her porch, looking into eyes that had also loved and lost Ronnie, I realized something important. She wasn't my enemy. She was just another woman caught in the web of lies Ronnie had spun around both our lives. "May I come in?" I asked quietly. "I think we have a lot to talk about." She hesitated for just a moment before stepping aside, opening her door and her life to me. The interior of her home was warm and lived in. Toys were scattered across the living room floor, and colorful artwork adorned the refrigerator. It was a home filled with love, just as mine had been. "The kids are already asleep," she explained, leading me to a small kitchen table. "Can I get you something to drink? Water? Tea?" "Water would be fine," I replied, taking a seat and watching as she filled 2 glasses. Her hands shook slightly as she placed one before me. "How did you find out?" she asked, settling into the chair across from me. "Photographs," I answered simply. "In a box in our attic. You and the children with Ronnie." She closed her eyes briefly, pain etching lines around her mouth. "I always told him we should be honest, that keeping secrets would only lead to more pain in the end." A bitter laugh escaped her lips. "He insisted it was better this way, that no one needed to get hurt." "Yet here we are," I observed, "both hurting anyway." Marissa nodded, meeting my gaze directly for the first time. "For what it's worth, I didn't know about you at first. By the time I found out, Jordan was already born, and I—" Her voice trailed off. "You loved him," I finished for her. "Yes," she whispered. "God help me. I did." We sat in silence for a moment, 2 women connected by a love for the same flawed man. Was he good to you?" I asked, not entirely sure why I needed to know. A soft smile touched her lips. "He was. He loved the children fiercely. Never missed a school event or doctor's appointment. He was here every weekend, sometimes more." My mind raced, piecing together the puzzle of our shared past. The business trips, the late meetings, the weekend conferences, all fabrications designed to give him time with his second family. "I thought we were happy," I admitted, my voice breaking. "I believed every word he said." "So did I," Marissa replied, tears welling in her eyes. "That was his gift, wasn't it? Making us feel like we were the center of his universe." A noise from the hallway interrupted our conversation. A small figure appeared in the doorway, rubbing sleepy eyes. "Mommy?" the little boy called, his voice thick with sleep. "I had a bad dream." Marissa rose immediately, going to him and kneeling at his level. "It's okay, Jordan. Mommy's here." I stared at the child, Ronnie's son, with his father's cowlick and chin dimple. Emotion welled up inside me, not anger or resentment as I might have expected, but something more complex and painful. This boy and his sister were innocent victims of their father's choices, just as Marissa and I were. "Who's that lady?" Jordan asked, peering at me over his mother's shoulder. Marissa glanced back at me, uncertainty in her eyes. What could she possibly tell him? "I'm an old friend of your dad's," I said gently, surprising myself with the steady calm in my voice. "I just came to check on you and your mom." Jordan nodded, accepting this explanation with the straightforward trust of childhood. "Dad's in heaven now," he informed me solemnly. "But Mom says he watches over us all the time." "I'm sure he does," I replied, my throat tightening around the words. After Marissa took Jordan back to bed, she returned to the kitchen, her expression a mixture of gratitude and caution. "Thank you for that," she said, reclaiming her seat. "They've had enough confusion and sadness." "They're beautiful children," I offered sincerely. "They're all I have left of him," she replied, fresh tears spilling onto her cheeks. "Some days that's a blessing. Other days, it's a curse." We talked for hours that night, sharing our versions of Ronnie, the man each of us thought we knew. We discovered similarities in our stories, patterns in his behavior, and lies he told both of us. With each revelation, the idealized image of the man we had loved crumbled further, replaced by the reality of who he truly was. Deeply flawed, selfish in many ways, yet somehow still capable of genuine love and kindness. As midnight approached, I gathered my purse to leave, emotionally drained, yet strangely lighter than when I'd arrived. "What happens now?" Marissa asked as she walked me to the door. I paused, considering the question carefully. "I don't know exactly, but I'd like to meet your daughter too someday, if that's okay with you." Surprise flickered across her face. "You would?" "They're Ronnie's children," I said simply. "And in some strange way, that connects us." She nodded slowly. "Lucia would like that, I think. She asks about having a bigger family sometimes." As I drove home through the quiet streets, I reflected on the evening's unexpected turn. I had gone to Marissa's house seeking answers, perhaps even looking for someone to blame. Instead, I found another woman trying to piece her life back together, raising children who would grow up without their father. I wasn't ready to call what I felt forgiveness. Not yet. But for the first time since discovering Ronnie's betrayal, I could imagine a future where anger didn't consume me, where healing might be possible. Spring gave way to summer, and with the changing season came a gradual shift in my heart. Marissa and I continued to meet, sometimes with the children, sometimes just the two of us. Each encounter was a delicate dance of shared grief and cautious friendship, but it was also a step toward something I never expected to find: a new kind of family. Jordan warmed to me quickly, his open nature reminding me so much of my fourth-grade students. He loved dinosaurs and could recite facts about prehistoric creatures with impressive accuracy for a 6-year-old. Lucia, at 4, was more reserved, studying me with serious eyes that seemed too wise for her young face. But over time, she began to seek me out, showing me her dolls or asking me to read her favorite stories. "Aunt Shayla, watch this," Jordan called one warm July afternoon as I arrived at the community pool where we had arranged to meet. He jumped into the water with wild abandon, creating a splash that drenched his mother and sister. Aunt Shayla. The title had evolved naturally over our meetings, a way to explain my presence in their lives without delving into complexities they weren't ready to understand. Somehow it fit. Not quite a mother, but more than a friend. A bridge between what was and what could be. Marissa smiled apologetically as she handed me a towel. "Sorry about that. He's been practicing his cannonball all week, specifically to show you today." "I'm flattered," I laughed, wiping water from my face. "That was quite impressive, Jordan." As the children splashed in the shallow end, Marissa and I sat at a nearby table under a large umbrella, watching them play. "They ask about him less now," she said quietly, her eyes following her son's energetic movements. "I don't know if that's good or bad." "It's normal," I assured her, thinking of the grief counseling sessions I'd continued to attend. "They're young. Their memories will fade faster than ours." Marissa nodded, absently twisting the silver bracelet on her wrist. A gift from Ronnie on her 30th birthday, she had told me previously. "Sometimes I feel guilty," she admitted, "for moving forward, for having days when I don't think about him at all." "Me too," I confessed. "But I think that's what healing looks like. Not forgetting completely, but finding a way to carry the memory without letting it define every moment." Later that evening, after we had parted ways, I found myself driving to the cemetery again. I hadn't visited Ronnie's grave in weeks, the anger that once drew me there having gradually dissipated into something closer to acceptance. The setting sun cast long shadows across the grounds as I placed fresh flowers beside the headstone. Unlike my previous visits, I didn't feel the need to speak aloud. Instead, I sat quietly, reflecting on the strange journey of the past few months. I thought about forgiveness, not as a single act, but as a process unfolding gradually. Each day with Marissa and the children had been a step along that path, each shared memory of Ronnie another stitch in the tapestry of grace we were weaving together. Had I forgiven him completely? Of course not. There were still moments when the betrayal felt fresh, when questions without answers burned in my chest. But I was learning to live alongside those questions, rather than being consumed by them. And in that space, between the hurt that remained and the healing that had begun, I found something unexpected. Gratitude. Not for Ronnie's deception, but for the unlikely connections that had emerged from its revelation. For 2 children who now had a place in my heart. For a friendship with Marissa that defied conventional understanding, but offered both of us something we desperately needed. Companionship in our shared journey through grief. Pastor James had been right. Forgiveness wasn't about excusing the sin. It was about setting myself free from its power to destroy what remained of my life. As I rose to leave, I traced Ronnie's name on the headstone one last time. "I'm learning to forgive you," I whispered. "Not because you deserve it, but because I deserve peace." Autumn arrived with cooler temperatures and new beginnings. School resumed, filling my days with lesson plans and enthusiastic students. On weekends, I often found myself at Marissa's house, helping Jordan with homework or taking Lucia shopping for her first day of preschool. "You don't have to do this, you know," Marissa said one evening as we cleaned up after dinner. The children were in the living room, engrossed in a movie about talking animals. "Spend so much time with us, I mean. No one would blame you if you wanted to put all this behind you." I considered her words as I dried a dinner plate. "At first I came because I needed answers," I admitted. "Then I kept coming because it felt like the right thing to do, for the children." "And now?" she prompted. "Now I come because I want to," I said simply. "Because somehow, in all this mess, we've created something good." She smiled, the expression reaching her eyes in a way it hadn't during our early encounters. "We have, haven't we?" That night, driving home, I realized how much had changed in 6 months. The woman whose existence had once shattered my world was now someone I texted daily, someone whose children called me Aunt Shayla, and ran to greet me with sticky hugs and endless stories. It wasn't the life I had planned. It wasn't even a life I could have imagined. But it was real and meaningful in a way that honored the best parts of what Ronnie had been to both of us, while acknowledging the harm his choices had caused. The following weekend, I invited Marissa and the children to my home for the first time. I had hesitated for months, uncertain how it would feel to have them in the space Ronnie and I had shared. But as I watched Jordan explore my backyard and Lucia admire the wind chimes on my porch, I knew it had been the right decision. "This is a beautiful home," Marissa said as I showed her around. There was no envy or resentment in her voice, just genuine appreciation. "Ronnie and I bought it thinking we'd fill it with children someday," I shared, leading her into the kitchen. "That never happened for us." She squeezed my hand gently. "I'm sorry, Shayla." "It's okay," I replied, surprising myself with how true the words felt. Life rarely turns out exactly as we plan it, does it? Later, as the children helped me plant tulip bulbs in the garden. "They'll bloom in spring," I explained to their wide-eyed wonder. Marissa took photos with her phone. "For their memory books," she explained when I glanced up questioningly. "I want them to remember this day." That evening, after they had gone home, I sat on my porch swing watching the stars emerge in the darkening sky. My phone buzzed with a text from Marissa. The photos she had taken showed me kneeling in the soil with Jordan and Lucia, all 3 of us laughing as dirt smudged our cheeks. Looking at those images, evidence of joy found in the aftermath of heartbreak, I felt something shift within me. A final letting go of what might have been, and an embrace of what was. Ronnie's betrayal had torn apart the fabric of my life, leaving ragged edges and frayed threads. But from those broken pieces, something new was being woven. a tapestry of grace, stitched together with forgiveness, compassion, and unexpected love. It wasn't perfect. There were still rough patches and loose ends, days when the anger resurfaced or questions haunted me in the quiet hours before dawn. But those moments no longer defined me. Instead, I found myself looking forward to Jordan's upcoming school play, to Lucia's birthday celebration, to Thanksgiving dinner, which we had decided to share together this year. Forgiveness, I was learning, didn't erase the past. It didn't make Ronnie's choices any less painful or wrong. But it created space for a future I never could have imagined, one where healing happened not in isolation, but in connection. Not through forgetting, but through redefining what family could mean. As the first stars appeared overhead, I made a silent promise to myself and to the children who had unexpectedly become part of my life. I would continue this journey, one day at a time. I would honor the pain of the past without letting it poison the present. And I would embrace this strange, beautiful tapestry of grace that was being woven from threads of loss and redemption. Because sometimes, the family we never expected becomes the greatest blessing of all. I remember the cold first. Not the ordinary chill that settles into your bones during the long winter moons, but the deep, ancient cold that speaks of endings and beginnings all at once. The kind of cold that transforms the world into crystal and silence. My name is Kayla, daughter of the northern tundra, and this is how I learned to walk between worlds. The night of the moon ritual arrived with a sky so clear it seemed polished by invisible hands. Stars scattered across the darkness like crushed diamonds, and the aurora rippled in veils of green and blue above our village. Elders said the lights were the roads spirits traveled, but I had never believed in such things, until that night. I stood among my people, 20 summers to my name, marked for the ritual by birth. I had arrived during the eclipse when the moon disappeared and returned transformed. A portent, the elders whispered. A sign that I would one day serve as a bridge between our world and the next. The north wind carries your ancestors' blessing, my grandmother murmured, painting my face with cold blue paste that smelled of crushed juniper and something older, something that did not belong to this world. The symbols she traced, spirals and stars and crescent moons, tingled against my skin. My fellow hunters watched from a respectful distance, their faces flickering in torchlight. Among them stood Terran, his eyes reflecting the flames, his mouth set in a hard line. Once we had been promised to one another, but ambition had turned his heart cold. Now he served as second to our leader, Herrick, a man whose hunger for power had slowly transformed our traditions into something unrecognizable. "It is time," Herrick announced, his voice carrying across the gathered crowd. The ceremonial furs draped across his shoulders gleamed silver in the moonlight. Kayla will complete the sacred journey and return to us with the blessing of the moon wolf. Or not return at all, I thought. The words unspoken but understood by all. No one had completed the ritual in 3 generations. Most who attempted it were never seen again, their bodies lost to the vast white emptiness of the tundra. Herrick approached, a bone knife in his hand carved with symbols so ancient even our oldest elders couldn't decipher them. "Bare your palm," he commanded. I extended my hand, palm up. The knife bit deep, and I refused to flinch as my blood welled dark against my skin. "Blood calls to blood," Herrick intoned. "Spirit calls to spirit. Walk the path of twilight and return transformed. Or not at all." The crowd's silence pressed in around me. My grandmother touched my shoulder one last time, her eyes wet with unspoken farewells. Then I turned toward the waiting wilderness, toward the sacred mountain that loomed in the distance, its peak piercing the rippling curtain of the aurora. I began walking, following the trail of blood I left in the snow. Behind me, the village grew smaller, the torches diminishing to pinpricks of light before vanishing altogether. Ahead lay only vastness, the stretch of tundra, the distant mountain, and the infinite sky above. The moon rose higher, casting the landscape in silver light. My breath clouded before me, and the cold seeped through my furs. The ritual required that I carry no weapons, no food, only my own strength and the ancestral knowledge passed down through generations. The wind picked up, carrying whispers that might have been voices or merely the sound of ice crystals shifting in the air. I walked for hours, the mountain growing no closer, my blood continuing to drip onto the pristine snow. The cut should have closed by now, but ritual magic kept it open, a beacon for whatever I sought, or whatever sought me. The first howl shattered the silence when the moon reached its zenith. I froze, scanning the horizon. The sound came again, closer this time. A mournful cry that seemed to resonate with something deep within my chest. My heart quickened. The moon wolf was no mere legend. It was a creature our people both feared and venerated. To encounter it was to stand at the threshold between life and death. A shadow detached itself from the darkness ahead, moving with liquid grace across the snow. Silver fur gleamed in the moonlight, and yellow eyes fixed on mine with an intelligence that stole my breath. The wolf was massive, its shoulders reaching my chest, its presence filling the space between us with something ancient and knowing. It circled me once, twice, its nostrils flaring as it caught my scent. My blood on the snow drew a path straight to where I stood. I remained still, remembering my grandmother's teachings. Show no fear. The wolf does not respect fear. It respects strength, stillness, and truth. The wolf completed its third circle and stopped before me. Only then did I notice the dark stain on its right flank, the matted fur, and the slight favoring of its hind leg. It was injured. At that moment, something shifted between us. No longer predator and prey, but two wounded creatures beneath the watching moon. "You're hurt," I whispered, my voice strange in the silence. The wolf's ears twitched, and it took a step closer. I slowly knelt in the snow, extending my bleeding hand, palm up. An offering. The wolf hesitated, then lowered its great head to my palm. Its rough tongue swept across my wound, and a jolt of something like lightning raced up my arm. The cut sealed instantly, leaving only a silver crescent scar. My vision swam, the world tilting strangely around me. The stars overhead seemed suddenly closer, almost close enough to touch, and the aurora pulsed in time with my heartbeat. The wolf's yellow eyes captured mine, and I saw a mountain cave glowing with blue light, a pool of water that reflected not the ceiling above, but a sky filled with stars I'd never seen. A woman with my face but dressed in garments from another age, her hand resting on the head of a silver wolf. I gasped as the vision faded, swaying on my knees in the snow. The wolf watched me, patient, expectant. "What was that?" I whispered. "Did you show me that?" The wolf turned, taking several steps away from me before looking back. The message was clear. Follow. Rising to my feet, I took a step forward, then another, and another, until I walked alongside the great beast, our pace matched as if we had traveled together for a lifetime. "I don't understand," I said softly. "This isn't how the ritual is supposed to proceed. The elders said there would be a test, a challenge." The wolf huffed, its breath clouding in the cold air. Its yellow eyes seemed almost amused. "Unless this is the test," I realized. "To trust, to follow." The snow crunched beneath our feet as we walked, and gradually I became aware of subtle changes in our surroundings. The stars overhead shifted position faster than they should have. The mountain we approached seemed both closer and somehow different than the one I had initially set out toward. The very air felt charged with something I couldn't name. "Where are you taking me?" I asked, though I expected no answer. To my shock, a voice whispered through my mind, "To where you need to be." I stumbled, nearly falling. The wolf paused, watching me with those intelligent eyes. "You speak?" I managed. "Not as humans do, but you can hear me now because the bond has begun." The bond? Between guardian and keeper, between the moon and earth, between what is and what might be. Before I could question further, a new sound reached us, voices calling my name. Harsh, angry voices. The wolf tensed, hackles rising. Danger comes. I turned to see torches in the distance, moving rapidly across the tundra. A hunting party. Herrick's men. "They're following us," I said. "But why? This isn't part of the ritual." The wolf growled, the sound reverberating through the frozen ground beneath our feet. "They do not honor the old ways. They seek power, not harmony. They wish to capture a moon guardian, to bend its magic to their will." Understanding dawned, cold and clear as the night around us. Herrick had never intended for me to complete the ritual. I was merely bait, chosen because of my birth under the eclipse. My blood was the lure. "You're injured because of them," I said. "They wounded you." "Yes." An arrow tipped with shadow root. "It weakens our kind." Anger flared within me, hot and fierce. "Then we need to move faster." I broke into a run, the wolf matching my pace despite its injury. We flew across the snow, two shadows beneath the watching moon. Behind us, the voices grew more distant, but I knew they would not give up easily. My breath burned in my lungs as we ran, and the landscape around us blurred and shifted. The snow beneath our feet sparkled with an inner light I had never seen before, and the swaying auroras descended lower, their colors intensifying until they painted the tundra in swaths of emerald, sapphire, and violet. "We cross between worlds now," the wolf's voice explained in my mind. "Few humans can walk this path. The veil thins for those with the sight." The sight. My grandmother had used that word, watching me carefully as I described the strange things I sometimes glimpsed from the corner of my eye. Shadows moving against the wind, lights dancing where no fire burned, figures walking across the snow leaving no footprints behind. "What is happening to me?" I gasped as the world continued to transform around us. "You remember what you have always been," came the cryptic reply. We crested a rise, and I stopped in wonder. Below us stretched a valley unlike any I had seen before. Ancient trees with trunks wider than 5 men standing shoulder to shoulder rose into the night sky, their branches heavy with ice that caught the moonlight and refracted it into thousands of rainbow prisms. Between the trees moved shapes, some animal, some humanoid, some defying description altogether. "What is this place?" I whispered. "A crossing point, a sanctuary, home to those who walk between." The wolf led me down into the valley, where the air grew noticeably warmer. The trees seemed to bend slightly as we passed, branches dipping in acknowledgement. The shadows between the massive trunks shifted and whispered, and I caught glimpses of eyes watching us, some curious, some wary, all knowing. We followed a path that glowed faintly blue, winding between the trees toward the center of the valley. As we walked, I became aware of a gentle humming sound, a melody so subtle it vibrated through the earth itself. "I hear music," I said. "The song of the earth. All places sing, but few humans hear. You hear because you are awakening." We reached a clearing where a perfect circle of stones stood, each taller than me, and carved with symbols similar to those on Herrick's ritual knife. At the center of the circle lay a pool of water so still it mirrored the sky above with perfect clarity. The wolf stopped at the edge of the pool. "This is the moon's mirror. Look into it and tell me what you see." I approached cautiously, kneeling at the water's edge. At first I saw only my reflection, my face still painted with the ritual symbols, my eyes wide with wonder and fear. Then the water rippled, though no wind disturbed its surface. My reflection changed. I was still myself, but different, dressed in silver-white furs I had never worn, my hair longer and threaded with small crystals that caught the light. Around my neck hung a pendant shaped like a crescent moon. Beside me stood the silver wolf, whole and uninjured, its yellow eyes gleaming with power. Then the vision shifted again. I saw Herrick and his men entering the sacred valley, weapons drawn, faces twisted with greed. I saw the ancient trees withering at their approach, the magical creatures fleeing in terror. I saw the moon's mirror polluted, its waters turning black. "They're coming here," I said, pulling back from the water with a gasp. "They'll destroy this place." "They seek what they cannot understand." The wolf's mental voice was grim. "This has happened before, in cycles as old as the moon herself. Always there are those who wish to possess rather than protect. What can we do?" "Complete the ritual. Become what you were born to be." The wolf moved to stand on the opposite side of the pool, its injured form reflected in the water between us. The moon's whisper requires a sacrifice freely given, an exchange of life force. Only through mutual surrender can the bond be forged. "What kind of sacrifice?" I asked, though somehow I already knew. "I offer my immortal essence. You offer your mortal limitations. Together we become something new, a dreamkeeper, guardian of the threshold between worlds." Fear clutched at my heart. "Will it hurt?" The wolf's eyes softened. "There is always pain in transformation, but there is beauty too." From the distance came shouts, Herrick and his men drawing closer. We had little time. "What must I do?" "Place your hands in the water. Open your mind to mine. Remember who you have always been." I plunged my hands into the pool. The water was neither warm nor cold, but vibrated with energy that raced up my arms and spread throughout my body. Across from me, the wolf placed one paw into the water, and our eyes locked. The world dissolved. I fell through memories not my own, the wolf running beneath countless moons, guarding the sacred places, watching civilizations rise and fall like waves upon a shore. I saw myself through its eyes, not just as I was now, but as I had been before. A different body, a different time, but the same soul. Again and again, lifetime after lifetime, we had found one another. Sometimes I completed the transformation. Sometimes I failed. Sometimes we parted in sorrow, sometimes in triumph. The wolf fell through my memories too, my childhood in the village, my grandmother's teachings, and my growing awareness that I did not quite belong. My fear and my courage, my doubts and my certainties. We merged and separated, like dancers circling one another in perfect rhythm. "Remember," the wolf urged, "remember the promise." And suddenly, I did remember, standing in this very spot centuries ago, my hand on the head of a silver wolf, speaking words in a language I no longer knew but somehow understood. "As long as the moon walks her path across the sky, I will guard the threshold. I will guide the lost. I will remember when others forget." Power surged between us, and the water of the pool glowed with an intense silver-blue light that shot upward in a column, connecting earth to sky. The aurora above responded, descending in curtains of color that wrapped around the pillar of light. Pain lanced through me. Not the pain of injury, but of expansion, as if my very being grew too large for my physical form. I screamed, but the sound transformed into something else, a howl that echoed the wolf's own cry. The wolf's form dissolved into particles of light that swirled across the pool toward me. At the same time, something of my own essence flowed toward the wolf. We exchanged parts of ourselves, becoming neither fully human nor fully wolf, but something in between. Something more. Yes, the wolf's voice encouraged. Accept what you are. The transformation continued, building in intensity until I could no longer distinguish between myself and the wolf, between the water and the sky, between past and present. Everything was light and sound and sensation. Then, abruptly, it stopped. I found myself standing in the center of the pool, which was now merely inches deep. My body felt simultaneously lighter and more substantial than before. Power hummed beneath my skin. I looked down at my hands and saw that the blue symbols painted there for the ritual now glowed from within, no longer mere pigment, but part of my very being. Around my neck hung the crescent moon pendant I had seen in the vision. My clothes had transformed into silver-white furs, and beside me stood the wolf, its injury healed, its yellow eyes now flecked with the same blue that marked my skin. "It is done," the wolf said, its mental voice now clearer than before. "We are bonded." "What happens now?" I asked, my voice sounding strange to my ears, layered somehow, as if multiple versions of myself spoke at once. "Now we protect what must be protected." We turned as one to face the edge of the clearing, where Herrick and 5 of his men emerged from between the trees. They stopped short at the sight of us, their expressions shifting from triumph to uncertainty. "Kayla," Herrick called, his hand tight around his bone knife. "Step away from the beast." I felt a smile curve my lips. "The beast and I are one now, Herrick. The ritual is complete." Anger flashed across his face. "That's impossible. No one completes the ritual anymore. That's not how this works." "Because you perverted the ancient ways," I said, understanding flowing through me with each passing moment. "You used the ritual as a way to lure the Moon Guardians, to wound them, to attempt to capture their power for yourself." Taryn pushed forward, weapon in hand. "Herrick has led our people to prosperity. The old ways made us weak. Magic is a tool to be used, not worshipped." "Magic is neither tool nor god," I replied, the words coming from somewhere beyond myself. "It is the breath between worlds, the bridge between what is seen and unseen. It cannot be possessed." Herrick snarled, "Enough of this nonsense. Take her. Kill the wolf." The men moved forward, weapons raised. The wolf beside me growled, hackles rising. But I felt no fear, only a deep, resonant certainty. I raised my hands, and the symbols on my skin flared bright blue. "Stop." The single word carried power unlike anything I had ever wielded. The men froze in place, unable to move forward. "I am Kayla, Dreamkeeper, and Guardian of the Threshold," I said, the title rising from ancient memory. "You have violated sacred ground, Herrick. You have shed innocent blood. You have forgotten what our people once knew, that we are stewards, not masters." "Kill them!" Herrick screamed, fighting against the invisible force that held him in place. One of the men managed to knock an arrow, drawing his bow with trembling hands. The wolf and I moved in perfect unison. As the arrow flew, I caught it midair, the shaft turning to frost beneath my fingers. The wolf leaped, not toward the men, but in a circle around them, trailing silver light that formed a containing ring. "You cannot win this battle," I told them. "Not here, between the worlds." "Then we'll bring more men," Herrick hissed. "We'll burn your precious trees. We'll drain your magical pool. We are many, and you are one." "Show him," the wolf suggested. I nodded and swept my arm toward the pool behind us. The water rippled, and then figures emerged. Other dream keepers from across time and space, some human-like, others more wolf than person, all marked with the same glowing symbols I now bore. They formed a silent semicircle behind us, dozens strong. We are many, I corrected, and we have guarded the sacred places since time began. Fear finally crept into Herrick's eyes. What do you want? Leave this place. Return to our people. Tell them the truth of what the ritual was meant to be. Tell them a dream keeper walks again. And if I refuse? I smiled, feeling the wolf's fierce joy mirror my own. Then you will wander the space between worlds until you learn humility. It might take several lifetimes. I knew he sensed its truth. If I willed it, I could strand them in this twilight realm, where time moved differently, where human concerns diminished against the vast tapestry of existence. Herrick's shoulders sagged in defeat. Release us, he muttered. With a gesture, I dissolved the containing circle. The spectral dreamkeepers behind us faded back into the pool. Go, I said. Remember what you've seen here today. The men backed away slowly, then turned and fled through the trees. Only Taryn remained, his expression conflicted. Are you coming back? He asked softly. I exchanged a glance with the wolf. Yes, but not as who I was. What will you do? Restore what was lost. Guide those who are ready to listen. Walk between worlds. He nodded slowly, studying my transformed appearance. I never understood you. Perhaps I wasn't meant to. Perhaps, I agreed, but understanding can come with time. After a long moment, he turned to follow the others. I watched him go, feeling a chapter of my life closing. Your first test as Dreamkeeper, the wolf observed. You chose mercy. Was that the right choice? There is no right or wrong in such matters, only consequences. We shall see what grows from the seeds you've planted today. We turned back to the moon's mirror, which had returned to its still reflective state. In its depths, I could now see pathways, shimmering routes connecting this sacred place to others around the world. So many, I breathed, all in need of guardians, all in need of those who remember the old promises. Where do we start? The wolf's eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. We begin with rest. Transformation requires recovery. For the first time, I noticed the bone-deep exhaustion that pulled at me. Where? This way. The wolf led me deeper into the circle of standing stones, to a place where the earth itself had formed a natural hollow beneath the roots of one of the massive trees. Soft moss carpeted the ground, and the air was warm, despite the winter night outside the valley. I settled into the hollow, and the wolf curled beside me, its warm body a comfort against the overwhelming newness of my existence. Above us, through gaps in the ancient roots, I could see stars and the dancing aurora. Will I ever see my village again? I asked drowsily, feeling sleep tug at the edges of my consciousness. Yes, but you belong to all places now, and all times. Sleep, Dreamkeeper. Tomorrow we begin the real journey. As my eyes closed, I felt the boundaries of my being grow soft and expansive. My dreams merged with reality, and I found myself walking silver pathways between stars, the wolf always at my side. I saw other dreamers walking their own paths, and realized I could now reach them, guide them, and protect them from the nightmares that lurked in shadowed corners. This was my purpose, to be the bridge, the guardian, the keeper of sacred spaces where imagination and reality intersected. This was what I had always been meant to become. My wolf, my other self, padded silently beside me through the dreamscape. Between one step and the next, we crossed boundaries invisible to ordinary eyes, our footsteps leaving behind a trail of gentle light for lost souls to follow. "Remember," the wolf whispered in my mind. "Remember the promise." "As long as the moon walks her path across the sky," I recited, the ancient words flowing naturally now. "I will guard the threshold. I will guide the lost. I will remember when others forget." The words echoed across the dreamscape, rippling outward like stones dropped in still water. Somewhere in the waking world, a sleeper smiled in their dreams, feeling suddenly safe. And so began my life as Kayla, the dream keeper, with a silver wolf as my guide and companion, walking the twilight paths between what is and what might be. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, we became guardians of the forgotten magic that still hums beneath the snow, waiting for those with eyes to see and ears to hear. Every night, as you drift toward sleep, we walk beside you through the veil of dreams. Listen for our footfalls in the quiet moments between thoughts. Look for our silhouettes against the backdrop of your imagination. We are there, keeping watch, ensuring safe passage between worlds. All you need to do is remember. I held the gold necklace between my fingers, tracing the circle of the empty charm as rain streaked down our bedroom window. Anderson was already asleep beside me, his breathing steady and deep. I wondered what it would sound like to hear him whisper goodnight to our child. Funny how time shifts when you're waiting for something. In my 20s, days rushed by like a fast-forward sequence. But now, at 35, each month stretched into what felt like a year. The calendar on my phone marked cycles of hope and disappointment in neat little blocks. Red X after red X. "Your numbers look fine," Dr. Miller had said that morning, tapping her pen against my chart. Sometimes these things just take time. Time. We'd given it 3 years. 3 years of vitamins and temperature charts and perfectly timed moments that should have been about love, not planning. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass. Outside, our neighborhood glowed amber under the streetlights. Somewhere in those houses lived the family we'd always imagined becoming. The one with the swing set in the backyard and crayon drawings on the refrigerator. "Can't sleep?" Anderson's voice rumbled sleepy and warm behind me. I turned. Even in the dim light, I could see the concern in his eyes. My husband of 6 years still looked at me like he had on our first date, like I was the most precious thing in his world. "I keep thinking about that call yesterday," I admitted. "Yesterday?" Michelle's voice crackling through the phone. "My cousin knows this adoption counselor in Texas. Just thought I'd mention it." Anderson sat up, reaching for my hand. "We said we'd take a break from all this." "I know. We'd tried everything. The herbs my sister-in-law swore by, the acupuncturist who promised to unlock my womb. The fertility treatments left me bloated and weepy. Even a consultation with a surrogacy agency felt too clinical, too removed from the magical process of creating life. Each failure chipped away at something inside me. Not my love for Anderson. If anything, watching him hold friends' babies with such gentle care only made me love him more. But my confidence in my own body, in our path forward, had taken a beating. "We don't have to think about it now," Anderson said, pulling me back to bed. I curled into his familiar warmth. But that night, I dreamed of a baby with Anderson's dimples and my laugh. When I woke, the necklace was still in my palm, the charm still blank. I almost deleted Michelle's follow-up email. Twice. My finger hovered over the trash icon for what felt like forever before I finally opened it. Her name is Sarah Martinez. She works with birth mothers across the Southwest. I didn't want to push, but I thought you should at least have her contact info. No pressure, just an option. Just an option, became my mantra that week. While Anderson was at work, I looked up Sarah's website. Her photo showed a woman with kind eyes and graying temples. Testimonials filled the page with phrases like, "Found our forever family," and "Dreams came true." I'd sworn off reading adoption success stories. They felt like salt in an open wound. But something about Sarah's approach seemed different. Her bio mentioned intuitive matching and following the heart's guidance. I copied her number into my phone but didn't call. Instead, I tucked it into my nightstand drawer next to the empty charm necklace. 2 weeks later, Anderson found me crying in the shower. Not the quiet tears I tried to hide at work or during dinners with friends who announced pregnancies with ease. Full, body-racking sobs that left me gasping. "Hey." He was still fully dressed, water soaking through his shirt as he gathered me against his chest. "What brought this on?" "I saw her today, the baby from my dream. A little girl at the coffee shop with your exact dimples. Her mom was telling her a joke, and she laughed." My words dissolved into fresh tears. Anderson turned off the water and wrapped me in a towel. We sat on the bathroom floor, and he rubbed my back as I finally spoke the truth we'd both been dancing around. "I don't think my body is going to give us a baby." The words hung between us, stark and final. "Okay," he said simply. "Okay?" "Jessica." He tilted my chin up. "I married you, not your theoretical ability to reproduce. You. If you want to explore adoption, we will explore adoption. If you want to stop trying altogether and just be us, that's okay too. But this," he touched my chest, right over my heart, "is what I need. You and I, together." That night, I pulled Sarah's number from the drawer. Sarah had a way of talking that felt like drinking warm tea. Her voice carried comfort through the phone line. "Adoption isn't a backup plan, Jessica. It's a different road to the same destination. Family." She explained her process. "I work with expectant mothers who've chosen adoption. They're not giving up babies, they're creating families. The connection happens naturally. I don't force matches. When it's right, everyone feels it." "Have you matched many families recently?" 3 this year so far. Each one came together uniquely." She paused. "Are you and Anderson together on this?" "Yes. He's been amazing through everything." "Good. Because when the right situation comes along, you'll need to move quickly. And it will come. I have that feeling about you too." Over the next month, Anderson and I filled out paperwork, attended virtual seminars, and slowly opened ourselves to a different dream. We talked about race and culture, medical histories, and open versus closed adoptions. Each conversation peeled back another layer of what family could mean. I started carrying the necklace everywhere, rubbing the smooth charm between meetings at work. Hope wasn't something I'd felt for so long that I'd forgotten its texture. This felt like the start of that return. Sarah's call came on a Tuesday in February. Snow was falling, the kind of perfect flakes that make the world look like a snow globe. "Jessica, I have a situation that might be unique." My heart pressed against my ribs. "Tell me." "There's a young woman in Austin, Texas, Daniela. She's 23 and already has a 3-year-old daughter. This pregnancy was unexpected. She's in school, working part-time. The baby's due next month." I grabbed a pen. "Okay." "She specifically asked for a couple who've been through fertility struggles. She said she wants parents who'll never take parenthood for granted." The words struck me silent. "Daniela grew up in a big extended family," Sarah continued. "She wants open communication, letters, photos, maybe occasional visits. The father, he's not involved. She made this choice alone." That evening, Anderson and I read Daniela's letter together. Her handwriting was careful, deliberate. "I believe every child deserves parents who are ready for them. Not just financially or practically, but emotionally. You've waited so long for this gift. I think you'll treasure it in a way others might not. She'd included a sonogram photo. The tiny form looked like a dream beginning to take shape. We should go to Austin, Anderson said. Really? If she's willing to meet us, yes, absolutely. We flew out the following weekend. Texas in February carried a different kind of chill. Clear skies, but biting wind. Sarah had arranged for us to meet Daniela at a quiet cafe near her apartment. She was smaller than I expected, with long dark hair and an oversized sweater that couldn't hide her pregnancy. Her 3-year-old daughter, Sophia, colored intently at the table. Hi, I managed, my voice catching. Daniela stood to greet us. Up close, I could see the determination in her eyes. This was not a young woman making decisions lightly. Thank you for coming, she said. I know this is unconventional. We talked for 2 hours. She asked about our jobs, our families, and our house. She wanted to know about Anderson's golf playing and my terrible cooking attempts. Normal questions that painted a picture of the life she wanted for her child. Sophia had Anderson's attention within minutes, chattering about her dolls and her favorite cartoons. Watching them interact, I felt something shift inside me. Not just hope, but rightness. I should tell you, Daniela said, stirring her hot chocolate. I've met with 2 other couples. My stomach dropped, but neither felt like family. You do. She looked directly at me. I see it in how you look at him when he's talking to Sophia. How he looks at you when I mention the baby's kicks. You two have love ready to expand. That night in our hotel, I called Sarah from the bathroom while Anderson showered. She's considering us, I whispered. She's doing more than that, Sarah said gently. She's chosen you. She just needs time to be certain. The certainty came 3 days later. Daniela's text arrived while I was making breakfast. It's you two. When can you come back? The next month blurred into beautiful chaos. We flew to Austin twice, meeting Daniela's family, attending doctor's appointments, and decorating the hotel suite nursery style for our expected stay. Daniela opened up more with each visit. She admitted her fears about open adoption. Would seeing the child grow up with us be too painful? Would we eventually shut her out? We won't, Anderson promised. You're giving us the most precious gift. That doesn't end when she's born. She? Daniela smiled. Did the doctor tell you? No, but Jessica has dreams. They're usually right. I felt my cheeks warm. Not always. With this one? I think so, Daniela said, placing her hand on her belly. The baby kicked right then, strong enough that I could see the movement. Daniela took my hand, pressing it to the spot. The flutter against my palm sent tears to my eyes. This wasn't my body creating life, but somehow it felt like my child saying hello. On March 15th, at 3:47 a.m., my phone rang. Daniela's voice trembled with excitement. It's time. We'd been in Austin for 3 days already, just waiting. The drive to the hospital happened in fast forward. Anderson held my hand so tight I lost circulation, but I didn't tell him to loosen his grip. Daniela labored for 8 hours. We stayed in the waiting room, pacing, praying, calling family with updates. When a nurse finally called us back, my legs felt disconnected from my body. She wants you there for the birth, the nurse explained. She says you're family. Watching a child enter the world is indescribable. Hearing her first cry, seeing the crinkled face and tiny fists, I understood why people call it a miracle. Daniela looked exhausted but radiant. Do you want to hold her? She asked me. I could only nod. The nurse placed the baby in my arms. She was smaller than I expected, her skin impossibly soft. When her dark eyes met mine, Something clicked into place. A puzzle piece I didn't know was missing. "Hi, Hope," I whispered, testing the name that had lived in my heart all this time. Anderson wrapped his arms around us both. I felt his lips against my temple as he whispered, "Thank you," meant for Daniela, for God, for the universe itself. We spent 3 days at the hospital with Daniela. She breastfed Hope those first days, wanting to give her that start. It was intimate and complex and beautiful. We talked about the future, the letters and pictures, the yearly visits that Daniela wanted. "I need you both to promise something," Daniela said on our last night in Austin. She'd just finished feeding Hope and passed her to Anderson. "Promise you'll tell her this story. Not just that she's adopted, but how much love and thought went into creating her family." "We promise," we said together. Before we left, Daniela pressed something into my hand, a tiny envelope. "Open it when you get home." Home. We'd imagined this moment 1,000 times, but reality surpassed every dream. Walking through our front door with Hope felt like the house exhaled for the first time. The nursery we'd painted last month glowed in the afternoon light. We placed Hope in her crib, watching her sleep after the journey. She looked so small against the white sheets, but also perfectly where she belonged. That evening, while Anderson dozed on the couch with Hope on his chest, I remembered Daniela's envelope. Inside was a note. "Jessica, you mentioned a necklace with a charm you wanted to engrave. I hope you find the perfect name. Love, Daniela." I reached for the necklace, then searched my jewelry box for something. Finding it, I smiled at my own forgetfulness. We'd been carrying Hope's name all along. But I didn't engrave Hope on the charm. The next day, I took it to the local jeweler. When he asked what I wanted engraved, I thought of Daniela's letter, of all the twisting roads that led us here, of the way hope transforms into something real when you refuse to let it go. "Hope," I said, in script lettering. 6 months later, we returned to Austin for our first visit. Daniela looked healthier, stronger. She held Hope with practiced ease, pointing out family resemblances. "She has her father's nose, but your smile now." It was true. Hope's smiles had become generous, full-face expressions that lit up rooms. That night, after Sophia and Hope were asleep, the 3 of us sat on Daniela's back porch. Cicadas hummed in the darkness. "Thank you," I said. Not for the first time, but with new depths of meaning. "For choosing us, for trusting us." Daniela nodded. "I see it in how she looks at you, like you're her whole world. That's what I wanted." Anderson leaned forward. "And we see it in how you look at her too. She has so much love surrounding her." We talked until midnight about everything and nothing, Hope's favorite foods, our families, Daniela's plans to finish school. Love took shapes I hadn't expected, complex, layered, expanding to include room for everyone. Flying home, I held Hope against my shoulder as she fussed sleepily. My fingers found the necklace, tracing the single engraved word. Hope. Not just what I'd carried through the hardest years, but what we'd built together, all of us. What we'd continue building with every letter, every visit, every moment of honoring the love that created this unlikely, perfect family. The roads hadn't been straight or easy. They'd wound through heartbreak and healing, through choices and chances we never could have imagined. But here we were, flying home with our daughter, connected by invisible threads to others who shared in our joy. Hope delivered on her promise. She hadn't just brought us a child. She'd shown us that family isn't bound by biology or predetermined paths. It's forged in the courage to stay open, to wait, to believe that somewhere out there, your people are waiting too. As Hope settled deeper into sleep, I looked out the airplane window at the lights scattered across the dark landscape below. Somewhere down there, in one of those glowing points, was our life, waiting for us to continue writing its story. Every heartbeat, every breath, every moment moving forward was an answer to prayers whispered in the dark. Hope had a name now. She had a home. She had parents who'd spent years learning that sometimes the most beautiful beginnings arise from the surrender of original plans. I pressed my lips to her downy head. She smelled like Daniela's lavender soap in our house, and endless possibilities for the future. This was our forever. This was our family. This was hope, given form and breath in the most beautiful name of all. Hope. The wind carried secrets through Mourner's Wood, whispering tales that most villagers had long forgotten. I was not like most villagers. My name is Bellamy Thorne, and I have always heard what others could not, or perhaps would not, hear. My grandmother's cottage perched at the edge of our timeless English village, where crumbling stone walls met whispering willows. The building itself seemed to sag with age, as if surrendering to the weight of stories contained within its walls. I'd lived there since I was 7, when my parents vanished during an expedition to catalog rare orchids in South America. "You have their restlessness," Gran would say, her eyes following me as I paced our small living room. "Never content to stay in one place. It's the Thorne blood." She never spoke of my great-uncle, the famed botanist Mr. Edmund Thorne, except in fragments. A cautionary tale meant to keep me tethered to safety. Yet somehow, knowing we shared a surname made the mystery of his abandoned garden all the more compelling. Tonight, the autumn air slipped through my open bedroom window, carrying the scent of wet earth and decay. Not unpleasant, but rich with possibility. I couldn't sleep. Not that sleep ever came easily to me. My shift at the countryside inn had ended hours ago, but my mind refused to quiet itself. The dreams had returned with greater intensity. Vines coiling around my wrists, voices murmuring in languages that shifted between familiar and foreign. I rolled from my bed and dressed silently. Gran's bedroom door remained closed, her soft snores audible through the thin walls. Taking my worn leather journal and a small silver penlight, I descended the creaking stairs and stepped into the night. The moon hung full and heavy, casting long shadows across the village green. Most windows remained dark at this hour, the village surrendering to slumber. Only I moved through its silence, a ghost among the living. My feet knew the path before my mind acknowledged where I was headed. Beyond the last row of cottages, past the graveyard with its listing stones, around the bend where foxgloves grew wild in summer, there stood the iron gate. It was more magnificent than village gossip suggested. 10 feet tall and wrought in a pattern of intertwining branches and blooms. It seemed not merely a barrier but a warning rendered in metal. Rust clung to its lower bars, yet the lock gleamed oddly bright, as if recently polished. "The vines are older than your dreams," Gran had warned just yesterday, her gnarled fingers wrapped around her teacup. "Promise me you'll stay away from that place, Bellamy." I had nodded, as I always did. But promises, like rules, had never managed to take root in my nature. The gate should have been locked. It had been locked for decades, according to village lore. Yet when my fingers brushed against the latch, it yielded with a sigh. The hinges remained silent as the gate swung inward, inviting me to step across the threshold. I hesitated. Stories of Mr. Thorne's garden had circulated through our village for generations. Some said he had cultivated plants from the far corners of the world, species that should never have been brought to English soil. Others whispered that he had discovered something beneath the earth, something that changed him, consumed him, until one day he simply vanished, leaving only his wild garden behind. A sudden breeze rustled the trees beyond the gate, carrying notes of lavender and something deeper, musk, earth, and time. My heartbeat quickened. This was madness, surely. To enter a place that had been sealed off for decades, a place my grandmother had explicitly forbidden. Yet the dreams had called me here. Night after night, the vines had reached for me, beckoning. Just a quick look, I whispered to myself, my voice strangely loud in the midnight silence. I'll be out before dawn. With that hollow reassurance, I stepped through the gate. The transformation was immediate and bewildering. Where I had expected neglect and decay, I found vitality. The path beneath my feet was not overgrown, but neatly lined with luminescent mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle blue light. Trees that should have been skeletal in the autumn chill instead bore heavy fruit and vibrant leaves. Flowers bloomed in impossible colors. Deep purples that shifted to blue when I turned my head. Reds so vivid they seemed to throb with heartbeats of their own. The air hung thick with crushed time and something else. A scent like old parchment and dreams. I drew it deep into my lungs and felt my thoughts soften around the edges. My fingers relaxed their grip on my journal. What had I been worried about? This place was beautiful, welcoming. I wandered deeper, following the winding path as it curved between towering hedges studded with white roses. Their perfume grew stronger with each step, sweet, yet not cloying. Time blurred. Had I been walking for minutes or hours? The moonlight filtering through the canopy above seemed unchanged, yet the stars had shifted in patterns I couldn't quite track. A soft sound reached me, water flowing over stones. Following it, I emerged into a clearing dominated by a circular pond. At its center stood a statue of a woman, arms outstretched, water pouring from her palms into the pool below. The sculpture appeared ancient, yet the details remained crisp, each finger perfectly formed, her expression one of serene knowledge. I knelt at the pond's edge and peered into its depths. Instead of a reflection, I saw memories. Not my own, but fragments of lives I'd never lived. A man in Victorian clothing examining a strange purple flower. A woman laughing as butterflies landed on her shoulders. Children dancing around a maypole, their faces blurred by speed and joy. "Beautiful, isn't it?" a voice asked from behind me. I startled, nearly toppling into the water. Turning, I found myself facing a woman unlike any I'd encountered in our village. She stood beneath a white lilac tree that should not have been blooming this late in the year. Her dress seemed woven from bark and ash, clinging to her form before dissolving into what looked like roots at her feet. Her hair cascaded in waves of moss green, framing a face both youthful and ancient. "I didn't mean to intrude," I said, rising to my feet. The gate was open. "The gate is always open to a thorn," she replied, her voice carrying notes of velvet and decay. "Though few remember to listen when it calls." My skin prickled. "How do you know my name?" Her laugh sounded like leaves rustling. "I don't know your name, dreamer. I know your blood." She ventured closer, her movements fluid as water. "You are a thief, though not an unwelcome one. You come here hungering." I didn't deny it. The accusation rang true in ways I couldn't articulate. All my life I'd drifted. Between jobs, between lovers, between versions of myself. Always searching for something I couldn't name. Always hungry for more. "Who are you?" I asked, finding my voice again. "Do you live here? Did you know my great-uncle?" "Names have power here," she said, ignoring my questions. "Some call me the gardener. Others, the memory keeper." She reached into a pocket of her strange dress and produced a blackberry that shimmered like oil in the moonlight. "What do you seek in this place, Bellamy Thorne? Why do the dreams call you here night after night?" I stared at her, shock rendering me momentarily speechless. How could you possibly know about my dreams? "The garden knows what it needs," she replied cryptically, "and it has needed a thorn for a very long time." She extended her hand, offering the blackberry. It pulsed with an inner light, unlike any fruit I'd ever seen. "Eat and stay," she whispered. "Or leave and forget." A warning bell sounded in some distant part of my mind, a memory of Gran's voice cautioning against precisely this moment. Yet curiosity had always been my besetting sin. I reached for the fruit, its weight surprisingly substantial in my palm. "What will happen if I eat it?" I asked. "You will remember," she said simply. "Remember what?" Her smile deepened. "Everything." I studied the blackberry, turning it between my fingers. The surface rippled like water, reflecting fragments of memories. My childhood, my parents' faces, moments I'd thought long forgotten. "Why me?" I asked, still hesitating. "The garden chooses its keeper," she explained. "For generations it has been a thorn. Your great-uncle served faithfully until he could no longer bear the weight of remembering. Since then, the garden has waited, growing wild, preserving what must not be lost." "And what's that?" "The forgotten knowledge of the world," she said. "The memories people discard, the dreams they abandon, the truths they find too painful to carry." I looked around at the impossibly vibrant plants, the luminescent fungi, and the statue with its endless flow of water. "This is more than just a garden, isn't it?" "Much more," she confirmed. "It is a repository of what humanity chooses to forget. Someone must remember Bellamy. Someone must tend these memories, or they fade forever." The blackberry pulsed more urgently in my hand. "And if I refuse?" "Then you walk back through the gate, and the dreams will cease. You will find the contentment that has eluded you, perhaps settle into the life of a village night porter. The garden will wait for another thorn to answer its call." Contentment. The word should have tempted me, yet it sounded hollow. All my restless wandering, the constant dissatisfaction. Had it been the garden calling me home all along? I raised the fruit to my lips, decision made. I've never been good at refusing the unknown. The moment the blackberry touched my tongue, the world exploded into clarity. Colors intensified, scents sharpened, and sounds. Oh, the sounds. I heard every insect's wing, every root pushing through soil, every star singing in the heavens above. My knees buckled, and I sank to the earth as memories flooded my consciousness. I remembered walking these paths with my great-uncle as a child, something that had never happened, yet I recalled with perfect clarity. I remembered ancient civilizations rising and falling, languages evolving and dying, species disappearing from the earth. I remembered the feel of dinosaur hide beneath my fingertips, the taste of fruits now extinct, the sound of music played on instruments long forgotten. "These aren't my memories," I gasped. "They are the garden's memories," the woman said, kneeling beside me. "And now, they are yours to tend." The ground beneath me softened. Vines emerged from the soil, wrapping gently around my ankles, not restraining but welcoming. Grass and moss climbed my legs, creating a living cushion. "Am I becoming part of the garden?" I asked, surprised by the lack of fear in my voice. "You are becoming its keeper," she corrected. "As Edmund was before you. The garden will sustain you, and you will sustain it. A perfect symbiosis." As she spoke, I felt roots extending from my fingertips into the soil, connecting me to every plant, every creature that dwelled within the garden's boundaries. Information flowed through these connections, life cycles, growth patterns, the secret language of flowers and fungi. Knowledge that humans had once possessed and then discarded as imagination or superstition. "What about my grandmother?" I asked, even as I felt myself settling deeper into the earth. "Time moves differently here," the woman said, her form already beginning to fade like morning mist. "You may visit her in dreams, ease her worries. One day, when she's ready, you may even guide her here. Who are you? I asked again, reaching for her dissolving figure. Really? Her smile was the last part of her to fade. I am what remains when everything else is forgotten. I am the memory of the first garden, the echo of creation. And now, I can rest, for the garden has found its new keeper. As her voice trailed into silence, I felt a profound shift within myself. The restlessness that had haunted me all my life settled into purpose. The hunger transformed into understanding. I was exactly where I belonged, where I had always been meant to be. Days passed, or perhaps years. Time held little meaning in the garden. I learned to shape the growth around me, to call forth blooms that hadn't existed for millennia, to whisper to the seeds of plants not yet born. I became fluent in the language of roots and rainfall. Occasionally, villagers would approach the gate, drawn by curiosity or dares. I watched them through the eyes of birds, listened through the rustle of leaves. They saw only an overgrown, impenetrable tangle, the garden showing them what they expected to see. But for those who came seeking healing or wisdom, those with open hearts and genuine need, the gate would yield. I would guide them, without revealing myself, to plants that might ease their ailments or berries that would help them remember lost loves or forgotten dreams. They would leave changed, carrying fragments of ancient memory back into the world. My grandmother came once, months after my disappearance. She stood at the gate, her aged hand resting on the iron latch. "Bellamy," she called, her voice quavering. "If you're in there, give me a sign." I sent a gentle breeze to carry the scent of her favorite roses, ones I'd cultivated specially for her, infused with memories of her childhood. A white butterfly landed on her shoulder, bearing my silent message of reassurance. She nodded, tears glistening on her cheeks. "You found your place," she whispered. "Just like Edmund did. Watch over us, my restless boy." I learned later that she told the village I had moved to London to pursue art, a kindness to preserve my memory in their minds, and perhaps to protect the garden's secrets. When she passed, peacefully in her sleep the following winter, I welcomed her spirit into the garden. She dwells now in the rose bushes near the eastern wall, their blooms carrying her laughter. As for me, I have found peace in my rootedness. My hands have become instruments of growth, my eyes windows to centuries past and futures yet unwoven. The dreams no longer haunt me, for I am the keeper of all dreams now. Sometimes, on moonlit nights when the veil between worlds thins, I can almost perceive my human form again. A memory of the restless young man who once worked as a night porter and yearned for something more. I smile at his innocence, grateful for his courage in stepping through the gate. The villagers speak of the garden still, their stories evolving with each generation. They call it the Garden of Remembering, though few understand the truth behind the name. They say that on full moon nights, if you press your ear to the old stone wall, you can hear a lullaby drifting from within, a melody woven of rosemary and regret, of ancient knowledge and tender growth. They say that sometimes, if your need is great and your heart is true, the iron gate will open for you. That inside, a garden of impossible wonders awaits, tended by a gardener with moss-green eyes and roots for fingers. They say he will offer you a blackberry that shimmers like oil. Choose wisely, should you ever find yourself at that gate. For some hungers, once satisfied, transform you forever. Some curiosities, once indulged, can never be undone. But if your soul, like mine, has always yearned for deeper connection, if you felt the whisper of ancient memories in your dreams and the call of forgotten knowledge in your blood, then perhaps the garden waits for you too. Listen for its call on the wind. Follow the path beyond the whispering willows. The gate is never truly locked to those who need to remember. and I will be waiting, among the luminescent mushrooms and never-withering flowers, ready to welcome another seeker home. For this is the truth I have learned as keeper of the Garden of Remembering. We are all, in our way, collections of memories, some our own, some inherited, some forgotten, until the moment they bloom unexpectedly within us. To tend these memories with care, to preserve what might otherwise be lost to time's relentless march. This is not just my purpose now. It is my joy. So sleep now, dear listener, and in your dreams, perhaps you'll wander to my garden's edge. Perhaps you'll hear the leaves speaking in voices half remembered from childhood. Perhaps you'll catch the scent of impossible flowers blooming out of season. And perhaps, just perhaps, you'll understand that the veil between memory and dream is thinner than you ever imagined. Rest well, dream deeply, and remember. My fingers trembled as I turned the doorknob that May morning. The blue door, the one we'd painted together 7 years ago when we first bought this house, creaked open to reveal a social worker cradling a bundle wrapped in a soft pink blanket. Time slowed as she placed that precious bundle in my waiting arms. Lila. I breathed in her newborn scent, feeling the delicate weight of her body against my chest. Each tiny breath she took matched the rhythm of my thundering heart. Max stood beside me, his strong frame suddenly vulnerable, tears gathering in the corners of his eyes. "She's perfect," I whispered, tracing my finger along the velvet softness of her cheek. "Just like her mother," Max replied, his voice breaking as he wrapped his arm around us. The social worker explained something about follow-up visits and final paperwork, but her words drifted past me like leaves on a breeze. All I could focus on was the miracle in my arms, this beautiful baby girl whose birth mother had chosen us to be her parents. We were finally a family after 7 years of heartbreak, of nurseries left empty, and dreams left shattered. That evening I sat in the rocking chair beside her crib, watching moonlight paint silver patterns across her sleeping face. Each rise and fall of her tiny chest felt like a gift. I memorized every detail, the way her small fists curled near her chin, how her eyelashes fanned against her cheeks, the soft baby sounds that escaped her lips as she dreamed. "You're staring again," Max whispered from the doorway, 2 steaming mugs of chamomile tea in his hands. "I can't help it," I admitted. Part of me still fears I'll wake up and discover this was all a dream. He placed the mugs on the dresser and knelt beside my chair, resting his head in my lap. I ran my fingers through his dark curls, the familiar texture grounding me in this new reality we shared. "She's really ours, Ellie," he murmured. "She's home." Home. The word held new meaning now. Those first weeks transformed our house in ways I never imagined. The nursery, which I'd abandoned 18 months earlier after my second miscarriage, suddenly burst with purpose. I painted the walls a soft lavender, the color of twilight and new beginnings. Max assembled the crib we'd stored in the attic, his hands steady and sure this time, not trembling like they had during our years of fertility treatments. "What do you think of these?" Max asked one afternoon, holding up star-shaped decals that glowed in the dark. "They're perfect," I replied, imagining Lila gazing up at her own personal constellation. We placed them carefully across the ceiling, creating patterns that mirrored the real stars visible through her window. Later that night, with the lights turned off, we lay on the floor beneath them, Lila nestled between us. "Now she'll always sleep under the stars," Max whispered, "even when it's cloudy outside." I reached for his hand across our daughter's sleeping form, our fingers intertwining as they had countless times before, through doctor's appointments that ended in disappointment, through nights when hope felt like a distant memory. Now, our joined hands created a bridge above the daughter who had found her way to us through a different kind of miracle. Spring bloomed into summer. I watched Lila discover the world with wide, curious eyes. Her first genuine smile appeared when Max held her up to the kitchen window to watch mourning doves gather at our bird feeder. Her first laugh, pure magical music, burst forth during a diaper change when I blew raspberries on her round belly. "Did you hear that?" I called to Max, who rushed in from the garden, dirt still clinging to his hands. "Do it again," he urged, kneeling beside us. I repeated my silly noise against her stomach, and she rewarded us with another peal of laughter that filled the room with joy. Max captured the moment on his phone, and we watched the video dozens of times that night, marveling at the sound that had been missing from our home for so long. Summer days stretched long and languid. We spent afternoons in the backyard beneath the ancient maple tree. Lila nestled between us on a patchwork quilt my grandmother had made. I read aloud from gardening catalogs while Max dozed beside us, one hand resting protectively on Lila's tiny chest. "We should plant something," I suggested one particularly golden afternoon, closing the seed catalog. "A tree, maybe. Something that will grow alongside her." Max opened his eyes, squinting against the dappled sunlight filtering through the maple leaves. "What kind?" "Apple," I answered without hesitation. "So she can pick fruit from her own tree when she's older. Maybe make pies with her children someday." The next weekend, we drove to the local nursery, Lila secured in her car seat, cooing at the scenery passing by her window. The nursery smelled of rich earth. We selected a young apple sapling, its slender trunk already reaching confidently toward the sky. That evening, as the sun painted the horizon in shades of pink and gold, we planted the tree together. Max dug the hole while I held Lila, letting her tiny fingers touch a leaf from her tree. "See that, little one?" I whispered. "That's your tree. You'll grow together." After settling the sapling in its new home, we stood back to admire our work. The young tree seemed to stand taller, as if aware of its importance in our family's story. "To new beginnings," Max said, raising his water bottle in a toast. "To Lila and all her tomorrows," I added, linking my arm through his as our daughter watched the tree's leaves dance in the evening breeze. July brought heat that shimmered above the pavement. We filled a tiny inflatable pool in the shade of the maple tree, and I dipped Lila's feet into the cool water. Her eyes widened in surprise before her face split into a delighted grin. "I think we have a little fish on our hands," Max laughed, snapping photos. "Like her father," I teased, remembering how Max had once been a competitive swimmer in college. He knelt beside the pool and splashed his fingers through the water, creating tiny rainbows in the sunlight. Lila watched, entranced, then slapped her own palms against the surface in imitation, soaking us both. Our laughter mingled with the summer sounds, cicadas humming in the trees, birds calling to one another, the distant chime of an ice cream truck making its rounds through the neighborhood. These ordinary moments had become extraordinary because we shared them with her. I never knew happiness could be this simple. I confessed that night as we lay in bed, the baby monitor glowing softly on the nightstand. "Or this complete," Max added, pulling me closer. August brought Lila's first tooth, its tiny edge appearing like a pearl beneath her gum. It also brought sleepless nights filled with her discomfort, her usual contentment replaced by tears that broke my heart. "Maybe we should call the pediatrician," I worried after her third night of fitful sleep, dark circles shadowing my eyes. "Dr. Abbott said this is normal," Max reminded me gently, taking Lila from my arms. "Let me walk with her for a while. You rest." I collapsed onto our bed, intending to close my eyes for just a moment. When I woke, sunlight streamed through the curtains. Panicked, I rushed to the nursery, only to find it empty. I followed the sound of soft guitar music to the living room. There, I discovered Max asleep on the couch, Lila peacefully slumbering on his chest. His guitar lay beside them, one hand still resting on its strings. I stood in the doorway, committing the scene to memory, how the morning light gilded their sleeping forms, how their chests rose and fell in perfect synchronization, how Max's protective arm cradled our daughter even in sleep. This was my family, not formed in the way I'd once imagined, but no less miraculous for taking a different path. September arrived with cooler breezes and changing leaves. Lila grew more mobile each day, rocking on her hands and knees, determined to crawl. We cheered each attempt, each small victory bringing her closer to independence. One evening, as I prepared dinner, Max called from the living room, excitement vibrating in his voice. "Ellie, hurry!" I abandoned the half-chopped vegetables and rushed in to find Lila on her hands and knees, rocking determinedly, eyes focused on a colorful toy just beyond her reach. "She's going to do it," Max whispered, phone already recording. We watched, barely breathing, as she pushed forward, her arms trembling with effort. One knee moved, then the other. 3 wobbly movements later, she reached her goal, collapsing onto her belly beside the toy. We erupted in applause. Startled, Lila looked up at us, her face breaking into a gummy smile that displayed her single tooth. "That's our girl," I said through happy tears. "So determined." "Just like her mother," Max replied, kissing my temple. Later that night, after Lila had fallen asleep, we watched the video of her first crawl at least a dozen times. Each viewing felt like witnessing a miracle, not just the physical milestone, but the emotional journey that had brought us to this moment. "Remember when we couldn't imagine this?" Max asked, his arm around my shoulders. "I remember everything," I admitted. The negative pregnancy tests, the failed treatments, the silence in this house that felt like it would swallow us whole. And now I know that family isn't something that happens to you," I said, turning to face him. "It's something you choose, every day, in 1,000 small ways." He brushed a tear from my cheek with his thumb. "I'd choose you and her 1,000 times over." October brought our first Halloween as parents. I spent evenings sewing a ladybug costume, complete with spotted wings and a headband with bouncing antennae. "She's too young for trick-or-treating," I protested, when Max insisted we take her around the neighborhood. "We're not doing it for candy," he countered, adjusting her costume. "We're doing it to show our neighbors what a miracle looks like." We bundled Lila against the autumn chill and strolled through streets lined with jack-o'-lanterns and fake cobwebs. Neighbors who'd witnessed our years of struggle cooed over her, many having followed our journey through fertility treatments and adoption. Mrs. Henderson, who had lived next door since we moved in, slipped a card into our treat bag instead of candy. Later, curled on the couch with Lila asleep between us, we read her note. "Some miracles take longer than others, but yours was worth the wait." I traced my finger over her handwritten words, remembering how she'd brought meals after each failed treatment, how she'd continued to ask about adoption, even when others had stopped mentioning children around us. "We should invite her for Thanksgiving," I suggested. "We should invite everyone who stood by us," Max agreed. "Everyone who kept believing in our family even when we sometimes lost faith ourselves." November arrived with frost-covered mornings and the scent of wood smoke in the air. Lila discovered the joy of crunching leaves, giggling when Max piled them up and let her pat at the colorful heap. Thanksgiving approached, and we planned a celebration unlike any we'd hosted before. Both our families would attend, though the relationships remained somewhat complicated. Some relatives had pulled away during our fertility struggles, uncomfortable with our pain or uncertain how to support us. Others had been steadfast, sending cards and prayers, and when Lila arrived, embracing their new roles as grandparents and aunts and uncles with wholehearted enthusiasm. I spent the day before Thanksgiving preparing, peeling potatoes at the kitchen counter, while Lila played in her exercisor nearby. "Mama," she called, reaching toward me with grabby hands. The potato and peeler clattered into the sink as I turned, my heart racing. "What did you say, sweetheart?" "Mama," she repeated, bouncing excitedly. I scooped her up, potato starch still clinging to my hands, and peppered her face with kisses until she squealed with laughter. "Max!" I called. "Max, come quick!" He rushed in from the garage where he'd been setting up extra tables, concern etched on his face until he saw us laughing. "She said mama," I explained, tears gathering in my eyes. Her first real word. "Can you say Dada?" Max asked, moving closer. Lila smiled her toothy grin. She had 3 teeth now, and reached for his face. "Mama," she repeated confidently. We all dissolved into laughter, the kitchen filled with joy that spilled over like a cup too full to contain its contents. Thanksgiving Day dawned bright and clear, the house filled with delicious aromas and the buzz of family conversations. Lila, dressed in a tiny corduroy jumper with embroidered leaves, charmed everyone with her new word, which she now applied liberally to anyone who held her. "She has your eyes," Max's mother observed, bouncing Lila on her knee by the living room window. "She has her own eyes," I corrected gently, having learned this response in our adoption classes. Lila belonged to us, but she also carried the legacy of her birth parents, a heritage we planned to honor as she grew. "Well," his mother persisted, "she certainly has your determination. Look how she's reaching for that toy." I accepted this comparison with a smile. The parts of ourselves we would pass to Lila weren't genetic, but intentional. Our values, our love, our persistence in the face of obstacles. After dinner, when everyone gathered in the living room for coffee and dessert, Max disappeared briefly. He returned with his guitar and settled on the piano bench. "I've been working on something," he announced, his eyes finding mine across the room. "A song for our daughter." The room quieted as his fingers found the opening chord. The melody that filled our home was gentle yet strong, like a river finding its way to the sea. Inevitable, persistent, full of purpose. As he played, I watched our families listening, their faces softening with understanding. This song told our story without words. The waiting, the heartbreak, the unexpected joy we'd discovered when we opened ourselves to a different path. When the final notes faded, the silence held for a heartbeat before everyone applauded. Lila, sitting in my lap, clapped her hands in delight, clearly recognizing her father's special song. "That was beautiful," my sister whispered, squeezing my hand. "He's been playing it for her since the day she arrived," I explained. "It changes a little each time, growing as she grows." December transformed our neighborhood into a wonderland of twinkling lights and holiday decorations. We brought home a small pine tree and decorated it with handmade ornaments, including Lila's first, a tiny clay impression of her hand, painted gold and dated with the year. On Christmas Eve, after a day filled with family visits and holiday traditions, I found myself alone in Lila's nursery. She slept peacefully in her crib, exhausted from the excitement. Through the window, I could see the apple tree we'd planted, its bare branches reaching toward the star-filled sky. In spring, it would bloom with delicate pink flowers. In summer, small fruit would form. In autumn, we would harvest the first apples together, Lila old enough to help gather them in a basket. Max joined me, carrying 2 glasses of champagne. "To our first Christmas together," he whispered, handing me a glass. "To all the Christmases to come," I replied, clinking my glass softly against his. We stood in comfortable silence, watching our daughter sleep. The path that had brought us here wasn't the one we'd planned, but standing in that quiet nursery, I couldn't imagine any other journey. The biological children we'd once longed for remained dreams, but the daughter sleeping before us was our reality, a different miracle, no less precious for having arrived unexpectedly. I thought about the waiting families still hoping, trying, believing. Our name on a list somewhere had matched with a young woman's wish for her child's future. That serendipitous pairing had transformed 3 lives, ours and hers, creating a family across biology, beyond blood, built on choice and boundless love. "I wonder if she knows," I whispered, "how long we waited for her. How perfectly she fits into our hearts." "She'll know," Max assured me. "We'll tell her the story, how we searched for her before we even knew her name, how we prepared a place for her long before we held her, how she completed us in ways we couldn't have imagined." Outside, snow began to fall, soft flakes drifting past the window. The world grew quieter, as if nature itself was pausing to acknowledge the peace within our home. "Remember our first Christmas in this house?" Max asked. "How empty it felt, even with all the decorations." I nodded, remembering how we'd filled the silence with cheerful music and bright ornaments, attempting to create the family holiday we'd both dreamed about. "And now?" he prompted. "Now it feels full," I answered simply. "Not because of the gifts or the tree or the visitors. Because of her," he finished. "Because of all 3 of us," I corrected, leaning into his embrace. "Because we finally found one another." January arrived with its clean slate and fresh beginnings. We celebrated Lila's first New Year with sparkling cider at noon and an early bedtime. The rhythms of our family life settled into comfortable patterns: morning playtime, afternoon walks to the park, evening baths that left the bathroom floor soaked and our hearts overflowing. One snowy afternoon, while Lila napped, I found Max in our home office, surrounded by papers. "What's all this?" I asked, picking up what appeared to be a brochure. "Information about finalizing the adoption," he explained. I sank into the chair beside him, suddenly overwhelmed by the significance of the milestone. Soon, Lila would be legally ours, though she'd claimed our hearts the moment we'd seen her. "Are you worried?" Max asked, noticing my expression. "Not about the legal part," I admitted. "I just keep thinking about her birth mother. What this day will mean for her." Max nodded, understanding. We'd met Lila's birth mother only once, briefly, but I often thought about her courage, her sacrifice, her love expressed through the hardest kind of letting go. "I want Lila to know her story," I said. "All of it. Not just how she came to us, but where she came from. The brave young woman who loved her enough to find her a family when she couldn't be one herself." "We'll tell her," Max promised, "when she's old enough to understand. And we'll honor her birth mother by raising Lila to know she was loved from the very beginning, by her first mother and by us." I leaned my head against his shoulder, grateful for his wisdom, for his ability to see the complete circle of love that had brought Lila into our lives. Later that evening, after tucking Lila into her crib, I sat at my desk and began writing in a journal, a record of our journey, a letter to our daughter, a promise to remember every step of the path that had led us to her. I wanted her to know someday that the most beautiful families aren't always formed in the most conventional ways. I wrote until midnight, filling pages with memories. The day she arrived, her first smile, the sound of her laughter, the way Max's eyes lit up when she said Dada for the first time, 2 weeks after Mama, much to my amusement. I described the apple tree growing in the backyard, the stars on her ceiling, the song her father played each night. When I finally closed the journal, I felt a sense of completion. The house around me, once so empty it echoed with silence, now hummed with life and purpose. The blue door that had witnessed so many tearful homecomings after failed procedures now opened daily to new adventures. 3 pairs of footprints tracked across welcome mats in mud and snow and sunshine. I paused in the hallway outside Lila's room, listening to her soft breathing through the partially open door. Max appeared beside me, wrapping his arm around my waist. "Everything okay?" he whispered. I nodded, leaning into his familiar warmth. I was just thinking about doors. Doors? He echoed, puzzled. How many closed for us over the years, and how the right one finally opened. He kissed the top of my head, understanding without further explanation. In the nursery, Lila stirred slightly, then settled back into peaceful slumber. Outside, the apple tree stood sentinel in the moonlit yard, its branches silvered with frost, waiting patiently for spring. Inside, the three of us breathed in rhythm, a family created not by chance or biology, but by choice and circumstance, and a love that had finally found its way home. The journey that brought us here, through heartbreak and hope, through loss and love, had led us exactly where we belonged. Home wasn't just the house with the blue door. It was wherever the three of us were together, creating memories from moments, building a future from faith, and proving every day that the greatest families are those built with open hearts, willing to receive the unexpected gifts that arrive when we least expect them, but need them most. And in my daughter's peaceful breathing, I heard the most beautiful truth. Some miracles arrive exactly when they're meant to, not a moment before, not a second too late, but precisely when our hearts are ready to receive them. I own you, and yet I would die for you. The silver blade pressed against my palm, drawing a thin line of crimson that spilled onto the ancient marble floor. I didn't flinch. Pain had become my closest companion these past 5 years, ever since the vampires had claimed our world as their own. Do you accept the terms of this blood oath, human? Lucian's voice echoed through the cathedral-like chamber, smooth as velvet, yet sharp as the knife he held. I raised my eyes to meet his, midnight blue with flecks of silver that seemed to capture the light of the torches surrounding us. His beauty was devastating, cruel in its perfection. High cheekbones, full lips curved into a perpetual half-smile, and skin like polished alabaster. The rumors hadn't done him justice. Lord Lucian Aramis was every bit the predator they claimed, and more. I accept, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. My life for theirs. His smile widened, revealing the sharp tips of his fangs. Your life, your blood, your body, everything you are now belongs to me, Isolde Black. The way he said my name sent an unwelcome shiver down my spine. I hated him. I hated every vampire who had stolen our world, who had forced humanity into servitude, who had killed my family and countless others. But I hated myself more at that moment because I couldn't deny the pull I felt toward him despite everything. And in return, I said, you will spare the resistance members you captured. You will grant amnesty to any human who lays down their weapons. Lucian nodded, his eyes never leaving mine as he pressed his own palm against the blade. His blood was darker than mine, almost black in the dim light. When he clasped my hand in his, our blood mingling, I gasped at the sensation, like electricity racing through my veins. The blood oath is sealed, he murmured. You are mine now, Isolde. My bride. The symbol of peace between our kinds. I pulled my hand away, wiping it against the tattered remains of what had once been my battle gear. I agreed to be your bride in name only. Don't confuse that with submission, vampire. He laughed then, a rich sound warming the cold stone around us. Oh, my fierce little warrior. I wouldn't dream of it. The chamber they led me to was unlike anything I had seen since the fall. Luxury didn't begin to describe it. Tapestries of deep crimson and gold adorned walls of polished black stone. A massive four-poster bed dominated the space, draped in silks that shimmered in the firelight. Your quarters, said the servant, a human girl no older than 16 with the telltale puncture marks on her neck. A willing donor. My stomach turned. I'm to be kept in a gilded cage, then. She bowed her head. Lord Lucian thought you would be more comfortable here than in the cells below. How considerate of him, I muttered, running my fingers over the silken bedspread. And where is my husband? The council required his presence. He will join you later. After she left, I spent hours examining every inch of the room, searching for weaknesses, escape routes, anything I could use. The windows, tall, arched things of stained glass, were sealed with magic that repelled me like an invisible wall. The door was heavy oak, reinforced with iron bands, and locked from the outside. I was trapped. Properly, thoroughly trapped. Exhaustion eventually won out over my determination. I sank onto the edge of the bed, allowing myself a moment of weakness as tears threatened to spill. I had led the resistance for 5 years. I had watched friends die, had killed vampires with my own hands, and had survived on hope alone when food and supplies ran scarce. And now I had traded my freedom to save the lives of my people. Had I made the right choice? Or had I just damned us all by aligning myself with the enemy? The door swung open without warning, and Lucian stood framed in the doorway. He had changed from the ceremonial black robes into something more casual, if you could call a silk shirt that probably cost more than most humans earned in a year casual. You look troubled, bride. He closed the door behind him, the lock clicking into place. I stood, squaring my shoulders. Don't call me that. It's what you are. He moved toward me with that inhuman grace all vampires possessed, like a liquid shadow. Would you prefer wife? I'd prefer Isolde. He stopped a few feet away, close enough that I could smell him. Sandalwood and something metallic, like blood, but richer. Very well, Isolde. Are your accommodations suitable? I laughed bitterly. For a prisoner? They're luxurious. You're not a prisoner. His eyes darkened. You're my consort. A pretty word for the same thing. I folded my arms across my chest. What happens now, Lucian? You've made your point to your council. You've bound the resistance leader to you. What more do you want? He studied me with those unsettling eyes. Want? I want peace, Isolde, the same as you. Peace through subjugation isn't peace. And peace through the extermination of my kind isn't peace either. Yet that was your goal, wasn't it? He moved to a small table and poured dark red liquid from a crystal decanter. Your resistance has killed hundreds of vampires. After your kind killed thousands of humans. My nails dug into my palms. Don't pretend you're the victims here. He handed me a glass. Wine. Real wine, not blood. I thought you might need it. I took it cautiously, sniffing it before taking a small sip. It was wine. Rich, complex, better than anything I'd tasted since before the fall. Thank you, I said reluctantly. Lucian poured himself a glass of something else, something darker. The history between our species is complicated. More so than you know. But that's a conversation for another time. He raised his glass. To new beginnings. I didn't raise mine in return. To survival. His lips quirked up at one corner. Always the pragmatist. He sipped from his glass, watching me over the rim. You should rest. Tomorrow we'll be trying for both of us. Why? Because tomorrow I present you to the court as my bride. His expression turned grim. And not all of my kind are pleased with my choice. Sleep eluded me that night, despite the comfort of the bed, the first real bed I'd slept in for years. When dawn broke, painting the stained glass windows with bars of colored light, I was already awake, sitting by the fire and planning. The blood oath prevented me from directly harming Lucian or plotting against him specifically. I had felt the magic burn through me when we clasped hands. but it said nothing about gathering information, learning the layout of this fortress, finding weaknesses in the vampire hierarchy. I might be bound to Lucian, but my loyalty remained with humanity. A knock at the door preceded the entrance of 3 servant girls, each carrying various items: clothes, jewelry, cosmetics. "Lord Lucian requests your presence at court in 2 hours," said the eldest, a woman perhaps a few years older than my 27. "We're here to help you prepare." I wanted to refuse, to show up in my tattered resistance gear just to spite them all. But that would be childish, and worse, it would be wasting an opportunity. Court meant vampires. Vampires meant information. Information meant power. So I allowed them to bathe me in scented water, to dress me in a gown of midnight blue silk that matched Lucian's eyes, a coincidence that didn't escape my notice, and to adorn me with silver jewelry set with sapphires. When they finished, I barely recognized the woman in the mirror. Gone was the resistance leader with dirt-smudged cheeks and determination in her eyes. In her place stood someone who looked like she belonged in this world of luxury and blood. The thought made me sick. Lucian arrived to escort me himself, dressed in formal attire that accentuated his broad shoulders and lean strength. He stopped in the doorway, his eyes widening slightly as he took me in. "You look..." He paused, seeming to search for the right word. "Domesticated?" I suggested bitterly. His lips quirked. "I was going to say regal, like the queen you are now." I snorted. "I'm no queen." "But you are." He offered his arm. "You are consort to the Lord of House Aramis, the first house of the Vampire Council. That makes you royalty in our world." I ignored his arm. I didn't ask for a title. Few who deserve power seek it. He lowered his arm with a slight shrug. "Come, we shouldn't keep the court waiting." The walk through the fortress, palace really, gave me my first real glimpse of vampire society. It was nothing like the savage, blood-soaked chaos I had imagined. Vampires moved through the halls with purpose, discussing politics, art, and science. Human servants walked freely, without chains or obvious coercion. Some even smiled at their masters. "Surprised?" Lucian murmured, noticing my expression. "Confused," I admitted. "This isn't what I expected. The world isn't as black and white as your resistance paints it." We reached a set of massive double doors, carved with intricate scenes of battle and feasting. Guards in black armor stood at attention, bowing deeply as we approached. "Remember," Lucian said quietly as the doors opened. "Show no fear. They can smell it." The vampire court was a riot of color and sound. Hundreds of them, dressed in their finest, gathered in a cavernous hall with ceilings so high they disappeared into shadow. Thrones of ebony and silver stood on a raised dais at the far end, 7 of them in total. Every eye turned to us as we entered. Conversations died. Music faded. The silence was absolute. And then the whispers began. Human. Resistance leader. Blood oath. Abomination. Lucian's hand found the small of my back, not guiding but supporting. I hated that I leaned into it, just slightly. We walked the length of the hall, my heart pounding so loudly I was certain every vampire could hear it. Perhaps they could. The dais loomed closer, and I could now see the 6 vampires who occupied the other thrones. 3 men and 3 women, each with the same ageless beauty as Lucian, but with none of his warmth. Wait, warmth? When had I started thinking of this monster as warm? "Lord Aramis," said the central figure, an ancient vampire with skin like parchment and eyes like frozen blood. "You honor us with your presence, and with such interesting company." Lucian bowed, and I followed suit, though it pained me to do so. "High Lord Corvinus." May I present Isolde Black, leader of the human resistance, and now my consort by blood oath. Murmurs rippled through the court. Bold move, young Aramis, he said. Very bold. Some might say foolish. Some lack vision, Lucian replied smoothly. The war between our species has gone on long enough. This union represents a new beginning. Or the beginning of the end, said a female vampire. Bringing our greatest enemy into our midst? Have you lost your mind, Lucian? I bristled at being spoken about as if I wasn't there. I can hear you, you know. The court fell silent again, shock rippling through the crowd. Apparently, humans did not speak unless spoken to here. The female vampire's eyes blazed with anger. You dare! She dares because she is my equal, Lucian interrupted, his voice like steel. The blood oath binds us as one. Any insult to her is an insult to me, Lady Bathory. Bathory, a name I knew from resistance reports. One of the cruelest vampires, responsible for the deaths of hundreds of human women. My hands itched for a weapon. Corvinus raised a withered hand. Peace, Elizabeth. Lord Aramis has made his choice, however, unconventional. His eyes fixed on me. Tell me, human, do you enter this union willingly? I enter it to save my people, I answered honestly. Whether that's willing depends on your definition. A chuckle rippled through the crowd, surprising me. Perhaps vampires appreciated candor more than I'd thought. Corvinus's lips twitched. A diplomatic answer. Very well. The Council acknowledges this blood oath and the protection it extends to the human resistance fighters. But know this, Isolde Black. If you betray our trust, if you attempt to harm any vampire under our protection, the oath will not save you or your people. I inclined my head. Understood. The formalities continued. Pledges of loyalty, ritual exchanges that meant nothing to me, but seemed to satisfy the court. Throughout it all, Lucian remained at my side, a steady presence I found myself grudgingly grateful for. When it was over, when we finally returned to my chambers, I collapsed onto a chair, exhaustion washing over me. You did well, Lucian said, pouring me another glass of wine. Better than I expected. I accepted the wine with a nod of thanks. I've faced worse than a room full of judgmental vampires. Have you? He settled into the chair opposite mine, studying me with those unsettling eyes. What is the worst thing you faced, Isolde? The question caught me off guard. I took a sip of wine to buy time, considering my answer. Watching my brother die in my arms after a vampire raid, I said finally. He was 16. Something flickered in Lucian's eyes. Pain, perhaps, or recognition. I'm sorry. Are you? I leaned forward. It was your kind who killed him. Not all vampires are the same, just as not all humans are the same. He set his glass down. The raid that killed your brother, when was it? 3 years ago, a village near the western mountains. Lucian's expression darkened. That wasn't sanctioned by the council. That was the work of rogues, vampires who reject our laws. I laughed bitterly. And that makes a difference to the dead? It should make a difference to the living. He stood, pacing to the window. The council has been trying to rein in the rogues for years. They're as much our enemies as they are yours. I wanted to argue, to maintain the simple hatred that had fueled me for so long. But doubt crept in, unwelcome and persistent. If he was lying, he was the most convincing liar I had ever met. Why me? I asked suddenly. Why choose the resistance leader for your political statement? There are easier ways to make peace. Lucian turned back to me, his expression unreadable. Because you're the only human who has ever killed an elder and lived to tell the tale. My blood ran cold. How did you know that was me? I've been watching you for longer than you realize, Isolde. His voice dropped lower. Your courage, your determination, your refusal to surrender even when all hope seemed lost. Those are rare qualities in any species. I swallowed hard, uncomfortable with the admiration in his voice. So this is... what? Respect? Partly. He moved closer, and I fought the urge to retreat. But it's also strategy. The resistance follows you. The vampires respect power. By binding myself to you, I bridge two worlds. At what cost? I whispered. His eyes searched mine. That remains to be seen. Days turned into weeks. Weeks into a month. Life in the vampire stronghold settled into a routine that was almost normal. Lucian kept his distance, physically at least, sleeping in adjacent chambers and never pressing for more than my company at court functions and private meals. Our conversations grew longer and deeper. I learned about vampire history, the centuries they had spent in hiding, their near extinction at the hands of humans in the Middle Ages, and their eventual decision to claim dominance before they were wiped out completely. He learned about the resistance, our strategies, our victories and failures, our desperate hope to reclaim a world that had been taken from us. And somewhere along the way, the lines began to blur. I found myself looking forward to our evening discussions, to his dry wit and surprising insights. I caught myself watching him when he thought I wasn't looking, admiring the grace with which he moved, the intelligence in his eyes. It was dangerous, this softening. I knew it, but I couldn't stop it. The change in our relationship didn't go unnoticed. Whispers followed us through the court, some approving, others poisonous with hatred. Lady Bathory in particular watched me with murder in her eyes, and I made sure never to turn my back on her. One evening, as the autumn wind howled outside the fortress walls, Lucian returned to our chambers earlier than usual, his expression troubled. "What's wrong?" I asked, setting aside the book I'd been reading, a history of vampire-human relations that contradicted everything I'd believed. He poured himself a glass of blood without answering immediately. When he turned to me, his eyes were dark with worry. "There's been an attack on a human settlement near the eastern border. 30 dead, including children." My heart clenched. Vampires? Yes, rogues, led by a former lieutenant of mine. He drained his glass in one swallow. They left a message, for me. What did it say? Blood cannot be diluted without weakening the strain. His jaw tightened. It's me they're targeting. My decision to align with you, with humanity. I stood, moving to his side without thinking. This isn't your fault. Isn't it? He set the glass down with enough force to crack it. I knew there would be opposition. I didn't think they would go this far. Then we fight back. I said it without hesitation, surprising myself. We find these rogues and we stop them. Lucian looked at me, really looked at me, with an intensity that made my breath catch. We? I hesitated only a moment. Yes, we. Your enemies are killing my people. That makes them my enemies too. Something shifted between us in that moment. An acknowledgement of shared purpose, of alliance beyond the forced terms of our blood oath. "I'm sending a hunting party at dawn," he said. "Elite warriors, trackers who can follow the rogue's trail. I want to go with them." He shook his head immediately. "Too dangerous." "I've been fighting vampires for 5 years," I reminded him. "I know their weaknesses better than your warriors do." "And if you get yourself killed, what happens to our alliance then?" His voice roughened. "What happens to—" He stopped abruptly. "To what?" I pressed. His eyes met mine, and the emotion in them floored me. "To us," he said simply. I didn't know how to respond to that, to the implication that there was an us beyond political necessity, to the way my heart raced at the thought. "I can take care of myself," I said instead. "I know you can." He reached out, his fingers brushing my cheek in the lightest of touches. "That doesn't mean you should have to." I leaned into his touch before I could stop myself. His skin was cool against mine, but not cold, never as cold as I had expected a vampire to be. "Let me do this," I said softly. "Let me prove that our alliance can work both ways." He searched my face for a long moment, then nodded reluctantly. "On one condition." "What?" "I come with you." Dawn found us at the eastern gate of the fortress, a party of 10, 8 vampire warriors, Lucian, and myself. I wore battle gear again, not the finery of court, and the familiar weight of weapons at my hip and across my back centered me. The vampires regarded me with mixtures of curiosity, respect, and suspicion. I ignored them, focusing instead on the task ahead. Lucian gave the order to move out, and we set a punishing pace through the foothills, following the faint trail left by the rogue vampires. I kept up easily, my years with the resistance having hardened me to long treks and difficult terrain. By midday, we reached the site of the attack, a small farming community reduced to ash and blood. Bodies lay where they had fallen, some partially burned, others drained completely of blood. I knelt beside the smallest one, a child no older than 5, and felt the familiar rage rise within me. "This was never sanctioned," Lucian said quietly, coming to stand beside me. "This is not how we feed, not how we live." I looked up at him, searching his face for lies and finding only grief and anger that mirrored my own. "Then why do your rogues do it?" "Power. The thrill of the kill." His hands clenched at his sides. "Some vampires believe humans are nothing more than livestock. The council has outlawed such thinking, but laws are only as good as their enforcement," I finished for him. He nodded grimly. "Come, the trail leads north." We buried the dead before continuing, a task the vampire warriors undertook without complaint to my surprise. One of them, a female with hair like spun gold, worked alongside me to dig the graves. "You're not what I expected," she said, as we lowered a body into the earth. "Neither are you," I replied. She offered a small smile. "Mira, House Corvinus." "Isolde." "House." I hesitated, still uncomfortable claiming Lucian's name as my own. "House Aramis," she finished for me. "We know who you are, Oath Bride. The question is whether you know." I frowned. "What do you mean?" But Lucian called for us to move out before she could answer, and the moment was lost. We tracked the rogues into the mountains as night fell. Vampires saw perfectly in darkness, but I struggled to keep my footing on the treacherous slopes. Lucian stayed close, occasionally steadying me with a hand at my elbow or the small of my back. "We're close," he murmured as we reached a narrow pass between 2 peaks. "They're making for the old fortress beyond the ridge." I nodded, tightening my grip on my weapons, a silver-edged sword and a crossbow loaded with wooden bolts. Standard resistance issue for vampire hunting. Lucian eyed them with a raised brow. "Planning to use those on me if I turn on you?" "Would they work?" I countered. His lips quirked. "Probably not. I'm older than I look." "How old is that, exactly?" "Old enough to remember when humans feared the dark for good reason." Before I could press for a more specific answer, Mira returned from her scouting position ahead. "My lord, they've set up defenses around the fortress. At least 20 rogues, maybe more. Lucian frowned. More than we anticipated. We should return for reinforcements, suggested one of the other warriors, a giant of a vampire with scars crisscrossing his face. No time, I said. They'll be gone by then, or they'll attack another settlement. What do you suggest then? Lucian asked me, surprising the others with his deference to a human. I considered the problem. A diversion. Something to draw them out while a smaller team infiltrates the fortress. And what would make a suitable diversion? Mira asked. I smiled grimly. Me. The plan was simple but dangerous. I would approach the fortress alone, posing as a lost human traveler. The rogues, unable to resist fresh blood, would pursue me into the narrow pass where Lucian and the others would ambush them. Meanwhile, Mira and 2 others would circle to the fortress's rear entrance. This is madness, Lucian growled as I prepared to descend from our hidden position. They'll tear you apart before you reach the pass. I've outrun vampires before. I checked my weapons one last time. Besides, I thought you said I was special. His eyes flashed with something fierce and possessive. You are, which is why I won't lose you to this foolish gambit. You won't lose me. The words came more easily than I expected. I promised to be your bride, remember? I keep my promises. Before he could argue further, I slipped away, making my way down the rocky slope toward the fortress looming in the moonlight. As I approached, I deliberately made noise, stumbling and cursing as if lost. It didn't take long before I spotted them, their shadows detaching from the fortress walls, moving with predatory grace. Well, well, called a voice that raised the hair on my neck. What have we here? A human, all alone in the mountains? I whirled, feigning surprise and fear. The vampire who had spoken stepped into the moonlight, tall, gaunt, with eyes like burning coals. Behind him, others emerged from the darkness. Please, I begged, backing away. I'm lost. My caravan was attacked. I'm just trying to find the main road. The leader laughed. Oh, you found something much more interesting than a road, little human. I turned and ran, not having to fake the surge of adrenaline that propelled me forward. Behind me, I heard their excited cries as they gave chase. The thrill of the hunt was already in their blood. The pass loomed ahead, dark and narrow. I pushed myself harder, feeling the presence of the vampires closing in. One leaped ahead of me, cutting off my escape, his fangs bared in a feral grin. Going somewhere, he hissed. I skidded to a halt, drawing my sword. As a matter of fact, yes. His expression shifted from triumph to confusion, and then to shock as an arrow sprouted from his chest, missing his heart, but sending him stumbling backward. Lucian and his warriors descended from the cliffs above, moving with lethal precision. The fight was brutal and chaotic, vampire against vampire with me in the middle, my silver blade flashing in the moonlight as I fought alongside my former enemies. It should have felt wrong. It didn't. I lost track of Lucian in the melee, focusing on survival as 2 rogues cornered me against the cliff face. I dispatched one with a bolt through the eye, but the second knocked the crossbow from my hands and lunged for my throat. I ducked, bringing my sword up in an arc that would have severed a human's head, but only opened a deep gash across the vampire's chest. He howled in pain, staggering back before charging again. This time I wasn't fast enough. His weight slammed into me, driving me to the ground. Fangs snapped inches from my throat as I struggled to hold him off, the sword trapped between us. Isolde. Lucian's voice cut through the chaos, desperate and enraged. The weight suddenly lifted as the vampire was torn away from me. Lucian stood over him, his eyes blazing with a cold fire I had never seen before. With one fluid motion, he drove a hand into the rogue's chest and ripped out his heart. Are you hurt? He was at my side in an instant, his hands checking for injuries, his voice rough with concern. I'm fine. I gasped, allowing him to pull me to my feet. The others? Dealing with the stragglers. Mira should be in the fortress by now. As if summoned by his words, Mira appeared at the mouth of the pass, her face grim. My lord, you need to see this. The fortress's interior was a chamber of horrors. Humans hung in various stages of exsanguination, some still alive but barely. Other bodies lay discarded on the floor, drained completely. But it was the center of the chamber that drew our attention. There, on a throne of bones and iron, sat Lady Bathory, her red lips curved in a smile that chilled me to the core. Lucian, she purred, how thoughtful of you to join us. And you brought your pet. How sweet. Lucian pushed me behind him, his posture shifting to one of coiled tension. Elizabeth, I should have known you were behind this. She laughed. Behind it? I created it. This glorious return to our true nature. She gestured to the hanging humans. We are predators, Lucian, not politicians, not peacekeepers. We are meant to rule through fear, not compromise. You're insane, he said flatly. The council will have your head for this. The council is weak, just like you've become. Her eyes flicked to me with undisguised hatred. Mixing your blood with hers, diluting our strength. You were meant to be the strongest of us, Lucian, the heir to the first house, and look what you've reduced yourself to, a human's lapdog. I stepped out from behind Lucian, my sword ready. He's twice the leader you'll ever be. Bathory's eyes widened, then narrowed with rage. You dare speak to me, cattle? I dare a lot of things, I replied, moving to stand beside Lucian rather than behind him. Including this. I lunged forward, my silver blade flashing toward her heart. She was fast, inhumanly so, but I had spent years learning to anticipate vampire movements. The blade sliced across her arm as she twisted away, drawing a hiss of pain. Kill them! She shrieked to her remaining followers. Kill them all! The battle erupted again, more desperate this time. Lucian fought at my back, our movements synchronized as if we had trained together for years. Where I was vulnerable, he defended. Where he left an opening, I covered. Lady Bathory circled us, waiting for her chance. When it came, a momentary separation as I dispatched a rogue and Lucian turned to help Mira. She struck. She moved too quickly for me to track, a blur of pale skin and crimson silk. One moment she was yards away. The next, her hand closed around my throat, lifting me off the ground. I'm going to drain you dry, she whispered, her fangs extending. And I'm going to make him watch. I clawed at her hands, struggled for air, for purchase, for anything that might free me. My vision darkened at the edges. Elizabeth! Lucian's voice cut through the fog descending over my mind. Release her or die where you stand. Bathory laughed. You won't kill me, Lucian. You don't have the... Her words ended in a gurgle as a silver blade erupted from her chest. Not from Lucian, but from Mira, who stood behind her with grim satisfaction. For the record, Mira said, as Bathory crumpled to the ground, he absolutely would have killed you. Lucian caught me as I fell, cradling me against his chest as I gasped for air. Isolde, look at me. Stay with me. Not going anywhere, I managed, my voice raw. We had a deal. Relief flooded his features, followed by something deeper, more intense. Before I could identify it, he lowered his mouth to mine. The kiss was gentle, giving me every opportunity to pull away. I didn't. Instead, I wound my arms around his neck and pulled him closer, surrendering to the feelings I had been fighting for weeks. His lips were warm. How had I ever thought vampires would be cold? and they moved against mine with a tenderness that made my heart ache. When we finally broke apart, both breathing heavily, I saw the same wonder in his eyes that I felt in my soul. I've wanted to do that since the moment you stood before the council and called them out on their hypocrisy, he murmured, his forehead resting against mine. I laughed shakily. I've wanted to kill you since the moment you conquered my world. Funny how things change. Do they? He pulled back slightly, searching my face. Have your feelings changed that much, Isolde? Can you truly stand beside a vampire, beside me, without hatred in your heart? It was the question I had been asking myself for weeks. The answer came more easily than I expected. I hated what I thought you were, I said quietly. A monster who saw humans as nothing but food. But you're not that monster, are you? He shook his head slowly. No more than you're the bloodthirsty terrorist some of my kind believed you to be. Around us, the battle had ended. Mira and the others were freeing the surviving humans, their actions gentle and respectful. Vampires helping humans. Humans accepting that help without fear. A new beginning. Just as Lucian had promised. What happens now? I asked, still held in the circle of his arms. His eyes, those midnight blue eyes that had haunted my dreams, held mine steadily. That depends on you. The blood oath binds us, but it doesn't dictate the nature of our bond. That choice is ours. And if I choose to make this real? I pressed my palm against his chest, feeling the slow, steady beat of his heart. Not just political, not just strategic, but real. His hand covered mine. Then I would be honored, Isolde Black, because I have chosen you already, in every way that matters. In that moment, surrounded by the aftermath of violence but filled with the promise of peace, I made my choice. I choose you, I whispered against his lips. Not because of an oath or political necessity, but because of who you are. His smile was radiant, transforming his features from merely beautiful to breathtaking. And I choose you, Isolde, now and for all the centuries to come. 3 months later, I stood on the balcony of what was now truly our chambers, watching the sun set over the mountains. Winter had come, blanketing the landscape in pristine white that glittered like diamonds in the fading light. Strong arms encircled my waist from behind, and I leaned back against Lucian with a contented sigh. "What are you thinking about?" he murmured, his lips brushing the sensitive spot just below my ear. "Everything that's changed." I turned in his embrace, looping my arms around his neck. 3 months ago, I would have died rather than stand in a vampire's arms. And now... His eyes glinted with mischief and desire. Now I can't imagine being anywhere else. It wasn't an easy path we had chosen. The integration of our two societies faced resistance from both sides. Humans who couldn't forget their losses, and vampires who couldn't surrender their superiority. But slowly, village by village, city by city, we were building something new. The council had been reformed after Bathory's betrayal, with Lucian taking Corvinus's place as High Lord. His first act had been to outlaw blood farms and hunting humans, establishing a system of willing donors who were well compensated and treated with respect. My resistance fighters had become peacekeepers, working alongside vampire warriors to maintain order and protect both species from those who would return to the old ways. And I had become something I never thought possible. A bridge between worlds, respected by vampires and humans alike. The Oath Bride, they called me. The human who tamed the most powerful vampire lord and, in doing so, changed the course of history. "Do you ever regret it?" Lucian asked, his fingers tracing the line of my jaw. The blood oath. All of this. I shook my head without hesitation. How could I regret finding peace? Finding you? He smiled, but something lingered in his eyes. A question yet unasked. I waited, knowing he would speak when ready. There's something I haven't told you, he said finally. Something about the blood oath. I tensed slightly. What about it? It's more than just a political binding. His hands found mine, our fingers intertwining. It's an ancient ritual, rarely used because of its power. When two souls are bound by blood willingly, truly willingly, it creates a connection that transcends ordinary bonds. What are you saying? I whispered, though some part of me already knew. I'm saying that I felt it the moment our blood mingled, the potential, the possibility. His eyes held mine, vulnerable in a way I rarely saw him. If you desire it, the blood oath can make you like me. Not fully vampire, but no longer fully human either. A hybrid with the strengths of both. I stared at him, momentarily speechless. You mean immortality? A form of it. A life measured in centuries rather than decades. His thumb stroked across my knuckles. It would mean you wouldn't have to age while I remain the same. It would mean not having to say goodbye. The thought stole my breath. Not death, but its opposite. An eternity with Lucian. An eternity to build the world we had started to create. How? I asked, my voice barely audible. A second ritual, the completion of what we began. His gaze was solemn. But Isolde, it must be your choice. Freely made, with full understanding of what you'd be giving up. And what would that be? The simplicity of humanity, the certainty of an end. He brushed a strand of hair from my face. I won't lie to you. It's not an easy existence. There is beauty in mortality that the endless years can dim. I considered his words, the weight of the choice before me, to remain human, to live out my natural life with him, and then leave him to face eternity alone. Or to step into the unknown, to embrace a new form of existence with all its complexities. I don't need to decide now, I asked. No, you have time. He pressed his forehead to mine. I would wait a lifetime for your answer, Isolde. I smiled, turning my face to capture his lips in a kiss that spoke of promises and possibilities. You won't have to wait that long. But tonight? Tonight? His voice roughened as my hands slid beneath his shirt, tracing the cool perfection of his skin. Tonight, let's just be what we are. A vampire and a human who found love when they should have found hatred. I pulled him closer, reveling in the way his body responded to mine. Show me what forever could feel like. His answer was a kiss that burned through me like wildfire, consuming everything but the certainty that I had found my place in the world. Not as a resistance fighter, not as a political pawn, but as a woman who had dared to love her enemy and, in doing so, had changed the fate of two species. As Lucian carried me to our bed, his eyes darkening with desire and tenderness, I knew that whatever choice I made about immortality, I had already claimed a kind of eternity in his arms. I own you, he whispered against my skin, echoing the words of our first meeting. And yet, I would die for you. I pulled him down to me, my heart overflowing with a love I had never thought possible. And you, I breathed. In this life and whatever comes after. The blood oath that had begun as chains had become wings, lifting us beyond the limitations of our separate worlds into something new, something revolutionary. Not subjugation, not submission, but unity, born of choice and sealed with love. The salt-laden wind caressed my face as I stood at the water's edge, my calloused hands working methodically to repair the fishing nets my father and I used to sustain our living. The rhythm of the waves against the rocky Maine shoreline created a soothing melody that had been the soundtrack of my life for all my 23 years. I am Nico, son of fisherman James Littlesea, and grandson of Wabanaki elder Minato. Our family had lived on this coastline for generations, guardians of stories that most considered mere legends. While tourists flocked to our small coastal village for its picturesque views and fresh seafood, they remained blissfully unaware of the deeper connections my ancestors held with the sea. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of amber and lavender. I paused my work, mesmerized by the way the fading light danced across the surface of the tide pools. That's when I first saw her. A figure emerged between the rocks, so gracefully it seemed as if the water itself had taken form. Flowing dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her skin. I couldn't be sure in the twilight, but it appeared to shimmer with an iridescent quality that caught what remained of the day's light. Our eyes met across the distance, and something ancient stirred within me. She disappeared beneath the water before I could process what I'd seen. I dropped the nets and rushed to the tide pools, my heart pounding against my ribs. The water revealed nothing but the usual sea life, hermit crabs scuttling about, anemones waving their tentacles in the gentle current. You saw something in the water. The voice wasn't a question, but a statement. I turned to find my grandfather standing behind me, his weather-beaten face creased with knowing. I don't know what I saw, I replied, uncertain if I should share the wild thoughts racing through my mind. Grandfather Minato nodded slowly. The Wabanaki have always known the sea holds more secrets than most people are willing to believe. Our ancestors spoke of beings who dwelled beneath the waves, with whom they once shared a profound connection. That night, sleep eluded me. The image of the woman in the tide pools haunted my dreams when I did drift off. I woke before dawn and found myself drawn back to the shore, as if pulled by an invisible thread. The morning mist hung thick over the water as I made my way to the same spot. I sat on a large, flat stone and waited, though for what, I wasn't entirely sure. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, burning away the mist. Tourists began to populate the beach further down the shore. I was about to leave when the water before me rippled. She emerged slowly, cautiously, revealing herself inch by inch. First, her face, delicate features framed by that same dark hair, now slick against her head. Her eyes were the deepest blue I'd ever seen, like the ocean during a storm. Then her shoulders, bare and glistening. She didn't come fully out of the water, but stayed partially submerged. "You came back," she said, her voice melodic and unlike any I'd heard before. "So did you," I managed to reply, my mouth suddenly dry. She smiled, and it was like watching the sun break through clouds. "I'm Melly." "Nico," I offered. "I know who you are, Nico Littlesea. I've watched you for some time." The revelation should have unsettled me, but instead, I felt a strange sense of comfort. "What are you?" I whispered. Melly moved closer, and that's when I saw it. The shimmer of scales below her waist, iridescent blues and greens catching the sunlight as they merged with the water. "Your people once called us the children of Glooscap in the sea," she said. "Your grandfather knows the old stories." "A mermaid," I breathed, the word feeling both foreign and familiar on my tongue. She nodded. "Though we prefer to be known by our names rather than what we are." For reasons I couldn't explain, I wasn't afraid. Perhaps the blood of my ancestors recognized what my modern mind struggled to accept. "Will you meet me tonight?" she asked. "When the moon is high?" I found myself nodding before I could consider the wisdom of such an arrangement. That evening marked the beginning of what would become the most transformative period of my life. Night after night, I slipped away from the village to meet Meili at our secluded spot along the shore. Sometimes we talked for hours, exchanging stories of our worlds. Other times, we sat in comfortable silence, watching the stars wheel overhead. Meili taught me about life beneath the waves, vast underwater gardens that bloomed in bioluminescent splendor, the ancient cities of her people carved into deep-sea canyons, and the songs they sang that guided whales on their migrations. In return, I shared with her the wonders of human innovation, our art and music, and our capacity for both destruction and compassion. I brought her books, carefully wrapped in waterproof coverings, which she devoured with an insatiable curiosity. As the weeks passed, my feelings for Meili deepened into something I had never experienced before. It transcended physical attraction, though I couldn't deny the way my heart raced when she smiled or when her hand occasionally brushed against mine. There was a connection between us that felt primordial, as if our souls recognized one another from some distant past. My mother warned me about falling in love with a human, Meili confessed one night, as we sat side by side on the rocks, her tail occasionally flicking droplets of water that caught the moonlight. My breath caught in my throat. Is that what's happening? She turned to face me, her eyes reflecting the stars above. What else would you call this thing between us that defies the natural order? I couldn't find words to describe it, so instead I reached out and gently took her hand in mine. Her skin was cool and smooth against my palm. We stayed that way for what felt like hours, connected by that simple touch and the unspoken understanding that we had crossed into territory where few had ventured before. Our idyllic summer came to an abrupt end when the weather began to change. The normally predictable Maine climate turned volatile. Storms brewed with increasing frequency, each more severe than the last. Something isn't right, Meili said one evening, her expression troubled as she gazed out at the darkening horizon. The sea is restless. My father and the other fishermen had noticed it too. Their conversations at the harbor were filled with concern about changing currents and marine life behaving strangely. The old-timers muttered about signs they hadn't seen since the Great Storm of '78 that had nearly wiped our village off the map. 3 days later, the sky turned an ominous green-gray. The radio crackled with emergency warnings about a massive storm system barreling up the coast. It's coming, Grandfather Minato said grimly as we rushed to secure our boat and equipment. And it's worse than anything I've seen in my lifetime. That night, as evacuation orders were issued and families packed their most precious belongings, I slipped away to our meeting place. The waves were already violent, crashing against the rocks with frightening force. Meili appeared, her normally serene features taut with worry. You shouldn't be here, she called over the howl of the wind. It's not safe. I had to see you, I shouted back. The village is evacuating inland. She swam closer, fighting against the churning water. This storm, it's not natural. Something has disturbed the ancient balance between land and sea. A cold dread settled in my stomach. What do you mean? There are powers in the deep that have slumbered for centuries, she explained. Human activities, the drilling, the pollution, have awakened them. They're angry, Nico. Lightning split the sky, illuminating her face in harsh white light. In that moment, she looked both terrifyingly otherworldly and achingly vulnerable. Can you stop it? I asked desperately. She shook her head. Not alone, but I can help guide your people to safety. Before I could protest, she reached up and pulled something from around her neck, a small shell on a cord of woven seaweed. Take this. It will allow me to find you, no matter where you go. I slipped it over my head, feeling its strange warmth against my skin. What are you going to do? Gather allies, she replied enigmatically. Now go, warn your village. The evacuation routes they've planned won't be safe. The inland rivers will flood. You must lead them to higher ground. To the old Wabanaki trails your grandfather knows. I hesitated, torn between my duty to my community and my fear for her safety. Go, she insisted, giving me a gentle push toward shore. I'll find you when it's over. The following hours passed in a blur of frantic activity. Convincing my father and the village council to alter their evacuation plans wasn't easy, but Grandfather Minato's support lent credibility to my seemingly wild claims about the coming flood paths. As we led the villagers up into the foothills along ancient trails that hadn't been used in generations, I kept glancing back at the ocean. The storm had intensified, transforming the once welcoming sea into a monstrous force that devoured the coastline. Then I saw them, shapes moving through the water, coordinated and purposeful. Dolphins herded struggling fishing boats to safer channels. Seals guided stranded beachgoers to higher ground. And occasionally, I caught glimpses of forms that were undeniably human from the waist up, directing this symphony of rescue. The children of Glooskap, Grandfather Minato murmured beside me, his eyes wide with wonder. The stories were true. For 3 days, the storm raged with apocalyptic fury. We watched from our mountain refuge, as our village was partly swallowed by the sea. Yet miraculously, not a single life was lost, neither human nor animal. When the waters finally receded and we were able to return to assess the damage, I immediately made my way to our meeting place. The landscape had been dramatically altered. Familiar rocks had been swept away, new ones deposited in their place. I waited all day, but Meili didn't come. Night fell, and still, I waited, clutching the shell pendant she had given me. As the moon rose, casting silver light across the transformed shoreline, I began to lose hope. In desperation, I waded into the tide pools, calling her name. My foot struck something hard in the sand. Reaching down through the shallow water, my fingers closed around a smooth, round object. I lifted it out of the water, a pearl unlike any I had ever seen. It was large, perfectly round, and seemed to contain all the colors of the sea within its depths. As I held it in my palm, a warm sensation spread up my arm and through my body. The shell pendant around my neck grew hot, and I heard Meili's voice as clearly as if she stood beside me. The ocean will always remember you, just as I will. Understanding dawned with both joy and sorrow. The pearl was her gift to me, a piece of her world that I could keep in mine. But it was also her goodbye. I learned later from Grandfather Minato that according to the old stories, merfolk could only interact with the human world for limited periods before they had to return to the deep. Their help during the storm had depleted their ability to cross between realms. It might be generations before they could return. Years have passed since that summer. Our village was rebuilt, stronger, and with a renewed respect for the sea that both gives and takes. I became the keeper of the stories, teaching the young ones about our connection to the ocean and its mysterious inhabitants. Some nights, when the moon is full and the tide is high, I return to our meeting place with the pearl in my hand. I tell myself it's to honor her memory, but in my heart, I hold on to the hope that someday she might return. And sometimes, when the wind is just right, I swear I can hear fragments of the song floating across the water, a melody both foreign and familiar that speaks of love that transcends the boundaries between land and sea. Meili taught me the most important lesson of all, that love, in its purest form, can bridge even the deepest divides. And in that knowledge, I find a sense of peace as vast and eternal as the ocean itself. As I stand here now, watching the waves caress the shore, I understand that some gifts are meant to transform us rather than simply belong to us. Meili's gift wasn't just the pearl I still carry. It was the awakening of my heart to possibilities beyond the visible world. And so I wait, patient as the tide, knowing that love, like the sea, follows cycles beyond our understanding. Until then, I cherish the pearl, the stories, and the memory of iridescent skin shimmering in the moonlight. For the ocean remembers, and so do I. 5 winters had passed since the great storm. The village had rebuilt itself, stronger than before, with new structures designed to withstand the sea's fury. As the appointed keeper of stories, I divided my time between helping my father with the fishing business and teaching the village children about our connection to the ocean. The pearl Melly had never left my possession. Some days, I wore it on a cord around my neck, hidden beneath my clothes where it rested cool against my skin. On other days, when I needed to feel closer to her, I kept it in my pocket, my fingers absently tracing its perfect roundness as I went about my daily tasks. Tonight marked the 5th anniversary of the storm. The moon hung full and heavy over the water, casting a silvery path across the waves that seemed to beckon me forward. I made my way down to our meeting place, the rocky outcropping now weathered differently by the storm, but still recognizable to those who knew where to look. I sat on the largest boulder, the pearl cupped in my palm, glowing with an inner light that seemed to intensify near the water. The tide pools around me reflected the moonlight, their surfaces occasionally disturbed by the movement of tiny creatures going about their nightly business. "I still miss you," I whispered to the sea, my words carried away by the salt-laden breeze. The water before me rippled slightly, though there was no wind to disturb it. I leaned forward, my heart quickening as I had so many times before, when I thought I'd glimpsed something in the waves. Usually, it turned out to be nothing more than wishful thinking, a trick of light on water. But tonight was different. A soft blue glow emanated from beneath the surface, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. The pearl in my hand grew warm, vibrating with an energy that traveled up my arm and spread throughout my body. Melly? Her name escaped my lips as a prayer. The glow intensified, coalescing into a distinct shape. Not the form I remembered, but something else. A small creature that looked like a fusion of seahorse and dragon, no larger than my forearm. It broke the surface, water cascading off its luminescent scales as it regarded me with eyes that held ancient wisdom. "Nico, little sea." The voice wasn't audible, but seemed to form directly in my mind. Keeper of the pearl, guardian of stories. I found myself nodding, unable to form words as I stared at the magical being before me. "I am Lumina, messenger of the deep realms. I come with tidings from she whom you seek." My heart leaped into my throat. "Meili, she's alive?" The creature, Lumina, bobbed in what appeared to be affirmation. "She exists in the eternal waters of the deep realm, where time flows differently than in your world. What has been 5 cycles of seasons for you has been but a moment for her." "Can I see her?" I asked, leaning closer to the water's edge, the pearl clutched tightly in my hand. Lumina's glow dimmed slightly. The boundaries between our worlds remain strong, reinforced after the great healing that followed the storm. But there is a way if you are willing. "Anything," I said without hesitation. "On the night when the moon is newest, when darkness covers the sea completely, bring the pearl to the place where the eastern cliffs meet the deep water. Dive into the sea with the pearl against your heart, and you will find a passage." "A passage to Meili?" "A passage to possibility," Lumina corrected gently. "The rest depends on forces beyond my knowledge. But know this, she remembers as you do. The bond you share transcends the barriers between land and sea." Before I could ask more questions, Lumina dove beneath the surface, the blue glow fading until only the regular moonlight remained dancing on the waves. I sat motionless for several minutes, wondering if I had imagined the entire encounter. But the pearl in my hand still hummed with energy, and my heart beat with a renewed purpose I hadn't felt in years. The new moon was 3 weeks away. I spent the intervening time preparing, though for what exactly I wasn't sure. I studied my grandfather's ancient maps of the coastline, identifying the eastern cliffs Lumina had mentioned. The location was remote, accessible only by a treacherous path that wound down from the highlands or by boat around the jutting peninsula. "You seem different lately," my father remarked one evening as we mended nets together on the dock. "More like your old self." I hadn't realized how much I had changed in the years since losing Melly, how much of myself I had tucked away like a precious object, too fragile for daily use. "I feel different," I admitted. "Like I'm waking up from a long sleep." My father nodded, his weathered hands never pausing in their work. "Your grandfather would say that's the call of the ancestors. When they have something important to show us, they wake our sleeping spirits." If only he knew how literal that call had been. I visited Grandfather Minato's grave on the hillside overlooking the sea. Since his passing 2 winters ago, I often came here seeking guidance, imagining what wisdom he might offer for my current dilemmas. "I don't know what awaits me," I said to the wind that rustled through the sweet grass surrounding his stone marker. "But I have to go. She's part of me now, in a way I can't explain." The wind seemed to whisper back, carrying the scent of salt and something else. Something ancient, and knowing that reminded me of the stories he used to tell by the firelight. The night of the new moon arrived with surprising swiftness. I told my father I was taking our smaller boat to check some traps in the southern bay, a half-truth that sat uncomfortably in my stomach. But how could I explain where I was going, what I was hoping to find? The night was velvet dark as I navigated around the peninsula, guided only by stars and my intimate knowledge of the coastline. The eastern cliffs loomed like sentinels against the night sky, their faces black and formidable in the absence of moonlight. I anchored the boat in a small cove and stripped down to my swimming shorts. The water would be frigidly cold, but I had grown up swimming in these waters in all seasons. After tying the pearl securely around my neck, I dove into the darkness. The shock of cold momentarily robbed me of breath, but I forced myself to swim deeper, following the cliff face down to where it met the seafloor. The pearl glowed against my chest, providing just enough light to navigate by. Time seemed to lose meaning as I swam. My lungs burned, but something pushed me onward, deeper than I had ever gone before. Just as my body screamed for air, I saw it. A narrow fissure in the rock face, emanating the same blue light I had seen when Lumina appeared. With the last of my strength, I propelled myself toward the opening. As I passed through the fissure, everything changed. The water around me warmed to a pleasant temperature. The pressure that should have crushed my chest at this depth disappeared. Most surprisingly, I found I could breathe. I drew in a tentative breath, expecting my lungs to fill with seawater. Instead, they filled with something that felt like air, but denser, richer, carrying scents of exotic plants and minerals I couldn't identify. I floated in wonder, attempting to comprehend what was happening to me. The narrow fissure opened into a vast underwater cavern, illuminated by bioluminescent algae that clung to the walls and ceiling. The floor of the cavern sloped upward, eventually breaking the water's surface to form a small beach of glittering sand. I swam toward it, marveling at how easily I moved through the water now. As I emerged onto the beach, I expected to feel the familiar drag of water leaving my clothes, the heaviness of gravity reclaiming me. Instead, I felt light, almost buoyant, as if the boundary between water and air had become permeable somehow. "The pearl adapts you to our realm," a melodic voice explained from behind me. I turned so quickly that I nearly lost my balance. There she stood in the shallows, exactly as I remembered, yet somehow more vibrant, more real than the image I had carried in my heart for 5 long years. Her dark hair flowed around her shoulders, adorned with small shells and crystals that caught the blue light. Her eyes, deep as the ocean during a storm, regarded me with a mixture of joy and caution. "Melly," I breathed, afraid that speaking too loudly might shatter this dream. She smiled, and just like before, it was like watching the sun break through clouds. "You came?" "I told you I would find you," I said, taking a step toward her, then hesitating. "If you wanted to be found." She moved closer, and I saw that instead of the tail I remembered, she had legs that carried her gracefully through the shallow water. My confusion must have shown on my face. "We can adapt our form," she explained, glancing down at herself. "In this place between realms, such transitions are easier." She reached the shore and stood before me, close enough to touch. "Just as you can now breathe water, I can walk on land, here at least." I reached out slowly, giving her time to pull away if she wished. When my fingers finally made contact with her cheek, the sensation was electric. Her skin was cool and smooth, just as I remembered. But there was also a subtle current that passed between us, as if our very atoms recognized one another. "I've missed you," I said simply, unable to articulate the depth of longing that had filled my days since we parted. "And I you," she replied, leaning slightly into my touch. Time passes differently in the deep realm, but the feeling of absence is the same. She took my hand and led me away from the shore, deeper into the cavern. As we walked, the bioluminescent light followed us, illuminating our path. The cavern opened into a series of connected chambers, each more beautiful than the last. Living sculptures of coral grew from the floors and walls, their forms suggesting towers and arches that reminded me of ancient cities half remembered from dreams. "Welcome to Luminara," Melly said, her voice filled with pride. "One of the gateway cities between the surface world and the deep realm. Few humans have ever seen it." "It's incredible," I murmured, taking in the ethereal beauty around us. Small creatures that resembled flying fish with butterfly wings darted through the air, leaving trails of sparkling light. Music drifted from somewhere deeper in the city, notes that seemed to vibrate at a frequency that made my very bones resonate. As we walked through what appeared to be a central plaza, other beings emerged from doorways and alcoves. Some looked similar to Meili, human from the waist up with iridescent tails instead of legs. Others were more alien, beings with multiple limbs or translucent skin that revealed the flow of colorful fluids beneath. They regarded me with curiosity rather than hostility, some nodding and greeting, others maintaining a respectful distance. "They know who you are," Melly explained. "The human who helped save his village during the Great Storm? The one who carries the Pearl of Memory?" "I didn't do anything special," I protested. "You and your people saved us." Melly squeezed my hand. "You trusted the unbelievable. You convinced your people to take a path they would have otherwise rejected. That kind of bridge building between our worlds is rare and precious." We came to a small dwelling carved into the living coral. Inside, it was surprisingly cozy, furnished with items that appeared to be crafted from various sea materials. Chairs made from shaped coral, surfaces of polished mother-of-pearl, soft cushions that might have been fashioned from some kind of sea vegetation. "My home," Melly said with a hint of shyness. "At least while I'm in Luminara." "It's beautiful," I said, noticing small details that spoke volumes about her. Shelves lined with objects she must have collected, patterns carved into the walls that reminded me of the stories she used to tell me about her people's history. "Nico," she said, her expression growing serious. "There are things you need to know about why I've brought you here." She gestured for me to sit on one of the coral chairs, which was unexpectedly comfortable. Settling herself across from me, she took a deep breath. "The balance between our worlds is failing," she began. "The Great Storm was just the beginning. a warning of what might come if the ancient accords between land and sea continue to erode. "What accords?" I asked, leaning forward. "Long ago, your ancestors and mine made promises to one another. The humans would respect the sea and its inhabitants, taking only what they needed and protecting the waters from harm. In return, my people would guard the coasts from the worst of the sea's fury and ensure the waters remained bountiful." I thought of my fishing village, of how we'd always had successful seasons, even when neighboring communities struggled. How our storms, while fierce, rarely took lives. I had attributed it to luck and the wisdom of our elders in reading weather patterns. Now I understood there had been more at work. "These promises have been forgotten by most humans," Melly continued. "The seas suffer from their neglect and exploitation. The deep powers that awakened during the storm have not returned to their slumber. They stir, growing more restless with each passing season." "And if they fully awaken?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "The storm that nearly destroyed your village would seem gentle in comparison," she said gravely. "Entire coastlines could be lost, and my people cannot hold back such fury alone." The weight of her words settled over me like a physical thing. "What can I do? I'm just one person." Melly's expression softened. "You're more than that. You're a bridge, Nico. The pearl you carry is proof of that. It responds to you in a way it shouldn't for a human, and you've already shown you can breathe our waters, walk in our realm." She reached out, taking both my hands in hers. "The Council of the Deep Realms believes there might be a way to renew the ancient accords, to remind humans and merfolk alike of the bonds we once shared. But it requires someone who can move between worlds, someone who carries both human wisdom and merfolk magic." "Me," I said, the realization dawning slowly. "Us," she corrected, her eyes searching mine. "Together, if you're willing." The proposition hung between us, monumental in its implications. I thought of my father, of our village, of the life I had built there. Could I leave it all behind? As if reading my thoughts, Melly squeezed my hands. "I'm not asking you to abandon your world, Nico. I'm asking you to help bridge it with mine." I looked down at our intertwined fingers, her skin with its subtle sheen, mine tanned and calloused from years of working with nets and ropes. Different, yet somehow perfectly fitted together. "How would it work?" I finally asked. Relief flooded her features. "The pearl you carry is one of 7 ancient artifacts created when the original accords were struck. Together, they form a key that can open permanent pathways between our realms, stable passages that would allow regular contact and collaboration." "And the other 6? 3 are held by the Deep Council. 2 were lost during the age of human expansion and warfare, hidden away for safekeeping. And 1..." She hesitated. "1 is said to be guarded by the Wabanaki people. Your people." My mind raced back to the stories my grandfather had told me, of sacred objects passed down through generations. Could one of them be what Melly described? "The shell necklace," I murmured, remembering an ornate creation of wampum and carved shells that had been buried with my grandfather. He always said it was more than just decoration, that it helped our people speak with the spirits of the sea. Melly nodded eagerly. That could be it. We would need to retrieve it, along with the other missing artifacts. "You're talking about a quest," I said, the enormity of the task beginning to sink in. "A journey," she corrected gently. "One that would take us to the deepest trenches of the ocean, and perhaps to places in your world I've never seen. And at the end of this journey, if we succeed?" Her eyes lit up with hope. "The barriers between our worlds would thin, not disappear. Both realms need their separation to maintain their unique magic, but become permeable enough to allow passage for those with the proper permission. our people could collaborate openly again. The ancient powers would be appeased by the renewal of the accords. She hesitated, then added softly, and we would no longer be separated by the boundaries of water and air. The implication sent a wave of emotion through me so powerful, I had to close my eyes for a moment to steady myself. To be with Melly, not just for stolen moments in hidden realms, but as a regular part of my life. It was more than I had dared to hope for since she disappeared after the storm. "When do we start?" I asked, opening my eyes to find her smiling at me with such tenderness it made my heart ache. "Tomorrow," she said. "Tonight is for remembering." She stood and held out her hand to me. I took it without hesitation and followed her from the dwelling, back through the glowing city to a different chamber I hadn't seen before. This one was smaller and more intimate, with a ceiling that seemed to ripple like the surface of water viewed from below. In the center of the chamber was a pool that glowed with the same blue light I had seen emanating from Lumina. Melly led me to its edge and knelt, indicating I should do the same. "This is the Pool of Echoes," she explained. "It allows us to revisit memories with perfect clarity, to experience them again as if they were happening for the first time." She guided my hand to the surface of the pool, the pearl still hanging from its cord around my neck. As our fingers broke the surface together, the water began to swirl, colors forming and reforming until an image appeared. The two of us sitting side by side on the rocks of the main shoreline. The first night we'd truly spoken, when she'd told me her name. The memory was so vivid I could feel the cool night air on my skin, smell the salt of the sea, and hear the exact cadence of our conversation. Melly's hand tightened around mine as we both experienced the moment anew. The uncertainty, the wonder, the first stirrings of a connection neither of us had fully understood at the time. The pool shifted, showing us another memory, teaching Melly about human music, her delight when I brought a small waterproof radio to our meeting place and showed her how to tune it to different stations. I watched her face in the memory, the way her eyes widened with each new sound, and how she moved to the rhythm with natural grace. Memory after memory played out on the surface of the pool, some from my perspective, others from hers. I saw myself through her eyes, a figure silhouetted against the sunset, looking out to sea with a longing she recognized because it mirrored her own. I felt her anxiety each time she approached the surface, and her joy when she saw me waiting. Hours seemed to pass as we knelt there, reliving the summer that had changed both our lives. When the final memory faded, our painful goodbye before the storm, I found my cheeks were wet with tears I hadn't realized I was shedding. Maylee reached up and gently brushed them away, her touch achingly tender. "I wanted you to see," she whispered, "to understand that what we shared wasn't just a dream or a legend. It was real as what we feel now." "I never doubted that," I said, covering her hand with mine as it rested against my cheek. "Not for a moment." The air between us seemed to vibrate with unspoken words, with 5 years of longing finally given the chance for expression. I leaned forward slowly, giving her time to pull away if she wished. Instead, she moved to meet me halfway. Our lips met in a kiss that felt like coming home after a long journey. Soft at first, hesitant with the newness of it, then deeper as years of separation melted away. Her skin emanated that subtle current I had noticed earlier, a gentle electricity that heightened every sensation. When we finally pulled apart, both slightly breathless, the world around us seemed to have changed. Colors more vibrant, sounds more clear, as if the kiss had awakened some dormant sense that allowed me to perceive the magic of this place more fully. "I've waited 5 years to do that," I admitted with a small laugh. "I would have waited 50, she replied, her eyes reflecting the blue glow of the pool. "Some bonds transcend time." She stood, pulling me to my feet alongside her. Come, she said. There's one more place I want to show you before the night ends. We left the Chamber of Echoes, winding through passages that sloped gently upward. The bioluminescent light grew dimmer as we ascended, replaced gradually by a different kind of illumination that I couldn't immediately identify. Finally, we emerged into a chamber unlike any of the others. The ceiling was transparent, revealing the night ocean above us, mysteriously illuminated despite the absence of moonlight. Schools of fish swam overhead, their silver bellies catching the light. Occasionally, larger shapes moved through the water, the graceful forms of manta rays, the sleek bodies of dolphins. But most breathtaking of all was the view of stars, visible through the water, with a clarity I had never experienced from the land. They seemed closer somehow, their light undistorted by the atmosphere, pulsing with colors my human eyes had never detected before. The celestial chamber, Melly said softly. One of the few places where the three realms meet: sea, land, and sky. In the center of the chamber was a simple platform of mother of pearl, large enough for two people to recline side by side. Mealy led me to it, and we lay down together, gazing up at the underwater night sky. My people believe that the stars are the souls of those who have loved across boundaries, she murmured, her head resting against my shoulder. Those who dared to build bridges between worlds that were meant to remain separate. And what happened to them? I asked, absently stroking her hair, still marveling at how naturally we fit together despite our different worlds. They were transformed, she said, neither fully of one realm nor the other, but something new entirely, beings of pure light that could travel between all worlds freely. I thought about the journey ahead of us, the artifacts we needed to find, the ancient accords we hoped to renew. Do you think that's possible? To belong to multiple worlds without losing yourself? She propped herself up on one elbow, looking down at me with eyes that reflected the starlight filtering through the water above. I think we're already proving that it is. As she lowered her lips to mine once more, I felt the truth of her words resonating through me. In this moment, suspended between ocean and sky, between human and merfolk, I was more fully myself than I had ever been before. Tomorrow would bring challenges, dangers, and the beginning of a quest with no guaranteed outcome. But tonight, beneath an ocean of stars, I found perfect peace in the knowledge that whatever awaited us, we would face it together. Two beings from different worlds who had somehow created a world of their own in the space between. The pearl against my chest pulsed warmly, as if affirming this realization. And as Melly curled against me, her breath soft against my neck, I knew with absolute certainty that I had found my true home. Not in the fishing village where I was born, not in the magical underwater city of Luminara, but here, in the arms of the woman who had taught me that love could indeed bridge the deepest divides. Dawn arrived differently in the underwater realm, not with the dramatic appearance of the sun, but with a gradual brightening of the water above us, schools of fish changing their swimming patterns as they welcomed the new day. I woke to find Melly already alert, watching me with a gentle smile. We had stayed in the celestial chamber all night, talking for hours before finally drifting to sleep in one another's arms. "Did you rest well?" she asked, brushing a strand of hair from my forehead. "Better than I have in 5 years," I replied honestly. She leaned down to place a quick kiss on my lips before rising gracefully to her feet. "We should prepare. The council will be waiting for us." As we made our way back through the chambers of Luminara, I noticed subtle changes in the city. The bioluminescent lights pulsed with more energy, and more of the mere people were visible, going about what appeared to be their daily activities. Some nodded respectfully as we passed. Others watched with undisguised curiosity. "They're not used to seeing humans here," Melly explained, noticing my awareness of their attention. especially not humans who can breathe water and move so comfortably in our realm. Am I the first? I asked, wondering how many others might have made this journey before me. The first in several generations, she replied. There have been others throughout history, usually those with mixed heritage, descendants of rare unions between our peoples. The implication hung between us, unspoken but acknowledged in the slight flush that colored her cheeks. I squeezed her hand reassuringly, silently communicating that I understood the significance of what she was sharing. We entered a vast chamber that appeared to be carved from a single enormous piece of abalone shell, its walls shimmering with iridescent blues and greens. At the center was a circular table formed from coral, around which sat 7 figures of diverse appearance, all clearly merfolk, but with variations that suggested different regions, or perhaps even subspecies. Lumina, the small dragon-like creature who had delivered Meili's message, hovered near the shoulder of an elderly merwoman, whose silver hair was adorned with strands of pearl and coral. Her tail was a magnificent collage of purples and blues, and her bearing suggested authority. "Welcome, Nico Little Sea," she said, her voice carrying the same melodic quality as Meili's, but deeper, more resonant. "I am Elder Nerissa, head of the Council of the Deep Realms." I bowed slightly, instinctively showing respect. "Thank you for allowing me into your world. It is you who honors us with your courage," another council member said. A merman with features that reminded me of Pacific Islanders, his powerful tail a constellation of golden scales. Few surface dwellers would dare such a journey. Meili explained the situation, I said, looking around at each of their faces. "If there's anything I can do to help restore the balance between our worlds, I want to try." Elder Nerissa nodded approvingly. "The human speaks with sincerity," she said to the others, before returning her attention to me. "The task before you is not simple, Nico Little Sea. The 7 artifacts must be gathered and brought to the Temple of Convergence during the celestial alignment that occurs once every 50 years. This alignment is 6 weeks from now." 6 weeks to find 4 missing artifacts, I repeated, the timeline sinking in. "And we don't know exactly where they are." "We have clues," offered a younger council member, a merman with striking violet eyes and a scientific demeanor. He gestured to a series of glowing symbols that appeared in the water above the table. "The artifacts leave traces of their distinctive energy in the currents. We have narrowed down the general locations." The symbols resolved into a map, part ocean chart, part land mass. Different areas glowed with varying intensities. "One lies in waters near your homeland," Elder Nerissa explained, indicating the coast of Maine. "The shell necklace you mentioned, if it is indeed what we seek. Another appears to be somewhere in these waters." She pointed to an area in the South Pacific. "The third signature is faint but detectable in the Mediterranean Sea," continued the violet-eyed merman. "And the fourth—" He hesitated, exchanging glances with Elder Nerissa. "The fourth presents our greatest challenge," she continued. "It appears to be in the possession of those who would use its power for their own gain." "Humans?" I asked, though something in her tone suggested otherwise. "The abyssal ones," Meili said softly beside me. "Merfolk who rejected the ancient accords, who believe that humans should be driven from the coasts entirely and the seas reclaimed by our kind alone." I felt a chill despite the comfortable temperature of the chamber. "And they have one of the artifacts?" Elder Nerissa nodded gravely. "The obsidian trident, the most powerful of the 7. With it, they can influence ocean currents, stir storms, call to the deep creatures that most surface dwellers believe are mere legends. The recent increase in unexplained maritime disasters," the violet-eyed merman added. "Ships lost in calm seas, sudden rogue waves. We believe these are their work, testing the trident's powers." The magnitude of what we faced settled over me like a weight. This wasn't just about finding a way for Melly and me to be together. It was about preventing what could amount to a war between land and sea, with devastating consequences for both realms. "Where are they based?" I asked, studying the map for any indication. "The Abyssal Trench," replied Elder Nerissa, indicating a deep ocean feature far from any coastline. "Their stronghold lies at a depth that would crush an ordinary human. Even with the Pearl's protection, approaching would be extremely dangerous." I took a deep breath, centering myself. "So we find the other 3 artifacts first, then figure out how to deal with the abyssal ones." Millie's hand found mine, her grip firm and reassuring. "We'll need help," she said, addressing the council. "Guides for the different ocean territories, information on the exact nature of each artifact." Elder Nerissa inclined her head. "You shall have all the assistance we can provide. Lumina will accompany you, serving as both guide and messenger." The small dragon-like creature performed what appeared to be a mid-water bow, her luminescent scales rippling with the movement. "And you will need this," the elder continued, removing a bracelet from her wrist. It was crafted from an unfamiliar metal that seemed to shift colors like oil on water. "This will allow you to call for aid if you find yourself in peril beyond your ability to manage." She handed it to Melly, who slipped it onto her arm with reverence. "We are honored by your trust, Elder." "When do we leave?" I asked, already mentally preparing for what lay ahead. "Today," Elder Nerissa replied. "The celestial alignment approaches, and time moves differently between our realms. What might feel like days to you could be weeks in the surface world." The realization hit me hard. My father would be worried if I didn't return soon. I had told him I was checking traps, an absence of hours at most. "I need to return to my village first," I said, "to explain my absence, to gather what might be useful for our journey." The council members exchanged glances, communicating silently in a way I couldn't interpret. Finally, Elder Nerissa spoke. "Melly will accompany you to the surface. With the Pearl's power, she can maintain human form for several hours before needing to return to water. This will be good practice for the journey ahead, as you both learn to navigate one another's realms." Joy surged through me at the thought of showing Melly my world, introducing her to my father, letting her experience the life I had lived in her absence. But nervousness followed quickly. How would my village react to her? Would they accept her, or would they see her as something to fear? As if sensing my concerns, Elder Nerissa added, "Wisdom suggests discretion, Nico Littlesea. Not all humans are ready to accept the existence of the merfolk. Choose carefully whom you trust with our secret." I nodded, understanding the weight of responsibility being placed on me. "I'll be careful." The meeting concluded with formal blessings from each council member, and rituals of protection spoken in a language I didn't understand, but somehow felt resonating within me. The pearl around my neck grew warm with each blessing, absorbing the magic being bestowed. As we left the council chamber, Melly led me to what appeared to be a preparation area, where various items were being gathered for our journey. Waterproof bags containing tools and maps, containers of what she described as concentrated nutrients that would sustain us through long underwater passages. "Are you afraid?" she asked quietly as we watched the preparations. I considered the question honestly. "Yes," I admitted, "but not enough to turn back." She smiled, her eyes reflecting the same determination I felt. "That's why the Pearl chose you. True courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the willingness to move forward despite it." I pulled her close, still marveling at how perfectly she fit against me. "As long as we're together, I can face whatever comes." She rested her head against my chest, over my heart. "Together," she echoed. "Always." The word hung between us like a promise, one that would be tested by the perils ahead, by the barriers between our worlds, by forces that would rather keep us apart. But in that moment, with the currents of magic swirling around us, and the memory of stars seen through ocean water still fresh in my mind, always felt not just possible, but inevitable. And as we prepared to return to the surface world, to begin a quest that would determine the fate of both our peoples, I found myself thinking of something my grandfather once told me. The most powerful magic in all the realms is the magic of a heart that refuses to be limited by the boundaries others have drawn. Looking at Meili, this extraordinary being who had crossed the divide between sea and land to find me again, I knew with absolute certainty that we carried that magic with us, and it would be enough to overcome whatever challenges awaited. For love, like the ocean itself, knows no true boundaries. It simply finds a way to flow where it is meant to be. The villagers called them the Eternal Mountains, the towering peaks that pierced the clouds like ancient spears of ice. From my vantage point in my steam-powered snowmobile, their jagged silhouettes cut against the pewter sky like a crown of crystal thorns. I called them my next great challenge, though the word challenge felt inadequate as I watched storm clouds gather around their peaks, dark and heavy with winter's fury. As my vehicle crawled up the narrow mountain path, the engine's steady purr competed with the howling wind. The instrument panel cast a warm glow of brass and copper light across my gloved hands, the metal surfaces polished to mirror brightness from years of use. Steam hissed through carefully calibrated valves, smelling of oil and metal and adventure. Beyond the reinforced glass windows, snowflakes danced in hypnotic patterns, each unique crystal catching the light before joining its brethren in the deepening drifts. I hadn't come to these remote heights for the legends, though the innkeeper in the last town had filled my ears with tales of the mysterious snow maiden who protected these peaks. I still remembered how her eyes had widened when I mentioned my destination, how her weathered hands had clutched at her shawl as she spoke of a being who walked through blizzards as easily as summer breezes, her presence turning even the deadliest storms into gentle snowfall. "She's saved us all, one way or another," the innkeeper had said, her voice dropping to a whisper heavy with reverence. "But never look directly at her, my boy. Her beauty freezes the heart as surely as the deepest winter." I had smiled politely, more focused on checking my equipment than heeding supernatural warnings. I sought inspiration from my next invention. Perhaps something to help humanity survive in these harsh climates. My workshop back in the city was filled with half-finished projects, each one reaching toward the same goal, bridging the gap between human fragility and nature's raw power. Yet, as the storm intensified and my visibility dropped to mere feet, those dismissed warnings began to echo in my mind. The wind's howl took on an almost musical quality, like a chorus of voices just beyond comprehension. The snow itself seemed to move with purpose, swirling in patterns too precise to be natural. The first sign of real trouble came with a sound like thunder, except thunder had no place in a snowstorm. I looked up through the glass dome of my vehicle to see a wall of white racing down the mountainside. The avalanche moved faster than any natural phenomenon should, as if driven by an intelligent malice. In the heart of the cascading snow, I could have sworn I saw a figure of darker white, like a shadow cast by winter itself. I gunned the engine, but the snow was already upon me. The world turned white, then black. Metal screamed as my vehicle was tossed like a child's toy. Glass cracked in crystalline spider webs across my vision. The last thing I remembered was a flash of silver-white hair and eyes that glowed like the heart of a glacier, filled with an ancient sorrow that called to something deep within my soul. When I woke, I lay in a cave of ice that sparkled with its own inner light. Layers of color shifted through the frozen walls, deep blues, subtle purples, hints of green, creating an aurora in miniature. My body should have been frozen, but warmth emanated from the very walls around me, as if the ice itself had been transformed into something that defied natural law. And there she stood, the figure from my fading memories, real as the cold air in my lungs, real and more breathtaking than any legend could have prepared me for. Her dress seemed woven from snowflakes, each movement creating cascades of crystalline light that played across the cave walls. Her skin held the pale luminescence of moonlight on fresh snow, translucent enough that I could almost see the gentle pulse of power beneath. Her hair floated around her face as if suspended in water, each strand catching and refracting light like strands of living crystal. But it was her eyes that captured me, blue as the deepest ice, ancient and lonely as winter itself. Within their depths, I saw centuries of solitude, of watching mortal lives flash by like summer flowers, while she remained unchanging as the eternal snows. In that moment, all my scientific certainties crumbled like frost beneath the sun. "You shouldn't have come here, Ren Nakamura," she said, her voice like wind through icicles, musical and sharp and haunting. "These mountains are not safe for dreamers." Frost spiraled across the cave floor where she stepped, creating intricate patterns that reminded me of the blueprints scattered across my workshop desk. I pushed myself up, wincing at my bruised muscles. The air around me sparkled with tiny ice crystals that caught the ethereal light, creating halos of rainbow color. "You know my name? I know all who enter my domain." She moved closer, and the air around her shimmered with frost that smelled of winter roses and pine needles. Her presence brought a chill that somehow felt intimate rather than threatening, like the first breath of winter through an open window. "Just as I know you don't believe in me. The Snow Maiden of legend." I couldn't keep the wonder from my voice. All my scientific certainties melted in her presence, replaced by a deeper kind of knowing. My fingers itched to reach for her, to prove her solidity despite her ethereal appearance. "But you're real. Real enough to save you." Her expression softened slightly, and the temperature in the cave rose a fraction. A strand of her crystalline hair drifted close enough to brush my cheek, leaving a trail of tingling warmth and cold that lingered like a caress. "But you must leave when the storm passes. There are forces stirring in these mountains that even I cannot protect you from." "What forces? What are you protecting these people from?" I took a step toward her, drawn by an impulse I couldn't explain. The air between us grew thick with tension, like the moment before lightning strikes. She turned away, her form becoming translucent at the edges. The scent of winter roses intensified, mixing with an ancient smell of ice and stone. "Some questions are better left in the snow, inventor. For now, rest. Dawn comes soon." Her voice carried notes of longing that belied her warning words. Dreams are dangerous things in these mountains. They have a way of coming true. Before I could respond, she melted into the air like snow in sunlight, leaving only a lingering trace of her presence. A slight warmth in the usually bitter cold, a faint shimmer in the air, and the haunting sense of something vital left unfinished. When I woke again, I lay in a normal cave, my vehicle somehow intact beside me. Sunlight filtered through a thin sheet of ice across the entrance, creating rainbow patterns that danced across the stone walls. Only a lingering scent of winter roses suggested I hadn't dreamed the whole encounter. I should have listened. Should have descended the mountain and returned to my comfortable workshop in the city, where science made sense and magic was safely confined to children's stories. But her eyes haunted me. Not their supernatural glow, but the profound solitude I'd glimpsed within them. No one should carry such loneliness, not even a spirit of winter. The village of Blythewood welcomed me with surprised warmth that contrasted sharply with the biting mountain air. Smoke rose from stone chimneys in lazy spirals, carrying the scent of pine wood and cooking spices. Children played in the snow-covered streets, their laughter bright as silver bells, while adults went about their work with the unhurried confidence of those long adapted to winter's ways. Few outsiders braved the high passes, the village elder told me over steaming cups of pine needle tea. The liquid glowed amber in carved crystal cups that caught and reflected the firelight. Her wrinkled hands cupped her drink as she studied me with eyes wise as the mountains themselves. The Snow Maiden guides worthy travelers to us, they say. Perhaps she sees something in you. I didn't tell her about my encounter in the cave, but my silence seemed answer enough. She nodded as if confirming something to herself and pressed a small crystal into my palm. It felt warm despite its icy appearance, pulsing gently like a tiny heartbeat. For protection, she said simply, and perhaps for connection. I set up my workshop in an abandoned barn at the village edge, close to the wild boundaries of the forest where civilization melted into winter's domain. The building's weathered wooden walls held the patina of ages, smooth and silver as frost. I spent the first days reinforcing the structure, adding my own inventions: copper pipes that carried steam heat, brass valves that regulated temperature, delicate instruments that measured the mountain's moods. The villagers watched my work with curious respect, bringing gifts of thick blankets woven with patterns of snowflakes and stars, jars of preserved mountain berries that burst with summer's sweetness, and stories. Always stories, each one adding another layer to my understanding of their mysterious protector. By day, I worked on my inventions, new heating systems that didn't fight against the cold but worked in harmony with it, more efficient snow-clearing devices that moved with winter's natural rhythms. The crystal the elder had given me sat on my workbench, its warm pulse synchronizing with my heartbeat as I worked. By night, I listened to the villagers' tales of their mysterious protector. They spoke of blizzards calmed by her presence, of dying crops saved by her blessed frost, of children rescued from winter's grasp. In their stories, she was both terrible and tender, as changeable as the mountain weather, yet as constant as the eternal snows. Yet none had seen her as I had. None knew she could speak, or that she bore such weight in her immortal heart. None mentioned the profound loneliness I'd glimpsed in her glacier blue eyes. The second time I saw her, I was tracking an unusual energy reading deep in the forest. My instruments had detected something that defied scientific explanation. A cold that burned, a power that made the compass needle spin in impossible directions. The crystal in my pocket pulsed stronger with each step into the wilderness. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath. Snow fell in perfect silence, each flake drifting with deliberate grace. Ice coated the tree branches in layers that caught the fading light, creating a cathedral of frozen beauty. My breath fogged in the air, carrying the scent of pine and something sweeter, winter roses. She emerged from a curtain of falling snow, more substantial than before. Her presence brought that familiar mix of warmth and cold that I'd started to crave like a fever. Frost patterns spiraled out from her feet, creating trails of ice that matched the racing of my heart. I warned you to leave. Her voice carried notes of concern that belied her stern words. A snowflake landed on her cheek and didn't melt, adding to her crystalline beauty. I couldn't. The truth fell from my lips like fresh snow, pure and unstoppable. My fingers tightened around the crystal in my pocket, feeling its pulse quicken to match my own. Not without understanding. Understanding brings only pain, Ren. She spoke my name like a half-forgotten lullaby, each syllable carrying centuries of longing. The air between us grew thick with unspoken possibilities. Knowledge is not always a gift. Then let me share the burden of it. I stepped closer, watching the frost patterns shift and swirl around her feet in response to her emotions. You don't have to carry it alone. She studied me for a long moment, her eternal winter meeting my mortal warmth. The snow between us fell slower. Finally, she held out her hand. Frost immediately coated my glove where she touched it, but underneath, I felt a warmth that defied explanation. Come, she whispered, her voice carrying both invitation and warning. "There is something you should see." She led me deeper into the forest, where the trees grew close and dark. Our footsteps left matching prints in the fresh snow, hers perfect crystals that sparkled with inner light, mine merely mortal impressions beside them. The crystal in my pocket grew warmer with each step, its pulse matching the rhythm of our movement. In a clearing stood an ancient shrine, its stone surfaces carved with scenes that caught and held the eye. Warriors battling a force of pure winter. A maiden stepping between humanity and protection. A sacrifice that echoed through centuries. At its center, a crystal much like mine pulsed with a cold blue light that seemed to reach for the snow maiden like a lover's touch. "Long ago," she said, her voice taking on the cadence of ancient memory, "these mountains faced a force that sought to plunge the world into endless winter. The people here had learned to live in harmony with the cold, but this entity, the Frost King, wanted only destruction. His power turned snow to steel, ice to obsidian, winter itself into a weapon." She touched the shrine's surface, and frost spread from her fingers, highlighting the carvings until they seemed to move. A young priestess discovered that the Frost King's power could be bound by an equal and opposite force, the warmth of human love and sacrifice. She offered herself, using her warmth and humanity as the price for his imprisonment. She became the first snow maiden, forever walking the boundary between human and spirit. "You're her descendant?" I asked, though in my heart I already knew the answer. "I am her." She turned to me, and in her eyes I saw centuries of solitude. Immortality was part of the price. Each winter, I feel more of my humanity slip away as I maintain his bonds. Each summer, I remember less of what it meant to be human. Her hand still rested on the shrine, and I covered it with mine. The cold bit deep, but I welcomed it. There has to be another way. A balance between sacrifice and survival. "Why would you risk yourself for me?" Her voice held wonder and fear in equal measure. Snowflakes swirled between us, carrying the scent of winter roses and possibility. "Because I see you," I said simply. "Not the legend, not the spirit, but you. And no one should face eternity alone." Something shifted in her eyes then, a thaw in glaciers that had stood frozen for centuries. The crystal's pulse quickened, matching the rhythm of our shared breath. "Your warmth calls to me, Wren. Like spring calls to winter, like dawn calls to dusk. But it also endangers you." Her free hand rose to cup my cheek, and frost bloomed across my skin like a caress. The colder I become, the more I hunger for mortal heat. "Then take it." I turned my face into her touch, though every instinct warned against it. The cold burned, but beneath it lay a warmth I'd never known. "Take what you need." "It would destroy you." Fear crept into her voice. Not of me, but for me. "I don't believe that." Another step closer. Frost crawled up my sleeves, but I didn't retreat. The crystal in my pocket blazed with warmth, counterpoint to her winter chill. "You've spent centuries protecting others. Let someone protect you for once." The kiss, when it came, burned with cold fire. Frost spread across my skin, but beneath it, I felt her trembling with long-denied warmth. Her lips were soft as new snow, sweet as ice wine. For a moment, we stood suspended between mortal and immortal, winter and spring, duty and desire. The crystals, both hers and mine, pulsed in harmony, creating a symphony of light and power. Then the shrine's crystal flared with violent light, and she pushed me away. "He feels it," she gasped. "My weakness, my want." Ice spread from her feet, crackling across the clearing with predatory intent. "Run." But I couldn't leave her. Not now. Not ever. "Now, Wren!" she shouted, as a force stronger than life and deadlier than death engulfed her in its frosty fury. Frightened and freezing, I obeyed her command. I ran, far and fast, questioning my decision to leave her, ashamed that I wasn't brave enough to stay. Weeks passed in a chilling blur, a dance of advance and retreat. By day, I worked frantically in my workshop, studying the old stories, combining ancient wisdom with modern science. Steam and ice, copper and crystal, human ingenuity and eternal magic. Surely there was a way to bridge these worlds. By night, she came to me, drawn by my warmth, even as she feared it would destroy us both. We shared moments stolen from winter itself, her cool fingers tracing my inventions with curiosity, my hands teaching her to feel again through layers of protective cloth. Each touch burned with cold, but each burn struck deeper into her frozen heart, awakening feelings she'd thought lost to centuries of ice. "Tell me about the world beyond the mountains," she would ask, as we sat in my workshop, surrounded by the gentle hiss of steam and the ticking of delicate instruments. I described the wonders I'd seen, the machines I'd built, the dreams I still chased. In return, she shared fragments of her human life, memories preserved like flowers in ice, a mother's smile, a sister's laugh, the taste of fresh bread on winter mornings. But as our connection grew stronger, so did the Frost King's attacks. Storms raged with unnatural fury. Avalanches struck without warning. The very air grew sharp with malicious cold that sought to extinguish all warmth. "He feeds on winter's power," she explained one night, as we huddled in my workshop while the wind howled outside. Her hands traced patterns in the frost on my windows, patterns that matched the designs scattered across my workbench. And I am winter-made flesh. The more I feel, the more power I release into the world, the more his prison weakens. Then we'll find another source of power. I showed her my latest invention, a device that could channel thermal energy, converting heat to cold and back again. Brass pipes twisted like frozen vines, copper coils hummed with contained power, and at its heart sat the crystal the elder had given me, pulsing with possibility. If we can't break the cycle, we'll change it. She touched the device, leaving swirls of frost in her wake. "You still think science can solve what magic created? I think love can solve what loneliness created." I caught her hand, ignoring the cold that instantly numbed my fingers. The crystal flared brighter at our touch. "Your predecessor used sacrifice to bind him. But what if the answer isn't in losing humanity, but in sharing it?" Understanding dawned in her winter-bright eyes. A balance. Yes. Not warm defeating cold, or cold consuming warm, but both existing together, strengthening one another. The storm outside intensified, as if the Frost King himself raged against our discovery. The windows rattled, ice crept across the walls. But in that moment, holding her gradually warming hand, I felt nothing but hope. It took us 3 more days to perfect the device. 3 days of endless storms. 3 days of the village huddling in fear while their protector and a foreign inventor gambled with forces beyond mortal understanding. The villagers brought us supplies without question, their trust in her extending to include me, the outsider who dared to love winter itself. When the final night came, we stood before the ancient shrine as the worst blizzard in living memory raged around us. The crystal prison pulsed with blinding light, ice spreading from its base like reaching fingers. Wind-driven snow carved patterns in the air, beautiful and deadly as the Frost King's power grew. "Are you sure about this?" Her voice barely carried over the wind. She looked more human than I'd ever seen her, fear and hope warring in her expression. "Once we begin, there's no turning back. If we fail, we won't." I activated the device, watching the indicators spin to life. Steam met ice in carefully controlled spirals. The crystal in my pocket pulsed in harmony with the shrine's larger one. "Do you trust me?" "More than I've trusted anyone in centuries." She took my hands, and for the first time, her touch didn't burn with cold. The ritual began simply, her power flowing into the crystal, my device channeling it, transforming it from destructive cold to balanced energy. But as the Frost King felt his prison changing, he fought back with all his ancient fury. Ice spears erupted from the ground. The wind turned solid, sharp enough to cut. The very air crystallized, threatening to freeze us where we stood. Through it all, she stood firm, one hand on the crystal, the other gripped in mine. Our hearts beat in time with the pulsing lights, creating a rhythm older than winter itself. "Hold on," I shouted, as the device reached critical levels. Steam and ice met in impossible patterns, neither winning, both transforming. Just a little longer. The cold became unbearable, then transcendent. I felt her power course through me, no longer burning but singing in my blood. My warmth flowed into her, not weakening but growing stronger in the sharing. Science and magic, mortal and spirit, love and duty, all merging into something entirely new. The crystal's light changed from cold blue to warm gold. The Frost King screamed in rage, then wonder, as his prison transformed. No longer a cage of sacrifice, but a lens of balance, focusing and dispersing winter's power in eternal harmony. The storm above calmed, snow falling now in gentle swirls that caught the dawn's first light. When it was over, she stood solid and real in my arms, her skin still cool but no longer deathly cold. "How do you feel?" I asked, brushing snowflakes from her hair, snowflakes that no longer froze instantly at her touch. "Human," she whispered, "but also more, both mortal and spirit, winter and spring." She touched my face, and her fingers left only the faintest trace of frost. "What about you?" I smiled, watching my breath mist in the air. A little cooler, but in a good way. The village celebrated for 3 days when they learned their protector had found both love and balance. The storms still come. Winter will always have its fury. But now they're natural, clean, part of the eternal cycle rather than an ancient being's rage. She has a mortal name now, though I keep it close to my heart. To the village, she's still their snow maiden, blessing their crops with gentle frost and calming winter's worst moods. To me, she's simply my love, cool fingers intertwined with mine as we walk the boundary between worlds. Our home sits at the edge of the village, half workshop and half shrine. The devices we create together combine science and magic in ways neither of us could have imagined alone. Steam and ice dance in eternal balance, just as we do. And on the coldest nights, when we watch the aurora dance above the peaks, I remember that some loves are worth braving the storm for. They say opposites attract, but maybe they do more than that. Maybe they complete one another, creating something entirely new in the space between extremes. In the end, that's where we found our answer, not in conquering the cold or surrendering to it, but in learning to dance with winter itself. And in our dance, we found forever. I stood at the edge of what used to be our garden, the morning light casting long shadows across the overgrown tangle of weeds and wilted flowers. Vera had loved this space. Her hands had coaxed life from the soil with a gentleness I'd never mastered. "It's like talking to old friends," she'd once told me, her fingers delicately pruning a rose bush. "The plants listen if you're willing to speak their language." Now, a year after her passing, I couldn't bring myself to speak at all. The language of growth and nurturing had died with her, leaving me in a silence deeper than the earth itself. The wind rustled through the untamed grass, carrying the scent of wild honeysuckle that had survived despite my neglect. I breathed it in, feeling the familiar ache spread through my chest. Honeysuckle had been Vera's favorite. On summer evenings, we'd sit on the weathered bench beneath the maple tree, her head resting on my shoulder as the sweet fragrance enveloped us like a shared secret. I turned away, unable to face another reminder of all I'd lost. The garden had become a graveyard of memories too painful to revisit. Inside the house, dust motes danced in the sunbeams that streamed through half-drawn curtains. I moved through my daily routine with practiced motions: coffee, toast, newspaper. The silence pressed in from all sides, a living thing that had taken up residence in the empty spaces Vera had left behind. My coffee grew cold as I stared at the newspaper without reading a word. Time had become a strange, fluid thing since Vera's death, sometimes rushing past in indistinguishable blocks, other times crawling with excruciating slowness. Today was one of the slow days. A knock at the door startled me. I rarely had visitors these days. Friends had stopped calling after too many declined invitations, and neighbors had learned to give me a wide berth. Grief, I'd discovered, made people uncomfortable. They looked at you with pity in their eyes, never knowing that only deepened the wound. I opened the door to find a small girl with braided pigtails and bright yellow rain boots. She couldn't have been more than 8 years old. A smattering of freckles dusted her nose, and her eyes, a warm, intelligent brown, regarded me without a trace of the awkwardness adults always showed. In her hands, she held a tiny potted plant with delicate purple buds. "Good morning, mister," she said, her voice clear and unafraid. "I'm Lena. I live down the street with my mom." I nodded, unsure of what to say. Children were another language I'd forgotten. "I brought you something." She thrust the pot forward, almost spilling soil onto my doorstep. "It's called Purple Heart. Mom says it's hard to kill, even if you forget to water it sometimes." The plant's heart-shaped leaves shimmered with a deep violet hue in the morning light. Something about their resilient beauty made my throat tighten. "I don't need any plants," I said, the words coming out more gruffly than I'd intended. Lena didn't seem bothered by my tone. Her gaze drifted past me to the dim interior of the house, then back to my face with startling perception. "Flowers don't stop blooming forever, mister. They just need someone to take care of them." She placed the pot on the step at my feet. "Just a little water every few days. That's all." Before I could refuse again, she was skipping down the path, yellow boots flashing in the sunlight like beacons. I watched her go, this strange child who spoke with the wisdom of someone much older. I stared at the small plant, its heart-shaped leaves tinged with a deep purple. Against my better judgment, I brought it inside and placed it on the kitchen windowsill, the only spot that still received regular sunlight. The vivid color stood out against the muted grays and browns that had become the palette of my existence. That night, I dreamed of Vera. Not the Vera of hospital rooms and medication schedules, but the Vera of our early years, laughing as soil caked under her fingernails. Her chestnut hair fell loose around her shoulders, catching the sunlight in copper highlights. She knelt in a bed of black-eyed Susans, her favorite summer dress, the yellow one with tiny blue flowers, spread around her like unfurling petals. She didn't speak, just smiled at me with that knowing look that had always made my heart skip. Her hands worked the soil with practiced ease, creating space for something new to grow. When she finally looked up, her eyes held the same penetrating perception I'd seen in the little girl's gaze. I woke with tears on my cheeks and Vera's name on my lips. The bedroom felt emptier than usual, the sheets cold beside me. Morning light filtered through the blinds, painting stripes across the hardwood floor. After making coffee, I found myself standing before the Purple Heart plant. Its leaves seemed to have unfurled a bit more overnight, reaching toward the light with quiet determination. I ran a finger along the edge of one delicate leaf, surprised by the velvety texture. "I'm not very good at this," I murmured, feeling foolish for talking to a plant. but something in me remembered Vera's words about plants listening, and I filled a small cup with water. But I'll try not to kill you. Days passed, and to my surprise, the plant didn't die. New leaves unfurled, reaching toward the light. I found myself checking on it each morning, adjusting its position to catch the best sunlight. Sometimes, when the silence grew too heavy, I caught myself talking to it. Small, meaningless observations about the weather or neighborhood happenings. The plant never responded, of course, but there was comfort in breaking the silence, even to an audience of leaves. 2 weeks after Lena's visit, I ventured into the garage and unearthed Vera's gardening tools, still neatly arranged in their basket. A fine layer of dust had settled over everything, and cobwebs stretched between the handles. The trowel fit into my palm like a long-forgotten handshake. I ran my thumb over the worn wood, feeling the indentations where her fingers had pressed countless times. The familiar weight of it in my hand unlocked something within me. Memories not just of Vera's gardening, but of us together, planning and planting side by side. Her laughter as I misidentified plants, her gentle corrections, her hand covering mine as she taught me the proper depth for planting bulbs. That afternoon, I stepped into the overgrown garden for the first time in months. The wilderness that had claimed it was even more extensive than I'd realized. Waist-high weeds choked the once tidy beds, and vines had climbed the arbor Vera had loved, obscuring its shape. Yet here and there, stubborn bursts of color pushed through, a determined clump of purple coneflowers, a few persistent black-eyed Susans, the roses Vera had pruned religiously every spring. I cleared a small patch, just enough space to breathe. The physical labor felt good, releasing tension I hadn't realized I was carrying. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I pulled weeds and turned soil, revealing the rich, dark earth beneath. By sunset, a single square meter had been reclaimed from the wilderness. Looking at it, I felt a strange mixture of exhaustion and satisfaction, the first real feeling beyond grief I'd experienced in months. That night, I slept more deeply than I had in a year, my body tired in a way that invited rest rather than collapse. Lena appeared the following day, watching me work from the garden gate. She wore denim overalls over a pink t-shirt, and her hair was in the same neat braids. "You're fixing it," she observed, rocking back and forth on her heels. I straightened, my back protesting the movement. "Just a small part. Mom says little steps still get you somewhere if you keep taking them." She peered at the cleared patch critically. "Want some help?" Before I could answer, she'd squeezed through the gate and was pulling at a weed with determined focus. "Does your mother know you're here?" I asked, suddenly aware of how strange it might seem. An old man and a young girl alone in a garden. "She knows," Lena nodded, yanking triumphantly on a stubborn dandelion. "She says you lost someone special and need friends." She glanced up at me, those wise eyes seeing too much. "Did you lose someone special, mister?" The directness of her question caught me off guard. Adults danced around the subject of Vera, using euphemisms and awkward pauses. This child cut straight to the heart. "Yes," I admitted, my voice rougher than I intended. "My wife, Vera." Lena nodded, as if this confirmed something she already knew. "I'm sorry. That's sad." We worked in companionable silence for an hour. Her small hands moved with surprising efficiency, separating weeds from dormant perennials with an instinctive knowledge that reminded me of Vera. "My mom likes gardens too," Lena said as she patted soil around a rescued lavender plant. "She's teaching me all the flower names in English and Spanish." "Your mom sounds nice," I offered, surprising myself with the sincerity behind the words. Lena nodded enthusiastically. "She's the best. She makes cookies that taste like cinnamon clouds and knows how to fix anything that breaks." Her face grew solemn. "Except hearts. She says those take longer." I felt a lump form in my throat. She's right about that. The sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Lena stood and dusted the soil from her overalls. I have to go home for dinner, but I can come back tomorrow if you want. I'd like that, I said, realizing I meant it. After she left, I stayed in the garden a while longer, watching as fireflies appeared, their tiny lights blinking like stars fallen to earth. For the first time in a long time, the silence felt peaceful rather than oppressive. Over the next few weeks, Lena became a regular presence in the garden. Sometimes she worked alongside me, chattering about school or her friends. Other times she simply sat on the stone bench beneath the maple tree, reading books or drawing pictures of what she thought the garden would look like when it was finished. The cleared area grew larger with each passing day. I rediscovered plants I'd forgotten we had, cornflowers and daisies, black-eyed Susans and bleeding hearts. Beneath the tangled overgrowth, life had been patiently waiting. One afternoon, as we worked side by side deadheading spent blooms, Lena asked, "What was your wife like?" The question didn't pain me as much as it might have a month earlier. Vera was... I searched for words that could capture the essence of the woman I'd loved for 30 years. She was sunshine in human form, always seeing the beauty in things, always finding reasons to smile. She could grow anything, had a way with plants that seemed magical to me. And she loved with her whole heart. Lena considered this. She sounds like the princesses in my books. Was she beautiful? I smiled, remembering Vera's laugh whenever I called her beautiful. I'm ordinary in all the best ways, she'd insist, though she'd never been ordinary to me. The most beautiful woman I've ever known, I told Lena. Not just her face, but her spirit. Do you have pictures? She asked. Mom keeps pictures of everyone she loves in albums, even the people who aren't here anymore. I hesitated. After Vera died, I'd put away all our photos, unable to bear the visual reminders of what I'd lost. Yes, I said slowly, but I haven't looked at them in a while. Maybe you should, Lena suggested with a child's simple logic. Mom says remembering the good times helps make the sad times smaller. That evening, after Lena had gone home, I found myself pulling a photo album from the top shelf of the closet. Dust had gathered on the leather cover, and the pages stuck together slightly as I opened it. The first photo struck me like a physical blow. Vera on our wedding day. Her smile radiant as she looked not at the camera but at me. Her eyes filled with a joy I'd once taken for granted. I traced the curve of her cheek with a trembling finger, memories washing over me in waves. Page after page captured our life together. Holidays, anniversaries, everyday moments that had seemed mundane at the time, but now appeared precious in their ordinariness. Interspersed throughout were photos of the garden through the seasons, evolving under Vera's loving care from a blank canvas to a living masterpiece. The last photo in the album had been taken just months before her diagnosis. Vera kneeling in the garden, surrounded by summer blooms, her hands dirty, and her face alight with satisfaction. I remembered taking that picture, calling her name so she'd look up, capturing her in her element. Tears came then, not the desperate sobs of fresh grief, but the gentler tears of remembrance. For the first time, I found myself grateful for the memories rather than tormented by them. My mom wants to know if you need any seeds, Lena announced one Saturday morning as we worked on clearing a section near the back fence. She has extras from her community garden plot. I hesitated, uncertain about meeting new people. But the idea of fresh seeds, new growth, tugged at something inside me. That's very kind of her, I said finally. I'd appreciate that. Great, Lena beamed. She can bring them tomorrow after church. The next day, I found myself anxiously tidying the front porch, sweeping away leaves, and dusting off the old wicker chairs that hadn't been used in over a year. I even ventured to the store for the first time in weeks, buying cookies and lemonade with a care that surprised me. At precisely 3 o'clock, Lena came bounding up the path, followed by a woman carrying a woven basket. The afternoon sunlight formed a halo around her silhouette. She was not what I had expected. Tall and willowy, with dark hair pulled back in a practical braid, she moved with a quiet grace that immediately put me at ease. Her eyes, the same warm brown as Lena's, held a depth of understanding that needed no explanation. She wore a simple sundress patterned with small blue flowers that reminded me painfully of Vera's favorite. "I'm Jacqueline," she said, extending her hand. Her voice carried the faintest trace of an accent. "Thank you for letting Lena help with your garden. She talks about nothing else these days." Her hand was warm in mine, calloused in the same places as Vera's had been. A gardener's hands. "Daniel," I replied. And I should be thanking her. The garden would still be a jungle without her encouragement. Jacqueline smiled. "I brought you some seeds," she said, offering me the basket. Inside, neatly labeled envelopes contained promises of zinnias, sunflowers, and sweet peas. And some tomato seedlings. They're getting too big for my windowsill. "Would you like to see what we've done so far?" I asked, gesturing toward the backyard. The three of us walked the garden paths, some newly cleared, others still waiting for attention. Jacqueline moved through the space with reverence, stopping to admire a blooming iris or gently touch the leaves of a climbing rose that had somehow survived the neglect. "There's so much life here," she murmured. "You can feel it wanting to return." "My wife designed most of it," I said, speaking of Vera aloud to a stranger for the first time in months. She had a vision for every season, something always blooming, always changing. Jacqueline nodded. "The best gardens are never truly finished. That's what makes them magical." Her eyes met mine with a warmth that made me glance away. I was suddenly self-conscious of my rumpled shirt and the gray that had overtaken my once dark hair. It had been so long since I'd cared about such things. "Lena tells me you've been teaching her plant names in Spanish," I said, steering the conversation to safer ground. Jacqueline laughed, a melodic sound that brightened the air around us. "Yes, it's our little game. My grandmother was a gardener in Oaxaca. She believed knowing a plant's name in multiple languages gave you double the connection to it." "What's the Spanish word for garden?" I asked. "Jardín," she replied, the word rolling off her tongue like music. But my grandmother called it El Paraíso Pequeño, the little paradise. "I like that," I said, looking around at the space that was slowly returning to life under our care. Not quite paradise yet, but no longer the wasteland it had been. After that day, Jacqueline occasionally joined Lena on her visits. She never stayed long, never imposed, but her presence added something to the atmosphere, a harmony I hadn't realized was missing. Spring melted into summer. The garden flourished under our combined care. Colors returned, purple coneflowers nodding in the breeze, bright red salvias attracting hummingbirds, delicate pink roses climbing the arbor Vera had insisted we build for our 5th anniversary. One evening, as the sun set, Jacqueline and I sat on the stone bench, while Lena chased fireflies at the garden's edge. The day's heat lingered in the stone beneath us, and the scent of jasmine filled the air. "You've created something beautiful here," Jacqueline said, her gaze taking in the garden. "It feels like a sanctuary." "We all did," I corrected her. "I couldn't have done it alone." Our shoulders brushed as we sat, a casual touch that sent warmth spreading through me. In the month since we'd met, I'd grown accustomed to her presence, looked forward to it even. She brought a quiet energy that complemented my more reserved nature, just as Vera's exuberance once had. "Lena told me about your wife," Jacqueline said softly. "She sounds like she was a remarkable woman." "She was," I agreed, feeling the familiar ache. but noticing how it had changed, less sharp, more bittersweet. She would have loved Lena. And you. The words slipped out before I could consider them. Jacqueline's eyes met mine, filled with a gentle understanding. I lost my husband 3 years ago. Car accident. 1 minute I was planning our weekend, the next I was planning a funeral. I didn't offer platitudes or condolences. We both knew their hollowness. How did you... I gestured vaguely, unable to find the right words. Learn to breathe again? She finished. I didn't, for a long time. Then one day Lena asked me to plant a sunflower with her for a school project. Watching that seed push through the soil, so small but so determined, something shifted inside me. Jacqueline smiled at the memory. Life keeps insisting on itself, even when we're not ready for it. I thought of the purple heart plant, still thriving on my windowsill. Yes, it does. Twilight deepened around us, the garden transforming in the fading light. Fireflies blinked like tiny lanterns. Lena's laughter floated across the garden as she tried to catch them. She needed this place as much as you did, Jacqueline said, watching her daughter. After Miguel died, she became so quiet, so careful, as if she thought joy might be something dangerous. She turned to me, her face soft in the gathering dark. Thank you for giving her a safe place to be a child again. Without thinking, I reached for her hand. Her fingers curled around mine naturally, as if they belonged there. We sat in comfortable silence as night fell completely, the moon rising to cast silver light across the garden. That night, I dreamed of Vera again. We were walking through the garden at its peak bloom, her hand in mine. It's beautiful again, she said, touching a rose petal with gentle fingers. I miss you, I told her, the words catching in my throat. She turned to me, her eyes bright with the light I'd fallen in love with decades ago. I'm not in the empty spaces, Daniel. I'm in everything that grows. When I woke, tears dampened my pillow, but my heart felt lighter than it had in months. As summer progressed, Jacqueline and Lena became a constant presence in my life. We established a comfortable routine, gardening on weekends, occasional dinners where Jacqueline taught me to cook her grandmother's recipes, and quiet evenings watching Lena perform elaborate plays with characters she'd invented. One particularly warm day in late July, the three of us worked to install a small fountain in the center of what had once been Vera's herb garden. The physical labor left us sweaty and dirt-streaked, but satisfied. We need to cool off, Jacqueline declared, wiping her forehead with the back of her hand. She disappeared into the house, returning moments later with a garden hose. Before I could protest, she turned the spray on Lena, who shrieked with delight and danced in the makeshift shower. Then Jacqueline turned to me, a mischievous gleam in her eye. Don't you dare, I warned, backing away. Her laugh rang out as she directed the spray at me, soaking my shirt in seconds. I lunged for the hose, and we wrestled for control, both of us laughing like children. Water sprayed in all directions as we struggled, Lena cheering us on. I finally wrested the hose from Jacqueline's grip, instantly turning it on her. She gasped as the cold water drenched her, plastering her shirt to her skin and sending rivulets down her face. For a moment we froze, suddenly aware of our proximity, of the way the wet fabric clung to her curves, of the heat that had nothing to do with the summer day. Jacqueline's eyes darkened as they met mine, and I felt a pull toward her that was both terrifying and exhilarating. It had been so long since I'd felt desire, I almost didn't recognize it. The spell broke when Lena dove between us, grabbing for the hose. My turn. The moment passed, but something had shifted between us. I caught Jacqueline watching me when she thought I wouldn't notice, her gaze lingering in a way that made my heart race. One August afternoon, as we harvested tomatoes from the vines that now thrived along the southern wall, Jacqueline's hand brushed against mine. Instead of pulling away, I let my fingers entwine with hers. She looked up, surprise and warmth mingling in her expression. "Is this okay?" I asked, suddenly uncertain. She squeezed my hand gently. "More than okay." That evening, after Lena had gone home to stay with her grandmother, Jacqueline and I walked through the garden in the gathering twilight. Crickets serenaded us from hidden places, and the scent of night-blooming jasmine perfumed the air. "I never expected this," I admitted, as we paused beneath the arbor, now lush with climbing roses. "To feel this way again." Jacqueline's face was thoughtful in the fading light. "I think love is like these perennials. It doesn't disappear completely, even when everything above ground has died back. It waits in the dark, gathering strength until conditions are right to grow again." I touched her cheek, marveling at how natural it felt. "I'm not the same person I was before. I don't think I can be." "I wouldn't want you to be," she replied. "Your love for Vera shaped you, just as my love for Miguel shaped me. Those chapters don't close completely. They form the next ones." When I kissed her, it felt both new and familiar. A different melody played on the same instrument. Her lips were soft against mine, hesitant at first, then responding with a warmth that melted the last frozen parts of my heart. We made love for the first time that night, in the bedroom I had once shared with Vera. I had worried it might feel wrong, but instead, there was only tenderness and discovery. Jacqueline's body was different from Vera's, taller, with curves in different places, her skin a shade darker, marked with its own history. Yet the vulnerability in her eyes, as she undressed, was universal, as was the way she guided my trembling hands to the places she most wanted to be touched. "It's been so long," I murmured against her neck, breathing in the scent of her, earth and flowers and something distinctly her own. "For me too," she whispered, arching into my touch. I'd forgotten how much I missed this. We moved together with the unhurried rhythm of those who have learned that pleasure, like grief, has its own timeline. Her sighs turned to moans as I explored her body with lips and hands, learning the geography of her desire. When she finally guided me inside her, the sensation was overwhelming. Not just physical pleasure, but the profound intimacy of being welcomed into another person's most private space. Afterward, as Jacqueline slept beside me, I gazed out the window at the moonlit garden. The transformation wasn't just in the cultivated beds and blooming flowers, but in the spaces between them, the paths forward, the possibilities unfolding. Autumn arrived with crimson and gold splendor, the garden prepared for its seasonal rest, but unlike the previous year, I didn't dread the coming dormancy. Now I understood it as necessary, a gathering of strength for new beginnings. On a crisp October morning, Lena helped me plant bulbs along the garden path. Tulips, daffodils, and crocuses that would sleep through winter before announcing spring's arrival. "These won't bloom for months," she observed, patting soil over a tulip bulb. "That's the magic of gardens," I told her. "They teach us to believe in things we can't see yet." Jacqueline joined us, carrying mugs of hot cider. Her smile held the warmth of 1,000 summer days. In the months since our relationship had deepened, she had gradually moved more of her belongings into my home. Lena now had her own room, decorated with fairy lights and plant posters. The house that had once echoed with emptiness now resonated with life. Lena's homework spread across the dining table, Jacqueline's books mingling with mine on the shelves, the scent of her cooking filling the kitchen. "What do you think the garden will look like next year?" Lena asked, accepting her mug with soil-stained hands. I looked at the space around us. No longer just Vera's garden, or even my garden, but our garden. A living chronicle of loss, resilience, and unexpected joy. "Even more beautiful," I said, taking Jacqueline's hand in mine. because we'll be here to see it grow together. Jacqueline's eyes met mine, filled with promise. Together, she echoed, her fingers tightening around mine. In the gentle autumn light, surrounded by the seasonal turning of life's wheel, I finally understood what Vera had tried to tell me all those years ago. The plants do listen if you're willing to speak their language. And their language, I now knew, was simply another word for love. Not just the passionate love between Jacqueline and me, or the fatherly love I'd developed for Lena, but the encompassing love of life itself, with all its seasons of dormancy and bloom. As we walked back to the house, arm in arm with Lena skipping ahead, I felt Vera's presence not as a ghost haunting the garden, but as a fundamental part of the soil from which my new life had grown. She would always be there, in the roses she had planted, and the design she had created, in the memories that no longer pierced but sustained. And in the spring, when the bulbs we planted today pushed through the thawing earth to reach for the sun, I would remember that nothing truly ends. It only transforms, finding new expressions of the same enduring beauty. Jacqueline squeezed my hand as if reading my thoughts. Above us, a single maple leaf detached from its branch and spiraled down, landing gently on her shoulder. I brushed it away with a tender touch, letting my fingers linger against the warmth of her skin. "What are you thinking?" she asked. "I'm thinking that I'm grateful," I replied, watching Lena race up the porch steps. "For the little girl who wouldn't let me give up. For you. For second chances." Jacqueline smiled, the late afternoon sun highlighting the silver strands beginning to appear in her dark hair, evidence of our shared mortality, of time passing as it should. "Second chances," she agreed. "And third and fourth ones, too, if we need them." We stood together at the edge of the garden, watching as the setting sun bathed everything in golden light. Tomorrow would bring frost, and soon after, snow would blanket the beds we'd so carefully tended. But beneath the surface, life would continue its quiet work, preparing for renewal. And we will be here waiting, ready to witness the miracle of another spring. The night my son was born, I died. Not in the poetic sense people use to describe transformation, but in the cold, clinical reality of a delivery room gone wrong. My heart stopped beating for 2 minutes and 17 seconds, while doctors fought to save both me and the tiny life I had carried for 9 months. I remember nothing of those moments, only darkness, then waking to the sound of my son's first cry. The nurses called it a miracle. I called him Jeremy. Even in those early days, while my body healed and my mind tried to make sense of how close I'd come to never knowing my child, I sensed something different about him. The way his eyes, so dark brown they seemed almost black, focused not on faces, but somewhere beyond them. How he startled at sounds others couldn't hear. How he settled only when I hummed a specific melody, one I didn't remember learning, but somehow knew by heart. "He's special," I whispered to Jason one night as we watched our son sleep. "He sees things differently." Jason squeezed my hand and smiled. "Of course he is. He's ours." I wanted to believe that would be enough. By the time Jeremy turned 3, the word different had transformed into appointments, evaluations, and finally, a diagnosis. Autism spectrum disorder. 3 words that the specialist delivered with careful neutrality, while I sat rigid in an uncomfortable chair, clutching Jeremy's hand as he meticulously lined up colored blocks on the floor, oblivious to the way these words were reshaping our world. "Early intervention is key," they told me, sliding glossy brochures across the desk. "Speech therapy, occupational therapy, behavioral therapy. The sooner we start, the better the outcomes." I nodded, collected the papers, and walked Jeremy to the car. He hummed softly as I buckled him in, his fingers dancing in patterns only he understood. Not once had he called me Mama. Not once had he formed words the way other children did. Instead, he communicated through a complex language of gestures, sounds, and expressions that I was still learning to translate. That night, I spread the brochures across our kitchen table after Jeremy was asleep. Jason came in late from work, his tie loosened, eyes tired. "How did it go?" he asked, dropping his keys on the counter. "They confirmed it," I said, pushing a brochure toward him. "Autism." He picked it up, flipped through it, then set it down with a sigh. "What does this mean? Will he ever talk? Will he be normal?" The word stung. "Normal isn't the goal," I said. "Happy is. Healthy is. You know what I mean, Q. He only used my nickname when he was trying to soften something. I'm just trying to understand what our life looks like now." Our life. It had been a fragile construct even before Jeremy. Two people who fell in love young, who married quickly when I got pregnant, who were still figuring out how to be partners when we suddenly became parents. And now this. "It looks like therapy appointments," I said. "Insurance battles. Learning new ways to connect with our son. It looks like loving him exactly as he is." Jason nodded, but I saw the distance in his eyes, the fear. I recognized it because I felt it too. But beneath my fear lived something fiercer, a determination that had awakened the moment they placed Jeremy in my arms. I would move mountains for this child. I would learn whatever language he spoke. I would make the world see his magic. I just didn't know I would have to do it alone. 6 months later, I came home from work to find Jason's closet half empty, and a note on the kitchen counter. I tried Q. I really did, but I can't do this. The silence, the meltdowns, the constant worry. It's crushing me. You're stronger than I am. You always have been. Jeremy needs you more than he needs me anyway. I've arranged for my portion of the mortgage to be paid through the end of the year. I'm sorry. I read it twice, then crumpled it in my fist. The house was quiet. Mrs. Abernathy from next door had Jeremy for another hour. I had time to fall apart before I needed to be whole again. So I did. I screamed until my throat burned. I threw a glass against the wall and watched it shatter. I sank to the floor among the glittering shards and let grief wash over me in waves that threatened to pull me under. But when the doorbell rang, I rose. I wiped my tears, swept up the glass, and opened the door with a smile. "How was he today?" I asked Mrs. Abernathy as Jeremy rushed past me into the house, making a beeline for his favorite spot by the window. "An angel, as always," she said, her kind eyes crinkling. "We fed the birds in the park. He laughed when they ate from his hand." I thanked her, closed the door, and watched my son press his palms against the window, gazing at the evening sky as it shifted from blue to purple. I would tell him about Jason later. Or maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I would protect him from knowing he had been too much for his father to love. That night, I held Jeremy close as he slept. His small body curled against mine, his breath warm against my neck. Outside, rain pattered against the roof, a gentle rhythm that matched the beating of my heart. "I will never leave you," I whispered into his dark curls. "I will never find you too much." In his sleep, he sighed and nestled closer, as if he understood. The years that followed taught me strength I didn't know I possessed. I learned to be both mother and father, to work longer hours so I could afford the therapies insurance wouldn't cover, to advocate fiercely in IEP meetings where educators sometimes saw deficits before they saw my brilliant, beautiful boy. I learned to celebrate different milestones. The first time Jeremy maintained eye contact for a full minute, the day he used a picture board to ask for juice, the afternoon he allowed another child to play beside him without retreating into himself. And I learned to forgive, though this came slower. Not Jason. His absence left a wound that throbbed whenever Father's Day approached. or when Jeremy accomplished something remarkable with no one but me to witness it. No. The harder forgiveness was for myself, for the moments when exhaustion made me sharp, when loneliness made me bitter, when I looked at other families and felt the sting of envy. On Jeremy's 7th birthday, I took the day off work. We spent the morning at the ocean, where he loved to watch the waves crash and recede, his body swaying in rhythm with the water. He didn't care about parties or presents. His joy came from sensory experiences, the feel of sand between his toes, the taste of salt on the breeze, the sound of seagulls wheeling overhead. As the sun set, I unpacked the small cake I'd brought. 7 blue candles, one for each year of the miraculous life we'd built together. "Make a wish, Jeremy," I said, lighting the candles one by one. He watched the flames flicker, transfixed. Then, to my surprise, he closed his eyes tightly, a gesture he must have learned from watching other children, since we'd never celebrated with candles before. His lips moved silently, and I held my breath, wondering what wishes lived in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he smiled at me, a rare, full smile that reached his eyes and squeezed my heart. Then he blew out the candles with one determined breath. "What did you wish for?" I asked, though I didn't expect an answer. Jeremy reached for me, placing his small hand against my cheek. His touch was gentle, intentional. In that moment, I understood. His wish was simpler than words could express. Happiness, connection, love, the things we already shared. That night, driving home with Jeremy asleep in the back seat, I saw a shooting star streak across the sky. On impulse, I made a wish of my own, that someday, somehow, I would hear my son's voice. Not because I needed it to love him completely. I already did. But because I longed to know the thoughts he kept locked inside. Life settled into a rhythm over the next 3 years. Jeremy's school created an inclusion program that allowed him to split his time between a special education classroom and mainstream classes with support. He began using a tablet for communication, tapping icons to form simple sentences. His therapists praised his progress, but still, words remained elusive. Every night I read to him, stories of adventure and magic, of brave children and mystical creatures. He listened intently, his eyes tracking the illustrations, his body completely still in a way it rarely was during daylight hours. Sometimes I imagined he was storing up words, collecting them like treasures to use when the time was right. Work became more demanding as I was promoted to senior accountant at the firm. The higher salary meant we could finally move from our cramped apartment to a small house with a backyard, a place where Jeremy could have space to move freely. It had a tiny porch that faced east, perfect for watching the sunrise. We settled in just as summer arrived, bringing warm evenings and star-filled skies. One particularly difficult Tuesday, everything seemed to go wrong. My alarm failed to sound, making us late. Jeremy had a meltdown when his routine was disrupted, refusing to get dressed or eat breakfast. At work, I discovered an error in the quarterly reports that would take hours to fix. By the time I picked Jeremy up from his after-school program, my patience was threadbare. "Just a quiet evening," I murmured as we drove home. "That's all I need." But the universe had other plans. Our new house was old, with the quirks and problems that came with age. That night the air conditioning unit sputtered and died, leaving the interior hot and stuffy despite the open windows. Jeremy, sensitive to temperature changes, grew agitated, pacing the living room and flapping his hands in distress. Nothing calmed him, not his weighted blanket, not his favorite music, not the deep pressure techniques his occupational therapist had taught me. After an hour of trying, my exhaustion transformed into tears of frustration. "I don't know what you need," I said, my voice breaking. "I'm trying so hard, but I don't know what you need." Jeremy stopped pacing. He looked at me, really looked at me, in that penetrating way he sometimes did, as if he could see beyond the surface to the turmoil beneath. Then he took my hand and led me to the front door. He pointed outside, then back at me. "You want to go outside?" I asked. He nodded, an emphatic bob of his head. I opened the door, and the night air greeted us, cooler than the stifling interior of the house. Jeremy pulled me onto the porch and sat down on the wooden steps. He patted the space beside him, inviting me to join. I sank, bone-tired, and closed my eyes. The chirping of crickets surrounded us, a natural symphony that slowly unwound the tension in my shoulders. When I opened my eyes again, Jeremy had tilted his head back to gaze at the sky. I followed his gaze upward and gasped. The night was clear, the moon a slender crescent, and the stars, oh, the stars were magnificent. They blanketed the heavens, some bright and bold, others faint and flickering, all of them ancient light reaching us across impossible distances. Jeremy's fingers found mine, intertwining with silent understanding. His other hand lifted, pointing to the vast canvas above us. "Beautiful, isn't it?" I whispered. "Those stars have been shining for millions of years, longer than people have been around to see them. Some of them might not even exist anymore. We're just seeing the light they sent out long ago." Jeremy's body stilled in that special way that told me he was absorbing every word. I continued, finding comfort in sharing this moment with him. "When I was little, my grandmother told me that stars are where wishes live. She said when we wish on them, our words travel up and become part of their light." I felt the weight of the day lifting as we sat there, two small figures beneath an infinite sky. Jeremy leaned against me. His fingers traced patterns on my arm, circles, swirls, a secret language written on the skin. A streak of gold suddenly flashed across the darkness, a shooting star, bright and fleeting. "Look!" I exclaimed. "A shooting star! Quick, make a... Mama!" I froze, my breath catching in my throat, certain I had imagined it. But then Jeremy turned to me, his beautiful eyes reflecting starlight, and said it again. "Mama." 10 years of waiting, of wondering if I would ever hear that word from his lips. 10 years of learning to love the silence, to find joy in other forms of connection. And now, beneath a sky full of ancient light, the miracle I had wished for. Tears slipped down my cheeks as I gathered him close. "Yes," I whispered. "I'm your mama." Jeremy wasn't looking at me anymore. His gaze had returned to the heavens, to the path the shooting star had traced. But his hand pressed against my heart, a gesture more eloquent than any words. I understood then what I should have known all along. Jeremy had always spoken to me, through his eyes, his touch, his unique way of moving through the world. He had been telling me he loved me from the very beginning. He had been showing me how to see magic in ordinary moments, how to find peace in silence, and how to love without conditions or expectations. The word mama was a gift, but it wasn't a miracle. The miracle was Jeremy himself, exactly as he was, exactly as he had always been. And in that moment, something shifted inside me. The last hard edges of resentment toward Jason softened, not because he deserved forgiveness, but because holding on to anger took energy I would rather spend loving my son. Jason had walked away from the most precious relationship in my life. That was his loss, not ours. Summer turned to autumn, and Jeremy continued to surprise me. Mama became part of his daily vocabulary, followed by star, home, and love. Each new word emerged purposefully, used sparingly but always with perfect clarity. His speech therapist was amazed, calling it a breakthrough, though she cautioned me not to expect a flood of language. "Some children on the spectrum develop speech in unconventional patterns," she explained. Jeremy seems to be choosing words that carry emotional significance for him. I nodded, thinking of that night under the stars. He speaks when he has something important to say. One blustery October afternoon, I received a call from a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer. Spam calls were frequent, and I was busy preparing dinner. But something made me pick up. Q, it's Jason. His voice, once so familiar, now seemed to belong to a stranger. I gripped the counter, steadying myself. How did you get this number? I asked. Your mother. I ran into her at the grocery store last week. She told me you and Jeremy moved. A flash of irritation. My mother meant well, but boundaries had never been her strong suit. What do you want, Jason? A pause, filled with the static of years of silence. I'd like to see him, he said finally. To see both of you. I've been doing a lot of thinking, a lot of growing up. The knife I'd been using to chop vegetables glinted under the kitchen light. I set it down carefully. It's been 7 years, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. 7 years without a call, a letter, a birthday card. Nothing. I know. His voice cracked. I know, and I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was selfish and scared, and... I'm not interested in your apology. I cut in. Jeremy is 10 now. He's amazing, and he's done it all without you. Jeremy appeared in the kitchen doorway, his dark eyes curious. He had an uncanny ability to sense when conversations involved him. Who's that? He asked, the words clear though slightly stilted. I covered the phone. Just someone from work, buddy. Why don't you go finish your show? Dinner's almost ready. He lingered a moment longer, studying my face, then nodded and disappeared back into the living room. Was that him? Jason asked, awe in his voice. Was that Jeremy talking? Yes, I said. He started speaking last summer. Q, please. I know I don't deserve it, but I'm asking for a chance. One meeting. If you never want to see me again after that, I'll understand. I closed my eyes, summoning the forgiveness I'd found that night on the porch. Not for Jason's sake, but for my own peace of mind. For Jeremy's future. I'll think about it, I said finally. I need to talk to Jeremy first. This has to be his choice. After hanging up, I leaned against the counter, emotions swirling like autumn leaves caught in a gust. Part of me wanted to protect Jeremy from the possibility of another abandonment. But another part recognized that he deserved the chance to know his father, to decide for himself what role Jason would play in his life. That night, after Jeremy was asleep, I sat on our little porch beneath the stars that had witnessed his first word. The sky was partially clouded, stars peeking through gaps like distant lighthouses guiding ships home. What should I do? I whispered to the heavens. No shooting star appeared with an answer. No divine voice spoke wisdom into the night. But as I sat there, breathing in the crisp autumn air, I felt a sense of calm certainty settle over me. Jeremy was stronger than I sometimes gave him credit for. He navigated a world that wasn't designed for minds like his with grace and determination. He could handle meeting his father, and I could handle whatever came after. We met Jason at a park Jeremy loved, a neutral space where he could retreat to familiar comforts if the interaction became overwhelming. I watched Jason's car pull into the parking lot, noting the premature gray at his temples and the hesitant way he approached us. Jeremy stood beside me, his hand in mine, curious but calm. I had prepared him as best I could, explaining that his father wanted to meet him, and emphasizing that he could leave whenever he wanted. Your dad made a mistake by staying away, I'd told him. But that mistake was about him, not about you. You are perfect exactly as you are. Now, as Jason walked toward us, Jeremy squeezed my hand 3 times. Our secret code for, I love you. Hello, Q, Jason said, stopping a respectful distance away. His eyes moved to Jeremy, filling with wonder. And you must be Jeremy. You've grown so much. Jeremy studied him with that penetrating gaze that seemed to see through surfaces. You're my father, he said, the sentence coming out in his deliberate way. Jason nodded, swallowing hard. Yes, I am. You left. The simple statement hung in the air, neither accusation nor question. Just fact. I did, Jason admitted, his voice rough with emotion. And that was the biggest mistake of my life. Jeremy considered this, his head tilted slightly. People make mistakes, he said finally, echoing words I had often used to help him navigate social situations. A ghost of a smile touched Jason's lips. Yes, they do. Big ones sometimes. Jeremy nodded, accepting this truth with the straightforward wisdom that often took my breath away. I want to show you something, he said, turning toward the playground. I released his hand, watching as he led Jason to the swings, his favorite spot in the park. To my surprise, Jeremy sat down and asked Jason to push him. As he soared higher, his laughter rang out, a sound so pure it brought tears to my eyes. Standing apart, giving them space for this first tentative connection, I felt something release in my chest. Not forgiveness exactly. That was still evolving, a slow unfurling. But acceptance. Acceptance that our story wasn't finished yet, that new chapters could be written even after painful endings. The reunion didn't immediately transform us into a traditional family. Jason and I had too much history, too many wounds still healing for that. But it did open a door for Jeremy to know the other half of where he came from. Over the following months, Jason became a cautious presence in our lives. Sunday afternoon visits, phone calls, a genuine effort to understand autism and to connect with Jeremy on Jeremy's terms. He marveled at each new word Jeremy spoke, each interest he developed, each milestone he reached. He's incredible, Jason said one evening, as we watched Jeremy arrange his collection of rocks by type and color, his focus absolute. I missed so much. Yes, I agreed, neither softening the truth nor wielding it as a weapon. You did. Jason nodded, accepting the weight of those years. Thank you, he said quietly, for being everything he needed, for being strong enough for both of us. I looked at him then, really looked at him, and saw not the man who had left, but a person humbled by his mistakes, attempting to find his way back to something valuable he had discarded. I wasn't always strong, I admitted. There were days I fell apart after he went to sleep, days I wondered if I was doing enough, being enough. But you stayed, Jason said. That's the difference between us. I thought about that night on the porch, about stars and wishes and unexpected perfect words, about how sometimes the miracles we pray for come wrapped in struggle, hidden in heartache, shining in quiet moments of love. Yes, I said. I stayed, and I found out that was where the magic was all along. Jeremy turned 11 that spring, celebrating with a small gathering of classmates who had learned to appreciate his unique perspective. He asked for a star-themed party, so I hung fairy lights from trees in our backyard and scattered star-shaped confetti across the tables. We stayed up late that night, just the two of us, lying on a blanket in the grass and watching for shooting stars. Make a wish, I said, when one streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of silver in its wake. Jeremy closed his eyes, his lips moving silently. When he opened them again, he turned to me with a smile that held all the wisdom and wonder of his beautiful mind. I already have everything, he said, his hand finding mine in the darkness. I squeezed his fingers, marveling at how this child, this extraordinary, miraculous child, had taught me more about love than anyone else ever could. How he had shown me that words weren't the only way to speak, that silence could be full of meaning, and that the most profound connections transcended language entirely. We had weathered abandonment and found strength in one another. We had faced challenges and discovered joy in unexpected places. We had learned that forgiveness wasn't about erasing the past, but about creating space for a different future. And now, beneath a sky full of ancient light, I made my own silent wish. Not for anything we lacked, but in gratitude for everything we'd found. For the journey that had brought us here, to this perfect moment of peace beneath the stars. For the knowledge that whatever lay ahead, we would face it together, our hearts speaking the same silent language of unconditional love. Jeremy was my miracle, and miracles didn't need to be understood to be believed. They only needed to be recognized, treasured, and allowed to transform us from the inside out. As we lay there, the night wrapping around us, I knew with absolute certainty that some wishes do come true. Not always in the ways we expect, not always when we hope, but exactly when we need them most. And sometimes, the miracle isn't what we receive. It's what we become along the way.